This was it. The end.
You're under arrest.
As the metal of the handcuffs bit into my wrists, it became even more real. My life was over. Just when I had found true happiness, known what it was like to love and be loved, even if it was by the man who I had sworn to hate. I closed my eyes and tried to remember where it all had started. A year ago, standing in front of the mirror made me realize how much I had changed since last year. Once upon a time, I was an exercise junkie and on my way to becoming a black belt in Taekwondo. Now, there was hardly any muscle on my bones, like it would only take a gust of wind to throw me off my feet. It took an hour for me to brush my hair, as it hadn't been combed for ages. There was little of it left now. As if the acne breakouts weren't enough, the constant anxiety had caused most of my hair to fall out. As I get ready, I wonder whether I should be proud of myself or ashamed. Should I be proud of myself for trying to live despite losing 2 people I loved all in 1 year? Or should I be ashamed that both of them had been murdered and I was still nowhere close to avenging them? The legal system in our country was pathetic. Only the rich and influential got their way. But even the fact that I wasn't one of them felt like my fault somehow. It seemed like my failure. Just then, the door opened and my mother came in. She was my carbon copy except for the fact that she was prettier. We had the same brown eyes and wavy dark brown hair. The bags underneath her eyes showed how exhausted she was. The smile on her face couldn't hide the fact that her cheerful demeanor was a mere facade. She had lost both the love of her life and their son not too long ago. "Honey, let me do your makeup for your first day," she said. This was our ritual. When I was in school, on the first day of class, she would pick out my clothes. As I got older and started choosing my own clothes, she became my makeup artist instead for such days. I knew this time, however, she was only putting on a show of excitement for my sake. After my father and brother died, we also died with them. If we were living to an extent, it was only for each other. As I passed through the dining room, I caught sight of my sister sitting at the dining table. She had a calculator in one hand and a pen in another. Her curly brown hair looked messy and unkempt. This wasn't my fashion-obsessed party girl of a sister, but a somber, brooding figure. Someone who was falling apart, yet trying to hold it together for the sake of her family. My father's treatment had cost us a fortune. Despite the obvious medical negligence on the part of his attending physician, the hospital refused to pay us any compensation. We weren't even left with enough money to file a legal case. Not that it would have made any difference with our corrupt legal system. When Sasha wasn't at work, she was busy making calculations as to how we could save enough to pay back our loans. My mom and sister were 2 extraordinarily brave women, and nothing made me more proud. As I waited for the bus to arrive, I remembered how my father would always give me some sort of present on such occasions, usually a book. So did my brother. But now they won't ever again. As I sat in the bus, surrounded by happy students talking about their families which were intact, I felt like dying. Every street that we passed through was a reminder of all the things I had lost. The Chinese restaurant at the corner where my father and I would stuff ourselves with kung pao chicken. The city library where I and my brother would spend hours poring over books. Every place in the city held memories. That's why I had stayed cooped up in the house for so long. It was only when I realized how worried it made my mother and sister that I decided it was time to come out. I couldn't let them think I was giving up, or else they might too. I was one of the few students who were still living with their families instead of the accommodations on campus. Most people of my age wanted to explore living on their own and, after college, would try to move out as soon as they could, except for me. I was the baby of the family who couldn't imagine staying away from her parents and siblings. It was so strange that I was the one who had to lose half of her family. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help but wonder why a close-knit family such as mine was torn apart. On reaching the campus, I felt my phone buzz. It was Stacy and Candace, my so-called best friends. Besides a few messages of condolence, they never offered much support during the difficult times I faced. But they were the only friends I had, so I stuck with them. Stacy was your blonde Barbie girl type, with an excellent figure that she didn't mind flaunting off in her always too short skirts. Candace, on the other hand, couldn't care less about makeup or clothes. Always decked out in a pair of jeans and those worn-out sneakers that she must have been wearing every day for a year. It was hard not to notice their duo, two people so different yet so close despite their differences. The only reason why people would notice me was because of the baby fat I had on my face. People would often mistake me for a high schooler rather than a second-year university student. The first period was cost accounting, and only 20 minutes later, I and everyone else were struggling to stay awake. Except for an Einstein reincarnation who was sitting in the front row and firing nonstop questions at the professor. This guy's harassing the poor man. Candace stifled a laugh at the sight of the poor teacher being grilled by the brainy guy. I can only see his back. Is he cute? If he would only turn around, Stacy said, trying to get a look at the guy's face. Ever since her breakup with her boyfriend Kevin, she had made it a point to find someone else to obsess about. I thought you didn't do nerds, Candace teased. I don't mind intelligent men. I have had enough of the jock variety anyway. Before Stacy could go on another rant about Kevin, the class was dismissed. The guy in the front row also got up. He was in a black leather jacket, and his tousled brown hair looked like a lot of effort had been put into styling them. As my eyes met his, I felt like my breath had been knocked out of me. And it wasn't because his eyes were the most startling shade of blue I had ever seen. It was because I had seen them before. At the time, I didn't want to recall. He is cute. Stacy giggled. We didn't get his name, though, Candace replied. But I already knew his name. My family's only enemy wasn't the doctor who caused my father's death. Our most powerful enemy was here, Aiden Victor. Aiden's POV. This morning, I woke up feeling more alive than I had in months. Today, I felt closer to achieving what I wanted, even though it was only just the beginning. Mom wasn't happy with my decision. When I said, "Good morning," she didn't answer back. She kept staring into space. As usual, she was dressed impeccably in a black suit, wearing her favorite pearl necklace. Her blonde hair was styled without a strand out of place, and her blue-gray eyes, identical to mine, showed with wisdom. We both sat eating in silence until I couldn't take it anymore. I thought we had made each other a vow. After Ariana died, we promised never to stop speaking to each other, no matter what. Whatever issues we had, we were going to talk them out, remember? Yes, Aiden, I remember. Mom slammed her glass so hard on the table it shook. Your sister won't be happy with what you are doing. She's gone. Avenging her won't bring her back. Fine, Mom, let's say I am selfish. Thinking of avenging my sister is the only thing that gives me peace. You think that girl will talk, confess to her brother killing your sister, or reveal his whereabouts? Their entire family consists of criminals. They are so devious that even the police couldn't find any evidence against them. I have to do something. Anything, Mom. I can't just sit idly by. I feel that by getting close to Sarah, I might manage to find something. Life is too short for you to dedicate all of it to your revenge fantasies. If you fail, God forbid you will be more devastated than you can imagine. Mom threw her napkin at the table and stomped away. I knew there was no point in arguing further with her, so I didn't follow her. The drive to college was uneventful. The crowd was the same as you would find anywhere else. As soon as I got out of the car, I was greeted by a bunch of curious eyes. Car fanatics drooling over my car, girls ogling me. It used to make me uncomfortable once upon a time, but now I had gotten used to it. I managed to make it early to class. There was still no sign of the target. Students started filing in beside me. As usual, they all gave me a few stares, but none of them tried to approach me. That's how it has always been with me. People tend to get intimidated by me. As a child, I used to hate it, thinking there was something wrong with me, especially when I started getting accused of being antisocial by my teachers, but eventually I learned to accept it. As the heir to Victor Enterprises, I was born to lead, and leaders should be a little intimidating. Finally, I heard her voice. She may have forgotten mine, but I had never forgotten hers. It was gentle and delicate, not the voice of someone belonging to a family of killers, but I knew better. The class went by pretty quickly. The professor was someone new and completely unprepared. He kept relying on the PowerPoint slides to do the teaching for him. I kept firing questions at him throughout the lecture. You can say I dislike laziness and just people who don't do their homework. The two guys next to me were busy passing lewd commentary on all of the girls in the class. It was like they had nothing else to talk about besides boobs and butts. I felt like gagging them. Finally, class ended. I finally turned around and my eyes met hers. There was something elf-like about her. A petite frame and an almost childlike innocence on her face. Somehow, it made me hate her even more. Because I saw all of it as a perfectly crafted illusion hiding the snake within. I saw her eyes widen and her face turns pale. She clearly didn't expect me to be here. Her friend seemed completely oblivious to the situation. The blonde one was checking me out and not even trying to be subtle about it. Sarah muttered something to her friends and moved away. I may not have managed to accomplish anything significant, but the look of horror on her face was enough to make my day. And I was just getting started. Who's Aiden Victor? Aiden was here, and I had no idea what to do. I felt my friends say something to me, but their voices seemed so far away. My eyes were locked on Aiden. Through my shock and fear, I could barely register anything, save for the smirk which slowly spread across his face. He seemed to be enjoying this. He must have sensed my fear. "Sarah, what is wrong with you?" Stacy was shaking me by the shoulders now. I need to go to the bathroom," I stammered. Then I ran to the restroom as fast as I could. I splashed water on my face, trying to calm my racing heartbeat. My liner started bleeding around my eyes, and I probably looked like a raccoon, but I didn't care. I remembered that night from a year ago, to think how simple my life used to be. College had just started, and I was relaxing after another hectic day. Mom was massaging my shoulders, and I was doing what I did best, whining about my day like the pampered little brat I was. Shouldn't you be preparing for that presentation you have tomorrow instead of getting a shoulder massage from poor Mom? Stop being such a buzzkill. Sasha, can't you see I am trying to relax? When I was in college, the thought of a presentation won't let me sleep the entire night. You know I don't stress myself over trivial things. I don't think you ever stress over anything. You know it's good to take things seriously once in a while. And with that remark, Sasha went back to scanning her magazine for any fresh piece of gossip she could find. That's it. I am done with shipping celebrities together. The dating rumors turn out to be fake, or they break up after a few months. Or worse, they get married and you find yourself idolizing their love story, only to find them divorcing a few years down the road. Sasha signed. Take my advice, Sasha. Only ship couples in K-dramas, less chances of getting your heart broken. If only some cable air would come to sweep me off my feet. Check this guy out. He is the certified most eligible bachelor in town. Think I might have a chance with him? Sasha passed her magazine to me. It was the picture of a young man leaning against a black Ferrari. He was dressed in a sharp black suit. His name was Aiden Victor. According to the article, he must have been only a year older than me. Yet he exuded an air of authority that you would expect from a company CEO with years of experience. He was listed as Forbes' youngest CEO, who took over his father's company after he died when he was only 19 years of age. Victor Enterprises was a name that was known in every household. It was the biggest conglomerate in our country, serving in every sector from energy, weapons to consumer goods. Seeing this young boy doing so much made me feel like a loser. But then again, I wasn't born heiress to a billion-dollar empire. He's handsome. Mom's tone told me she had already started imagining one of her daughters married to the guy. And what are you up to? And what's with all the giggling, Sasha? Dad dropped in just then. Sarah has just found the one. Sasha winked at me. You were the one ogling his picture, I shot back. Dad just shook his head at our childish banter. As I looked at him, I couldn't help but feel pierce my heart like a knife. It was like he was growing weaker every day. Ever since a few years ago, his health had declined. He had given up nearly all of his hobbies. Work and rest were usually the only things he did, besides sometimes talking to me about politics. I showed him the article on Aiden Victor. The person interviewing him should have asked him how his grandfather managed to accumulate so much money. Dad gave a short, derisive laugh. They were always rich, Dad. According to the article, his great-grandfather literally built this place up from a small town to a metropolis. I said, his great-great-grandfather got bankrupt and committed suicide because of the disgrace as far as I remember, Dad stated. Question is how they managed to build their business up again. I have a feeling you know, Dad, so spill, Sasha asked, looking just as curious as I was. When the head of the family committed suicide in the 1800s, his wife and children had to fend for themselves. His son started getting involved in illicit activities like smuggling, and in a few years established a sort of mafia of his own. Townsfolk became suspicious of him, and to avoid their ridicule, the man shifted here where no one knew him, and population was scarce. My jaw had dropped by this point. How come I am only hearing this from you, Dad? Because as soon as they moved here, they started investing their illegally earned money into legal forms of business. Eventually, everyone started seeing them as just businessmen. I looked down at Aiden's picture. He had a slightly haughty air about him, the sort you usually found in politicians and powerful people. But he would better pass off as a prince in a fairy tale than a mafia leader. At that time, I didn't know what was to come, that I would come face to face with the real Aiden Victor. And he was anything but Prince Charming. I came out of the bathroom after trying to salvage whatever was left of my makeup. Luckily, Aiden wasn't in my business ethics class, and I was rid of him for the rest of the day. I can't believe how cowardly I had become. All day, I binged on anything available in the cafeteria, from the greasy fries to the stale pizza. My automatic stress response was to stuff myself up until my stomach was about to burst. The second was to isolate myself and shy away from anyone who might want to talk to me. I am sure Stacy and Candace noticed. They were probably discussing how crazy I was behind my back. Perhaps it was my fault that we weren't as close as most friends are. There was only so much they could take. I kept trying to reassure myself that I had nothing to be afraid of. I was clearly traumatized by the events of last year, and I wasn't thinking straight. Aiden had no evidence against me or my family. He couldn't hurt me. The police had found nothing against us. Aiden may not like me, but he had no reason to try to hurt me, right? But after what I had been through, I have started to believe that when it comes to me, anything is possible. I couldn't rest easy, thinking that nothing would happen to me because of him. The day thankfully came to an end. I was crossing the road to my bus when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a car speeding towards me. I jumped back just as a black Lamborghini raced past me. Had I not jumped in time, it would have run me down. It did not slow down, and within seconds, it was nowhere in sight. But I had caught sight of the driver's face. There was the same arrogant smirk on it that I had seen this morning. "Sarah? You? Okay?" Stacy, who was talking to a girl some distance away, was running towards me. "Thank God you moved away in time. I thought that car would crush you. Who was that creep?" "Aiden Victor," I replied. "Why does that name sound so familiar?" Stacy frowned. "Wait a second. Wasn't that the name of the guy whose sister your brother had married?" "Yep," I replied. "The guy who believes my brother murdered his sister." Stacy's eyes widened in shock. "By the way, he was the guy you were crushing on today," I said, watching as Stacy's eyes popped open even further. "You mean him?" she squeaked. I nodded. I was right to be scared to see him here. Aiden was up to something. I just didn't know what. But with his family's powerful connections, it wouldn't be too hard for him to get what he wanted. On the way back, I could see the top of Victor Tower standing higher than the rest of the buildings in the city, like a titan made of concrete and glass. The road we were traveling on was called Frederick Alexander Street. It was named after one of the ancestors of the Victor clan. The restaurant on the corner, built in the 1800s in classic Victorian-style architecture, was called Victor's Inn. The city harbor, bordering the blue water glistening in the sunlight, was called Victor's Landing. Literally, every street, every building, and every inch of this city had some association with them. They were the people who had built this city out of nothing. On a nearby billboard was Aiden's picture advertising a new hotel resort built by their company. I felt claustrophobic. It reminded me of Persephone caged in Hades's lair. I decided not to return home immediately. There was something I had promised myself I would do. For the last several months, I hadn't been to my father's grave or the one constructed for Sean without his body. I knew it was because I wanted to stay in denial. I wanted to believe they were still out there somewhere. Seeing the tombstones would remind me that I was deluding myself and they were really gone. Today, I decided that the best thing I could do for myself was to learn to accept things for what they were. Maybe going there might actually bring me peace instead of the crushing feeling of grief I feared. Heartbeat racing, I entered the graveyard only to see a familiar figure crouching near a grave nearby. I knew it belonged to my sister-in-law Ariana, hence I knew who the guy in the black trench coat was. Here he didn't look so formidable. Even from a distance, I feel I could sense his pain. From the way his shoulders were hunched to how he fixedly stared at the engravings on the grave. I actually pitied him in that instant. He wiped off a tear, placing a bouquet of lilies at the foot of the tombstone. As he got up, his posture changed. Back straight, head held high, he was back to being who everyone knew him to be, a force to be reckoned with. He suddenly turned in my direction as if he could sense my stare. I quickly ducked behind a tree. He didn't see me, apparently, and walked away. In that tiny moment, I felt I had learned about him what I may not have been able to in years. Aiden wasn't made of steel as much as he pretended to be. Inside was a guy struggling to keep himself from falling apart. I also suddenly realized why he was so spiteful towards me. They say for some people, revenge is a way of healing their wounds. Channeling all that agony and feeling of loss into vengeance is one way of dealing with it, and these people often become inhumanly ruthless to get what they want. I could only wonder what he might try to do to me and my family. How far was he willing to go to satisfy that rage and madness? Meeting Aiden. 1 year ago, Ariana has been wanting to meet you for such a long time. Believe me, you will love her. Sean's eyes had that gleam they always did whenever he mentioned his girlfriend's name. I know she must be amazing, but these days, I just want to creep into my shell and hide, I said, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Pumpkin. I know that it's only been a few months since we lost Dad, but you can't stay like this forever, Sean said. I am not doing this on purpose. I just can't help it. And I know how much Ariana means to you. I don't want to do anything that would embarrass you in front of her, I replied. You know what I love about Ariana? She's one of the most compassionate people I know, and she knows what you are going through. If she would judge you at a time like this, then she wouldn't be the woman I love. Sean blushed after he realized he had just openly admitted to loving her. I did know that my brother was madly in love with this girl, but I had never heard him openly confess to loving her. So that day, I worked especially hard on preparing myself for my first meeting with Ariana Victor. I put on my pink floral-patterned shirt that Dad always liked and my most expensive pair of black pants. Despite being 20 years of age, I couldn't make a decent hairstyle except for a pony. So I got Mom to straighten my hair and put it into a loose half pony. Just like the days when Dad was alive and I was happier, I spared nothing when it came to makeup. Goodness, Sarah, you are contouring your face as if it's not Sean, but you who is going on a date, Sasha said, making fun of my grooming efforts. Well, I am supposed to meet his date and I want to look my best. Besides, you are the one who said she's been the winner of the Style Icon Award thrice in a row. If she's going to be our sister-in-law, we will have to up the glam accordingly, I said, checking myself once more in the mirror. I hope it's only her you are trying to impress, Sasha smirked. Who else would I be trying to impress? I gave her a mock frown. Not her hot brother, I hope. Sasha giggled. Sean mentioned her brother a few times, but I don't know much about him. By the way, how do you know he's hot? Now it was my turn to smirk. Duh. The magazines, of course. Let me show you his picture. Sarah began tapping on her phone screen. Here? She turned the screen towards me, even though it was months ago, but I remembered him. Aiden Victor. How couldn't I make the connection? Sean had told me Ariana's family owned Victor Enterprises, so obviously this guy was her brother. And with that, I remembered other things. Dad told me some things about their family. I hesitated, wondering if I should mention the mafia business, but Sasha already seemed to know. Me and Mom talked about it. They are so powerful that even being close to them comes with its risks, but Sean is so madly in love with her. And after everything that's happened with Dad, I think he deserves some happiness. We can only pray that everything will turn out well. Sean drove the Prius to a secluded neighborhood. The houses were few and far apart. Nearly all of them had ornately designed wrought iron gates, surrounded by stone pillars bearing small statues of animal figures. We stopped at one such gate with a statue of a lion sitting on each of the two pillars surrounding it. Guards stood outside with guns, as if it was the House of Parliament. You know how the law and order situation is these days? Sean said in reply to my questioning gaze. I noticed cameras on the walls fitted on both sides of the gates watching our every move. Beyond the gates, a gravel driveway surrounded by trees on both sides led us up to the house. I was left momentarily awestruck at the majestic sight of the mansion, which was perched at the top of a hill. It reminded me of the castles I would often see in Disney movies like Beauty and the Beast. A huge stone fountain stood in front of the huge wood-paneled doors. A butler in a black and white livery welcomed us in. We were led through a huge ballroom, its marble floors gleaming under the light from the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, which showcased the picturesque view of the surrounding gardens. Huge chandeliers adorned the ceilings, their crystals shimmering, and I imagined how brightly they must shine when they were turned on. From here, we were led up the grand staircase and were seated in the drawing room. I am afraid that Miss Ariana hasn't reached home yet. We will let her know you are here," the butler said, and after asking us if we needed anything left us to marvel at the gilded furniture. "So what do you think?" Sean said almost smugly. He was clearly enjoying my reaction to this place. "You told me this place was grand, but this is like—" I trailed off. "Amazing, right? At least I managed to get that droopy expression off your face," he said cheerfully. "Gold digger," I teased mock accusation in my voice. "Oh no, I would love Ariana even if she lived in a cave." He had so much conviction in his voice that even if I didn't know him so well, I would know he was telling the truth. Indeed, it was only recently that Sean had come to know how rich she was. And that was thanks to Sasha, who recognized Ariana from the magazines. They had met while attending a technology exhibition. And Ariana had only told him her father used to do some sort of business. It was only when things started heating up between them that Sasha finally let him in on who she was. According to Sean, this was her way of knowing if she was loved by him only for who she was. "Hello there. You must be Sean." Aiden Victor stood in the doorway. The pictures didn't do him justice. They had failed to capture the true extent of the elegance and authority he exuded. Anyone can look handsome with a little bit of grooming, but few had this sort of persona. After shaking hands with my brother, he turned to me. "This is my sister Sarah." Sean introduced the two of us. Aiden's hands were warm, his grip gentle yet strong at the same time. For some reason, they reminded me of my father's hands. Removing this absurd comparison from my mind, I turned to Aiden, who had seated himself on one of the sofas. "Ariana must have gotten held up due to traffic. She'll probably be here in a few minutes." Aiden's smile and tone were warm, yet had an air of formality, like a politician giving an interview, we being the journalists. Sean, ever the extroverted one, was smoothly carrying on the conversation, but I knew him well enough to see that he was holding himself back a little. A servant came bearing tea and cookies on a trolley. It seemed like one of those tea parties in Jane Austen, and everyone was polite yet reserved. Just then, the door burst open. In came Ariana. She sported a light tan, her thick wavy brown hair fell in waves on both shoulders, and her dark brown eyes reflected intelligence. She gave Sean a dazzling smile. And the next thing I knew, she had engulfed me in a big hug. "You don't know how much I have been wanting to meet you. Sean talks about you all the time." Ariana beamed at me, and I liked her instantly. Around her, even Aiden seemed more open, his smile more welcoming. "So what took you so long in coming here?" Sean asked her. "Something came up." Ariana's tone was nonchalant, yet the way she seemed to stare into Sean's eyes conveyed there was more to it. Aiden seemed to sense it too. "What came up exactly?" he probed. "Nothing of importance, Mom. Seriously." Ariana laughed, but for some reason it seemed forced. As if she was trying to get rid of Aiden, she suddenly suggested that he show me the grounds. Aiden got up without any argument, but I knew he wanted to probe further. He led us out a staircase connected to the drawing room, which led straight into the grounds. The freshly mowed grass was interrupted here and there by patches of lush flower beds. Hybrid multicolored roses in shades ranging from bright yellow mixed with splashes of pink and black stood surrounded by marigold flowers in bright orange. "Wow," I breathed. "You like them?" "I like tending to them whenever I get the time," he smiled proudly. But it felt like a genuine smile, like one exchanged with a friend. "I don't remember the last time I felt so peaceful," I said honestly. "Oh, Ariana mentioned something about your father. He passed away 3 months ago." I interrupted him before he could ask. I usually found it hard to talk about my pain. I know everyone's pain is different, but I lost my father only a year ago, and I think that I can understand how you feel to an extent," he said, and when I saw his face, I knew that he meant it. "It's very hard talking about it," I said, looking towards the ground. The sympathetic expression on his face had melted the wall I had built around my emotions, and the tears now threatened to fall. "If you want to cry or talk about it, please do so. Don't keep all that grief bottled within yourself, or you will never heal," he said, and at that, the tears started rolling down my cheeks. "I don't think I can ever heal. No matter how much I cry or mourn over it, the pain doesn't go away." I buried my face in the crook of my arm. "Our scars may never go away, but we eventually learn to live with them," he said gently. So I told him everything. How my father's case was mishandled by the doctor. How I tried contacting every influential figure for justice, but no one responded. I even tried writing to newspapers and magazines, but no one is willing to publish my articles against this hospital. I sobbed. "Send me your article as well as the link to the online petition you created. I will try to get the articles published as well as get all my contacts to sign the petition," he said. He thankfully didn't ask me why we didn't file a legal case, because I wasn't in the mood to tell him that Dad's so-called treatment had cost us almost everything we had. And no lawyer out there would take on such a powerful organization without charging us money we did not have. Either Ariana told him about our financial crunch, or his people skills were just amazing. "Hey, I have got to show you something." He helped me up and started leading me toward the edge of the grounds. As we neared the edge, the wind started whipping around my face. It smelled exotic like a sea breeze. And soon enough, we found ourselves on the edge of a cliff. Down below for miles, all that could be seen was silver sand until it met with the sea. The water shimmered with shades of orange due to the rays of the sun setting over it. "It's beautiful," I whispered, amazed. I looked at Aiden, whose hair had become tousled due to the wind. He was more than the person I thought him to be. He was just as beautiful inside, which I thought was rare. Even though I only knew him for a few hours, I was convinced that his soul was more beautiful than the breathtaking view of the horizon before us. But illusions last only so long. A day in hell, present day. I could still smell the sea breeze as I woke up. God, why was I dreaming of that place of all things? And most of all, why did Aiden have to be there? Those memories were a part of the past, yet my annoying brain had a way of reminding me of exactly the things I shouldn't remember. At the university, I tried to relax, but the thought of my enemy being in the same building didn't let me do so. I finally came across him in class. His confidence was off the charts as usual, and I couldn't help but feel a little jealous of him. Our finance teacher was smiling more often than she used to. She even seemed more conscious about her looks, continuously running her hands through her hair, even though there were no loose strands. As for the girls, they were continuously ogling him without shame. I hated how superficial everyone was. They barely knew him yet, looked ready to fall at his feet. But then again, who was I to blame them? I had only known him for a short time, and had gone so far as to assume that his soul was as beautiful as his face. Class ended, and I tried to leave the lecture hall as soon as possible. As I neared his seat, I quickened my pace, but my clumsiness made an appearance at just that moment. I felt my foot slip, and I fell straight toward the floor. I saw Aiden moving as if to grab my arm, but he pulled away at the last moment, leaving me to land on the floor. Thank God I had landed on my palms instead of my face. Just then I heard someone burst into laughter, a very graceful, sardonic laugh. I looked up to see Aiden having the time of his life at my expense. Now I was sure that he had not grabbed me before I fell on purpose. Stacy and Candace started helping me off my feet. Candace went so far as to give Aiden an ugly scowl, for which I felt very grateful. I realized my friends weren't the only ones who weren't finding this funny. Others, including some of Aiden's fangirls, were looking at him strangely. "Your looks can hide the ugliness within you only for so long, Aiden," I thought with satisfaction. At home, I checked my inbox. I had given an advertisement offering my services as a tutor for school-going kids. To my surprise and delight, I found an email from a prospective client. It was a woman whose daughter was in grade 10. I noted down her address and then rushed out to tell my mom and sister the good news. The next day, I drove the Prius to the woman's house. As I entered the neighborhood, the realization hit me that this was the same area around which Aiden lived. Even though his house was right on the edge, isolated from the rest, I still felt a feeling of dread. A woman in a black and white maid's uniform ushered me into the drawing room. It was nowhere near as grand as Aiden's, but it was stylish in a contemporary way. 3 of the room's sides were made entirely of glass, showing the view of the swimming pool beyond. A middle-aged woman in a burgundy skirt and top with a smart belt fastened at her waist entered the room. Behind her walked a bored-looking teenage girl, her hair streaked with pink and various bands and bracelets on her wrists. The salary they offered me was quite handsome. Knowing how much my family needed money right now, I agreed without any further discussion. I was about to leave when the woman started insisting that I should at least have lunch with them. I wanted to reach home quickly, but the woman was so insistent on the idea, and I didn't want to piss off my employer, so I agreed. The family was either Italian or very much into Italian cuisine. There was mushroom risotto, pasta carbonara, and margherita pizza, along with other dishes I recognized as Italian. I was once again reminded of my visit to Aiden's house. After he had shown me the beach bordering their property, we had eaten dinner, which also consisted largely of pasta dishes and pizza. Despite being constantly reminded of that creep on coming here, I left in a good mood. I fell asleep that night feeling at peace, but the dreams I saw weren't peaceful. I was running, my lungs burning with the exertion. If I stopped for even a second, I would end up in the creature's grasp. I could feel it running behind me. The monster wouldn't stop its pursuit. "Don't look back," I tell myself. I run until I am abruptly forced to come to a stop. Below is a cliff. It's the same one on which Aiden and I had stood a little more than a year ago. Except there was no sandy shore down below. The waves were crashing directly onto the base of the cliff. One more step and I would end up in the water. Just then I heard footsteps approaching. It was the creature pursuing me. I finally dared to look behind me. I could see its silhouette. Except it wasn't a creature. It was a man. His face was shrouded in darkness. That intense fear enveloped me again. Without thinking of the consequences, I jumped. As I hit the water, I suddenly remembered I couldn't swim. I was drowning, thrashing around to no avail. I was dropping deeper and deeper beneath the sea. It was like the time I had a panic attack the day after my father died. Just then, I felt someone grab my arm and pull me to the surface. And I knew it was the stranger pursuing me. My head was pulled out of the water and I started gasping, filling my lungs with air. Just then, someone grabbed my hair, roughly causing me to shriek with pain. And then I saw his face only inches away from mine. Aiden pulled me by the hair towards him to the point where our foreheads were almost touching. I was terrified, yet at the same time mystified at the beauty of his face. "You can't escape me, Sarah. I will pull you out of even the darkest abyss." And just like that, it ended. I woke up sweating. My heart pounded in my ears. It was just a dream, I kept telling myself. But my heartbeat just won't slow down. I woke up the next morning feeling every part of my body ache with fatigue. After my horrifying dream last night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Just when I started to drift off, the alarm began to ring. Mom was busy chatting with Sasha in her bedroom. I saw a beautiful necklace lying in its case on Mom's dressing table. It was studded with huge turquoise gemstones surrounded by little diamonds. I recognized it as the one Dad had given to Mom on their first wedding anniversary, back in the good old days when our family could afford these things. Sadly, by the time when I was born, things had already started going down the hill. I thought this was supposed to be in your locker at the bank. I was astonished as to why she would bring it home. We were planning to sell it, Mom said. At my horrified expression, she replied with a smile on her face. But now we won't have to. Thanks to you and Sasha's jobs, we will probably be able to pay off our loans and make it through. At this, I gave a sign of relief. I am so proud of you two. Mom wrapped me and Sasha in a group hug. You girls are my greatest treasure. Mom, whatever you do, please don't sell that. It was very precious to Dad, and I believe it's the only piece of our heritage left. We have sold away the rest, I said, my voice tearing up a bit. I know, sweetheart. Whenever there was a special occasion, your father would especially insist that I wear it. She sighed. I always wanted you girls to wear your family jewelry at your wedding. But besides this necklace, we have none of it left. Don't worry, Mom. If God wills it, we will have enough money to one day buy all the items we sold, Sasha said, ever the optimist. How would you remember what they looked like? Mom asked. Sasha grinned, looking almost smug. I took pictures of each of them before they were sold off. After this, she was squeezed into another tight group hug by me and Mom. I was returning home that afternoon when I noticed the police car standing outside our house. I rushed inside and nearly screamed. Everything inside was turned upside down. I watched as 2 police officers upturned our furniture right before my eyes. In one corner, Sasha stood hugging my mother, who was near to tears. Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? I screamed, just as a police officer climbed down the stairs leading to our bedrooms. In his hand was my brown leather handbag. Got it, he said, smirking. My mom gave a sudden gasp. This was when I noticed a tiny gold locket in the officer's other hand. Let me guess, this bag belongs to you, Miss Sarah. The man sneered at me. I was too shocked to respond. There must be a mistake, Mom protested. This is the same locket that disappeared from Mrs. Lincoln's house on the same day that your daughter visited there, the officer said smugly. Mrs. Lincoln? That was the woman whose daughter I had agreed to tutor, so she was the one to call the police on me. I never picked up that locket. I have no idea how it ended up in my bag, I said helplessly, but I knew what I said wasn't making any sense. I am being framed, I said on second thought, but I knew no one was going to believe me. For now, you will have to come with us, miss, the officer said firmly, and so I embarked on the new experience of being carted away to the police station as a criminal. They said we can bail you out. It's going to take some time, but we will. Sasha was trying to stay calm, but the panic in her eyes betrayed her. Where are you supposed to get the money from? No, you shouldn't suffer because of me, I said. For God's sake, Sarah, do you seriously expect us to let you rot in this prison cell? Mom gripped my hands tightly through the bars that separated us. I am going to get you out of here, no matter what I have to do, I promise. Mom and Sasha were both crying. I barely managed to hold back my tears. They were already so worried about me. I wanted to appear strong in front of them. I don't know how long I must have spent staring at the paint that was peeling off from the walls of my prison. Then I sensed footsteps approaching. You have a visitor, a burly policeman announced before backing away in a corner. And then came Aiden Victor in all his devilish glory. I felt like I was transported to my dream, where I stood on the edge of the cliff with nowhere to run. My life's a poorly written tragedy. Aiden Victor stood in front of my cell. His appearance contrasts starkly with the drab look of the prison. In fact, he looked like a model for Gucci. His normally tousled hair was slicked back neatly. Dressed in a sharp gray suit, waistcoat, and tie, he appeared like he was coming from a meeting. I stood up not knowing what to do. He had probably seen how miserable I looked. From the glint in his sapphire blue eyes, he seemed to be enjoying this. I can see you have taken quite nicely to your new abode. He sneered at me. What do you have to do with Mrs. Lincoln? How much did you pay her for framing me? Is she one of your goons? I was shouting so loudly that I was sure everyone in the entire building could hear. She is not one of my goons. Aiden's eyes seemed to burn with anger all of a sudden. So this woman was important to him. I thought, oh, did I hurt your feelings? Didn't know you had a thing for women twice your age? My anger had made me reckless. I knew I shouldn't be messing with him at the moment, but I couldn't curb my anger. Oh, that's enough. You either zip it, or I make things worse for you than they already are. Now Aiden was fuming, but so was I. What the hell do you want? I growled. Do you want to go home or not? Aiden's usual smug expression had returned to his face. You think I like staying in this hellhole? Well, how long you stay in this hellhole depends on me. Aiden smirked. Give me what I want and I will let you go. Why don't you just get to the point? I said, exasperated. He came closer to the bars of my cell. His startlingly blue eyes stare into mine. Tell me where your brother is, and you can leave this second. I was left stunned by his words. One thing was for sure. Aiden had completely lost his mind. 1 year ago, after watching the sunset with Aiden, we returned to his home to have dinner. The dining room was just as grand as any other part of the house. Huge antique oil paintings hung on the walls. I recognized one from Van Gogh. It looked like an original. On a huge table that could seat at least 20, we sat feasting on exotic delicacies, the ones you are likely to find only at a Michelin-star restaurant. Most of it was Italian, though. Aiden is very much into Chinese cuisine, but I am more into lasagnas and pizzas. Aiden's mother, Anna Victor, said, she had been perfectly polite and welcoming so far, yet something about her intimidated me. She was a gorgeous woman. Her ash-blonde hair was cut into a chin-length bob, and she wore tiny studs in her ears, which I was sure were encrusted with diamonds. Sean was quietly eating his dinner. He looked tense, as if there was a lot on his mind. Ariana would keep looking at him with concern. Aiden, I think we should double the bodyguards we take with us, considering what happened today, Anna said to Aiden. My ears perked up at this. Aiden didn't seem to know what she was talking about either. Honey, you don't know? Someone shot at your sister's car. Thank God it's bulletproof. Anna spoke. Both me and Aiden sat shell-shocked in our seats. You mean someone tried to kill you? I looked at Ariana, who looked very nervous. Yes, dear. Anna spoke instead. They kept trying to follow her. They would shoot at the tires to slow her down. Thank God the driver managed to lose them in a crowded neighborhood. Anna shuddered. Mom, please, you shouldn't bring this topic up right now, Ariana said. I can't believe you're keeping something so huge from me. Aiden was fuming. I didn't want to worry you, Aiden. Ariana's face had fallen. Who could have done this? Aiden had his fists balled up in anger. I don't know, dear. It could be anyone. I especially don't think we can trust anybody who we have gotten acquainted with in the last several months. One of them could be a spy. At this, Anna suddenly looked very pointedly at Aiden, and I suddenly got a feeling as if this last part was meant for my brother. Was she really accusing him of working with the people who wanted to hurt Ariana? Before I could say anything, Sean immediately stood up and announced that we were getting late and needed to leave. Ariana walked us to the gate. She and Sean hugged each other tightly, both of them looking exhausted as well as stressed out. When we were in the car, I finally asked the question occupying my mind. "Who's doing all of this?" I asked. "There's a huge list of people who would want to hurt her." Sean looked grim. "It's a secret that I want to remain only between you and me. Long before they established their conglomerate, they were smugglers." "I know that. Dad told me," I replied. "Well, they basically used to smuggle weapons through and fro. They had established links and networks in this illegal weapons business. These weapons would often fall into the hands of criminals and terrorist organizations. Countless innocents would die as a result." Sean spoke. "Ariana knows this?" I was finding it hard to believe that such a sweet girl would be okay with something like this. "She does, which was why she was trying to stop it. She's been working with law enforcement agencies, even international ones like Interpol, providing them all the information they have on the people involved. Besides that, she has angered these people by breaking all ties of the company with them. Some of them may know their family very well if they have worked with them." I was now more worried than ever. "Yeah, that's worrying the hell out of me too. And as if this wasn't enough, Anna seems to think I am some sort of spy sent by these people." Sean gave a humorless laugh. "She's got to be nuts if she thinks you have anything to do with this," I said. So I wasn't imagining when I thought Anna was subtly giving the message that she didn't trust Sean. The next day, I returned home from college. To my shock, I saw Anna and Aiden coming out from the gate of our house. She nodded quickly in my direction, while Aiden was apparently too busy typing on his phone to even look at me. The two hurried away before I could say anything. On entering the house, I saw from the tense expressions on everyone's face that Anna's visit had been far from pleasant. Mom looked livid. Sean seemed lost in thought. Sasha smiled at me. Her focus was as usual on making sure the baby of the family, me, wouldn't get upset. "Sarah, why don't you change and rest a bit? I am planning to order takeout from that new Chinese restaurant you wanted to try." Sasha was clearly trying to distract me, which got me worried even more. "What's going on here?" I asked worriedly. "Why don't you ask your brother first?" Mom's face was red with anger. "That bitch came here because of him. Because your brother here didn't listen to me when I warned him these people are dangerous. Ariana and I love each other. What am I supposed to do? Should I abandon her just because of her family? Why should she suffer?" Sean was now shouting too. "It's never right to marry someone that powerful unless you are equally so. The weaker spouse always gets exploited in one way or the other. I think you should take today's incident as a sign from God and put an end to this madness." "This isn't madness. I know what I want, and if this is a mistake, I am willing to suffer the consequences for it. Me and Ariana are getting married, and that's it." Sean stormed out of the house. After Mom had stormed off to her bedroom, I asked Sasha what had happened. "Anna came to threaten us that if Sean didn't break off his engagement with Ariana, she's going to make our lives miserable." What did she mean by that? Now I was finding it hard to keep my anxiety at bay. Apparently, she may get Sean fired from his job. The company is one of their subsidiaries. But if Sean doesn't break off the engagement, God knows what else she will do next," Sasha said, massaging her temples the way she did when she was stressed out. But somehow I knew that, come what may, Sean would never leave Ariana. And I was right. A few months later, me and Sasha stood outside, greeting the guests in our purple bridesmaid dresses. Only our close relatives and friends of the bride and groom were invited. With Sean being fired from his job and our limited budget, we couldn't hold a very grand wedding. But I think we did a good job nevertheless. The wedding took place in the park near our house. One of Sean's friends was the lead guitarist in a band, so we didn't have to worry about the music. Everything was in themes of white and purple. But what made the wedding truly spectacular were the bride and groom. Their happiness showed, making them look radiant. and everyone present watched them awestruck as they shared their first kiss as man and wife. For a while, it was easy to forget about our troubles. Ariana's father had left everything to Anna in his will. So when Ariana announced the date of her wedding, she promptly left her house and everything behind, before Anna in her anger could throw her out herself. Though she told us she was fine with leaving her luxurious lifestyle behind, we all were afraid she may grow to hate the simplicity of the life she had chosen. One of Ariana's friends had offered them her lake house for spending their honeymoon. As they stepped into our old Prius, which we had decorated with purple and white flowers, I saw Ariana stop all of a sudden. I turned and saw Aiden standing at a distance leaning on a black Ferrari. He was looking at Ariana. I felt tension creep through my veins. The last time I saw him, he was with his mother who had come to threaten us. But he didn't look angry, just exhausted, as if he has had a lot on his shoulders these past couple of days. Though his eyes conveyed worry, he still managed a small smile. Ariana rushed towards him, wrapping him in a hug. We stood at a distance trying to give them their space. "You came," I heard her say. "I had to," Aiden replied. "Our family may not approve of this marriage, but I don't want the world to think that you have been abandoned." He said this part loudly in particular. I felt it was meant for us. Aiden then looked at Sean, who was standing with us. "Please take care of her," he said. Then his eyes fell on me before I could look away. His facial expression mirrored mine of confusion and awkwardness, like he couldn't decide whether we were friends, enemies, or just strangers. Then his face broke into a tiny, almost timid smile. After this, he jumped into his car and drove off. While Sean and Ariana drove away to spend their honeymoon, that was probably the last time that Aiden Victor genuinely smiled at me. A few days later, we got a phone call. The phone call that took away the little happiness that we had left in our lives. My sister-in-law was dead. She was found in our car, which had somehow ended up falling into a river. As for my brother, his body was never found. The police searched for him, but somehow I knew he was no longer in this world. And it just keeps getting worse. "Present day, are you sure you are not insane?" I shouted. The police had concluded that my brother was dead. The police are a bunch of good-for-nothing lowlives who... Aiden stopped mid-sentence on noticing the police officer standing some distance away. However, the guy merely looked terrified instead of offended at Aiden's outburst. "Your brother's body was never found," Aiden hissed at me. The police had concluded that it may have been washed away by the river. It was a miracle that Ariana's body was even found, considering how fast that river flows. "Don't take my sister's name from your filthy mouth," Aiden growled at me. All signs of his gentlemanly ways were gone to reveal the beast within. "You keep forcing me to mention her name, you psychopathic scumbag," I cried just as ferociously. "Call her Ms. Victor." Her name was changed to Mrs. Summers before she died. "Are you sure you didn't hit your head on something when you were coming here? You don't want to cooperate with me then. Fine, don't. Your mother would probably need money to bail you out, money she doesn't have, unless your brother comes to the rescue." He sneered. "I am already keeping an eye on your family's activities. Wherever they arrange the money from, no matter how clever they are about it, I will know. Your brother will be found eventually." He moved to exit the room. I breathed a sigh of relief, but he turned back again. "Oh, and keep one thing in mind. Your brother will be found either way. But if you don't tell me his location, I will hold you just as responsible for my sister's death. After what I will put you through, you will wish you were dead." "But I already wish I were dead," I thought as I watched him leave. He turned to the meek police officer and I saw him reach into his wallet. He produced what looked like a lot of money and gave it to the sycophant. "You know bribery is illegal," I shouted. "Like anyone in this country cares," Aiden smirked in my direction. "Take care of my precious cargo for me, you know the drill," he told the officer. His words sent a chill down my spine. What did he mean by that? If she's willing to talk, let me know. And with this, he left. I soon realized what he said to the officer meant. It was hours, and I hadn't been given any food. I had too much pride to ask these assholes for a meal. But I could feel hunger gnawing at my stomach. "Aren't you people supposed to give me something to eat?" I tried to make my voice sound intimidating, though I probably gave the impression of a scared kitten. The officers just smirked at each other and ignored me. Since I couldn't do anything about my hunger, I tried to sleep instead. But just as I was about to doze off, someone showed a flashlight into my eyes. I noticed that somebody had placed a bright flashlight on a stool in front of my cell. As I tried to shift into a position where the light didn't reach my eyes, I noticed a female police officer adjusting its position. "You are doing this on purpose, right? Not letting me sleep is also a part of the plan, isn't it? You are all working for him." The woman just laughed at this and left. All sleep had left me. I sat in my cell hungry, sleep-deprived, and alone. I thought of my family. Mom and Sasha had already been through so much. They didn't deserve this. Mom had suffered an angina attack before because of what happened with Sean. The thought of it made panic suddenly surge through my veins. The doctor had said we needed to keep her as stress-free as possible. God knows what she was going through. Was she okay? Was she in the hospital? I realized I needed to get out of there. For Mom's sake, I had to. I had already lost 2 people I loved. I couldn't bear to lose another. I felt like smacking my head against the prison wall. I shouldn't have acted so tough in front of Aiden. As pathetic as it sounds, I should have trampled my pride and begged him to let me go. For me, it would have been utter torture, a fate worse than serving my entire prison sentence. But it would have been a selfless choice. The right choice when it came to Mom's and Sasha's well-being. We didn't have enough money for the bail. Knowing those two, they would probably be willing to do anything to get the money. I hoped they wouldn't get themselves into something illegal. I remember Sasha joking about how profitable it is to sell one's kidney on the black market. Now I feared that desperation might make her do the same. As the morning neared, I knew what to do. It would be something that I will never live down, but when it comes to my family, I could stoop to the lowest of heights. "Hey," I signaled to the guard assigned to my cell, "tell your boss, your real boss, that I want to talk to." I don't know how many hours had passed until I heard footsteps. Looking up, I saw Aiden striding into view, as if he were a Hollywood A-lister coming to receive an Oscar. Except his attire was more businesslike, a navy blue suit and red tie instead of a black bow tie and tuxedo. He looked triumphant. Except, today no one would emerge as the winner. Unless you considered achieving freedom at the expense of my self-esteem a victory. For today I was to beg Aiden and pray he had some shred of humanity buried in him. "So what do we have here?" "You have finally seen some sense now, haven't you?" he sneered at me. "Aiden, please, my family has suffered a lot. We don't know anything about Sean. He has never contacted us. Please leave us be." Despite my best efforts, my voice came out without any emotion. I had never begged like this for anything in my life, and I was definitely failing at it. "So this is why you called me? You seem to think I have a lot of spare time on my hands, don't you, officer?" Aiden fumed, turning to the terrified officer standing next to him. "No, sir." She said she wanted to talk, so I assumed she had some news. "Well, don't waste my time again, officer, unless you are absolutely sure she's going to tell me something worthwhile." Aiden turned away to leave. My thoughts went to my mother and sister. For their sake, I had to try harder even if I didn't want to. I don't know what came over me. In my desperation, I lunged, pushing my arm between the bars and grabbing at Aiden's hand. He flinched immediately as if I had stung him. He violently snatched his hand away from mine with enough force to send me reeling back. "Don't touch me," he bellowed. Disgust was etched on every inch of his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a tiny bottle. I realized it contained hand sanitizer. God, what did he take me for? A pile of dung? Or he just hated me so much that even the slightest touch from me incited revulsion in him. "Good thing you keep that with you, sir." The obsequious police officer, ever ready to score on Aiden's good books, was prompt to praise him. "Well, officer, you may never know when you might come in contact with filth." He stressed the last word, looking pointedly in my direction. "My mother is a heart patient," I pleaded. This time I didn't even have to try putting emotion into my voice. The thought of my mother made my voice tremble naturally. "Aiden, please, I may lose her. You have a mother too. Just, please, don't do this." My voice broke. I saw Aiden's contemptuous expression falter. His eyes had widened and his mouth was left slightly open. He hadn't seen this coming. "Sarah Summers?" I saw another police officer appear. He walked up to the bars and, to my utter shock, started opening the door to my cell. "Hey, just what do you think you are doing?" Aiden's pet pooch of a police officer exclaimed at him. "Girl's been bailed out," the other guy told him. Up till now, Aiden had stood still as a statue. Now, hearing the police officer's words, he turned to frown at him. "You are sure it was this girl?" "Yes, sir." Aiden now turns to me, smirking in contempt. Looks like Brother Deer came to the rescue after all. I was shocked as the meaning of the words truly hit me. He thought my brother had given the money for the bail, but this wasn't possible. Had they sold something else? Was there anything left other than the house? As I was leaving, Aiden blocked my path. "Make one thing clear. How your family got their hands on this money is something I will find out, no matter how carefully they went about it. And when I do, you all will have hell to pay for. Your night in prison would look like a vacation trip in comparison." With this, he stormed off. Mom and Sasha were standing in the inspector's office. Both looked worn out with bags underneath their eyes. I may have been gone for a year seeing these two's condition. We walked back silently to the car. Despite telling myself how stupid it was and how much I will get hurt because of this, I couldn't help but hope my brother was alive and had sent us the money. But I should have known better. My brother wasn't a monster who would sacrifice his wife's life for some money. As we got settled in the car, I broached the subject of where the money came from. Both women sat silently. I saw Mom hesitate before she finally answered me. "We sold the necklace, the one your father gave me with the turquoise gemstones." I felt as if I had been punched in the stomach. That was Dad's gift. His legacy. He bought it especially for Mom after saving up from his salary. I tried to hold in my angry tears. "This is all my fault." "No, it's not. It's the fault of the bastards who can't seem to leave us alone." Mom tried to comfort me. That day, I must have taken at least 2 hours in the shower. My compulsions were at an all-time high. I kept feeling as if I couldn't get clean enough. I kept going to the part where I had begged this monster for mercy. I wanted revenge. I wanted to make him pay. But I guess that's a privilege only powerful people with wealth and connections had. That night, I fell asleep wondering how it would feel like to have Aiden Victor beg at my feet for once, for me to be the one in control. I couldn't help but silently pray that such a day would come. I felt a sudden peace descend over me, the way it did when Mom had her angina attack and I prayed for her to recover, the feeling that God had listened to my prayer. A ball to remember Aiden's POV. "You are absolutely sure?" I asked. "Yes, sir. They didn't get the money for the bail from anywhere else." Ethan, my associate who was keeping an eye on the Summers family, spoke with surety. This wasn't good. I was back to square one. I still hadn't gotten any leads on my sister's murderers. I had been carrying on her legacy and trying to dismantle the illegal weapons smuggling network. While doing so, I questioned each of the people I helped put behind bars about Ariana's murder, but no one was willing to confess to it or had given me any information on it, despite my offering them incentives to do so. I dug into my baked Alaska. Today, I would binge on every dessert available. It would take strenuous workouts in the gym to keep myself in shape, but so be it. Today was one of the days when I couldn't keep my stress levels under control without satisfying my sweet tooth. It wasn't just the fact that I was nowhere closer to before in finding Ariana's killers. Something else was bothering me as well. My mind kept going back to Sarah Summers, how she had begged for me to let her go for her mother's sake. It was shocking to see her that way. Though I knew that she was afraid of me, I also thought that somewhere she had a bit of an ego. Something about that memory triggered guilt in me. No, I shouldn't feel sorry for her. It could all be a trick. Maybe that's what she intended, for me to feel sorry for her. But what if she's innocent? A voice in the back of my head whispered, "How will you feel about torturing an innocent woman who lost literally half her family not too long ago?" I looked at the breathtaking view of the city's skyline through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The lights from the city glowed magnificently under the night sky. Victor Tower was the tallest building in the city, and you could see everything from up here. My father had built it, and it made my heart swell with pride when I came here. The cafe where I sat had so many fond childhood memories of mine associated with it. Everything was in themes of black and silver, from the silver-caged chandeliers to the black marble floors. Suddenly, I caught sight of myself reflected in the glass window. It showed a man who looked truly miserable. Sarah's POV. "I think you should tell Mom about Victor being your classmate." Sasha said to me. We were in my room, both of us unable to sleep though. It was 2 o'clock in the night. "Sasha, Mom will ask me to drop out of college immediately," I protested. "Well, maybe you should." "What's the point? He will find me anyway. That guy has connections everywhere. I can't lock myself in this house forever, and we don't have enough money to relocate." "We could to another city," Sasha suggested, looking uncertain nevertheless. "Relocating to another city wouldn't be enough. As long as we are in this country, we can never escape him. You even told me once that these guys have connections on every continent. What will we do then?" Sasha's face had fallen. "We will have to just brave this one out and hope that everything turns out well." I kissed her cheek and tried to sound more courageous. Then I felt. A month later, I stood in black pants and a crisp white shirt. My mother's friend had helped me get a job at the Plaza Hotel. It was one of the most prestigious ones in the city, second only to the Victor Tower Hotel. Of course, I would never in hell want a job there. Today was my first day, and already I was neck-deep in work. There was a huge charity ball being organized there, and I had to attend to the guests. The guest list consisted of one of the most influential figures in the country. Socialites, celebrities, and politicians, you name it. There was a red carpet entrance made for the guests. Photographers were already perched on both sides of the entrance in wait for a figure they could photograph. Inside the kitchens, there was a whirl of excitement as everyone busied themselves with filling the goblets with champagne and arranging delicacies from grilled oysters to mushroom canapés. On the trays. I was supposed to carry the trays around and serve food to the guests. Just then, Rhea, the woman in charge, rushed in. "Erica has fallen ill. She can't make it. I want one of you to join me at the entrance in her place and help lead the guests in." No one spoke. I realized the thought of greeting all those rich, famous, and presumably haughty guests was one which I alone didn't dread. Seeing that no one was willing to volunteer, Rhea decided to choose the person herself. And lucky as I was, the person turned out to be me. Look at the bright side. You might get noticed by some hot rich dude. "Fatima," my coworker joked on seeing how nervous I looked. I was too agitated to give any response other than a tight-lipped smile. I had always been an introvert, not wanting to reveal too much of myself to others. Yet before my father died, I could muster up extraordinary amounts of confidence when I felt something important was at stake. My teachers didn't know whether to call me shy or confident, as on one hand I would give killer presentations, and on the other hand I didn't have many friends. Indeed, I was often the first or the only student who would complain to the principal about a terrible teacher. But after the traumatic events of the last 2 years, I had slowly started to lose whatever confidence I had. Now I was just shy, not someone who could morph between the two extremes whenever she wanted to. I tried to stand tall and be the old Sarah as I stood to receive the guests at the entrance. But God, was it hard! Slowly the guests started trickling in, strutting in their designer clothes and shoes, smelling of Givenchy and Hugo Boss. The snakeskin sandals the women wore would probably cost twice my annual salary. The dress code was black and red, yet many chose to ignore it, coming decked in a variety of colors, some extremely garish. But what all their outfits had in common was that they screamed designer. Just then, a silver Lamborghini stopped in front of the entrance, and out stepped the man I hated with all my heart, Aiden Victor. The cameras started flashing wildly as the entire horde of photographers tried desperately to get a shot of him. He had clearly followed the dress code. In the sharp black suit and red tie, he looked devilishly handsome. They are taking pictures of him as if he were the president. I couldn't help the disdain in my voice. He may not be the president, but he sure has a handsome face. That alone would make for a juicy headline. Rhea spoke, her green eyes sparkling enough for me to know she was already smitten with him. Why couldn't people see past his so-called charming exterior and see him for who he really was? Even the word asshole seemed too polite for him. As he came towards us, I felt bile rise in my throat. Not only was he my enemy, but I had completely degraded myself in front of him by begging him for mercy. And now I didn't know how to react to him. I knew I had to be polite for the sake of my job. Treat him just like any other guest. But the thought of being sweet to him made me feel dirty and disgusted with myself. If only this were a masquerade ball and I could hide behind a mask. But it sadly wasn't. He was clearly just as shocked to see me. But the shock registered on his face for only a second. His expression quickly became impassive, giving nothing away. He shot a smile at Rhea, who welcomed him with a little too much warmth. I gave him a quite good evening, not looking directly at his face. I led him to the ballroom, not looking at him, but I could feel him observe me. Even an hour later, guests were still coming. I felt dead on my legs. Rhea sent me back, but my legs got no reprieve. Instead, I was handed a tray-bearing shrimp cocktail and made to parade around the ballroom, asking for any hungry guests who might want to try. Here, among the crowd of wealthy, I felt invisible and alien all at the same time. The talks of world tours and buying mansions in exotic places like the Jumeirah Islands seemed so unfamiliar to me. Once upon a time, when I didn't always feel so jaded with life, I used to like reading about the lifestyles of socialites and celebrities. Now I couldn't help but get a pang of envy. Perhaps my not-so-pleasant current circumstances led me to see everything negatively. Or perhaps observing these people from afar was different from actually being among them, where you couldn't pretend you were like them. Oh, I heard Fatima gasp. I turned to see her accidentally bump her tray of champagne glasses into a man. The drinks spilled onto the guy's expensive-looking black suit. To my shock and horror, it turned out to be Aiden. The blonde woman beside him in a low-cut aquamarine-colored dress gave a gasp of indignation. "Just what do you think you are doing?" She started scolding Fatima as if it were her clothes that were ruined. "Don't worry, Amanda, it's fine," Aiden cut in. He smiled benevolently at a grateful-looking Fatima. "It's really no big deal." "You are such a sweetheart, Aiden," Amanda cooed. "Would you like a drink?" Fatima said shyly. "No thanks, but I don't drink," Aiden spoke in his elegant voice. "You don't smoke. You don't drink. You are too good to be true." I heard Amanda purr at him. Guess she was also part of Aiden's largely female fan club. Soon I saw her take his hand and lead him to where the pairs of men and women stood waltzing to the music. I was given a few minutes breather, and I took my place atop the grand staircase where I could watch the couples dancing below. I imagined myself down there in a beautiful gown of my own, waltzing in the arms of a man with enough charm to match Aiden's, but without his spiteful personality. "That guy over there is a gentleman." Fatima had joined me on the staircase. I saw she had pointed towards Aiden. I completely ruined his suit, but he brushed it off as if it was nothing. Frankly, he has so much poise, he looks dashing even in those clothes. I was sick of hearing people praise him. Yes, he was a gentleman to everyone except me. I remembered how my father used to say we were jinxed, that our family made enemies more easily than friends, that even the supposedly good people were unfair to us. Just then, a huge booming sound erupted through the air, literally shaking the ground beneath my feet. I would have thought it to be an earthquake if not for the huge cloud of smoke which appeared swallowing the ballroom completely. The fire alarms started ringing. Sprinklers started raining water on top of us, but did little to dispel the gathering smoke below. I heard someone scream that the emergency exits down below were locked. Soon chaos erupted as hotel staff and guests scrambled around for any available exits. The fire had started apparently where the hotel's main entrance and reception area was, so that wasn't an option. To our utter horror, the back exits on the ground floor didn't seem to open, as if they had been locked. The smoke filled my lungs, almost choking me. I realized, my blood running cold, that there was no way out. I used to wonder how burning in hell felt for the sinners. I just didn't know I would get a first-hand experience even before I died. Even Prince Charming needs rescuing sometimes. We started guiding guests to the grand staircase. Hopefully the exits on the floor above would be open. It was utterly chaotic as people pushed past each other. We had to remind them to stay calm and not blindly try to run like a bunch of angry bulls, as people could fall and be crushed in the stampede. I waited at the ground floor until all of the guests had climbed up the staircase and escaped. It was time for me and the other staff members to go ourselves. Suddenly, I remembered I had not seen Aiden amidst the people who we had ushered upstairs. The smoke downstairs was now so dense I couldn't make anything out in the ballroom. "Sarah, what are you waiting for?" one of my colleagues shouted. I started climbing up, telling myself that he must have gotten away and I mustn't have seen him in the chaos. But then I remembered Ariana. She had been nothing but kind to me, and Aiden was her brother, despite how much I hated him. What would she think of me if I just left without making sure he was okay? Just 1 second. I turned back and went down the stairs. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, unable to see anything due to the thick blanket of smoke. I felt footsteps behind me. A man wearing a security guard uniform was coming down behind me. "What are you doing here? You should go back up," he said. I realized I had seen him before. His name was Zach, and he was also new, not to mention extremely talkative and a little nosy. "Zach, have you seen Aiden Victor?" He was one of the guests. I was about to describe his appearance, but Zach interrupted me. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was actually looking for him. Pretty important guy, I have heard. Then let's go, I said. We stepped down into the blazing inferno below. Everything from the exquisite chintz curtains to the elaborately carved oak furniture was on fire, and smoke shrouded most of the surrounding area. We split scouting the area. Suddenly a hand gripped my shoulder. I gave a yelp only to find that it was Aiden. "What in the world are you doing here?" he asked. I noticed that his perfectly styled hair was completely mussed up and clung to his damp forehead. On his shoulder leaned a rather obese-looking old woman. Now I wasn't going to tell him I was looking for him, so I turned my attention to the lady. "Are you all right, ma'am?" I asked. "Just fell and injured my leg. This gentleman was helping me out." She smiled gratefully at Aiden. "You two should get out of here as quickly as you can." I turned, trying to find Zach. "You shouldn't stay here too long. Come with us," the lady said. "I just need to find my colleague. I will be in a second." A few seconds later, I saw Zach emerging from the smoke. I couldn't find him anywhere. He looked disappointed. "That's what I was going to tell you. I have found them. They are safe," I told him. "Are they in the building?" "I don't know. I told them about the exit at the upper floor." "Okay, great. Sarah, could you please make sure one more time there's no one down here? I will check on Aiden, make sure he's gotten out safely." "But there's no one here," I said. "Actually, Fatima is still missing," he said, leaving me in shock. I thought Fatima was safely out. Just then my cell phone started to ring, and surprise, it was Fatima. "Sarah, are you okay?" "Where are you?" she asked worriedly. "Zach told me you were missing. I was looking for you." I told Fatima. "What?" "I just talked to Zach a couple of minutes ago. He told me he was looking for you." Something was clearly off, I realized. Zach was nowhere to be seen. I started stumbling in the direction of the staircase. As I came closer, I could make out Zach quickly jumping up the steps. He was adjusting something in his hands. As I neared him, I realized it was a gun. I was now almost directly behind him. I saw him lift the gun and point it at something in front of him. My eyes followed the direction the gun was pointing at. It landed on Aiden and the lady trying to make it up the steps. Many things registered in my mind at once. He was here after Aiden. He was going to use that gun to kill him. I felt paralyzed with shock and fear. He then pulled the trigger. Only a tiny clicking sound came from it, unlike the ear-piercing boom you usually expect from a gun. I wouldn't have even realized he had shot at something if not for Aiden suddenly hissing in pain and clutching his arm. Zach pressed the trigger once more, but nothing happened. "Fuck," he muttered under his breath. Without wasting time, he placed the empty gun in his pocket, pulling out another one. "Oh, no, please." The old lady beside Aiden begged tearfully. By now, I had broken out of my trance. Without thinking, I did what first came to my mind. I lunged at Zach from behind. He tried to shrug me off his back, resulting in both of us tumbling down the grand staircase. A shot escaped from his gun, but the bullet only hit the magnificent chandelier above, raining hundreds of crystal shards over us. We finally crashed at the bottom of the stairs. Every part of my body ached, and I could feel something warm trickle down my forehead. I tried to get to my feet, but felt an arm wrap around my leg and pull me down. I fell to the floor beside Zach, who was now reaching for my throat. "You bitch," he growled. I felt his hands close around my throat, trying to strangle me. I kicked him in the stomach with the pointy toe of my shoes. It would have been more convenient if I was wearing my favorite red platforms instead of these tiny kitten heels. I gave him another kick in the stomach and tried to crawl away. Zach wasn't giving up, however, and I saw him move towards me. Suddenly he cried in pain. I heard two tiny clicks, and suddenly patches of blood appeared on Zach's jacket, showing that he had been shot. He fell to the ground with a thud. The empty look in his eyes showed that he was dead. "Are you all right?" I heard Aiden's voice. He was running down the stairs holding a gun in his hand. He helped me up to my feet. "Where did you get the gun from?" I asked. "It's not mine. When you jumped him, the creep dropped it on the stairs," Aiden replied. Suddenly I felt dizzy. The room seemed to tilt. Aiden was saying something, but I couldn't make it out. I felt strong arms grab me, keeping me from falling. Then I blacked out. Aiden's POV. Flames lashed angrily at the hotel building's facade despite the desperate efforts of the fire rescue team. A huge crater had opened up, stretching from the gate to the main entrance. A dump truck filled with explosives detonated right at the hotel entrance. I think you know what they were trying to accomplish. Officer Rogers, who had recorded my statement about Zach, stood beside me as we stared at the burning hotel. Distraction. They were staging a distraction in order to get security and staff out of the way so the Zach guy and his cronies could accomplish the job. I said, feeling guilt washing over me. Close to 200 were injured and several were found dead. Many who were rushed to the hospital may not even make it. I couldn't bear the thought that all of this could happen because some people were after me. There were a couple others found dead, but not due to the explosion. They had bullet wounds in their bodies showing they were murdered by a gun. Probably Zach and the guys with him got to them. One is Mr. Leland, head of Interpol's Anti-Firearms Smuggling Division. The other was Clarissa Hastings, head of the National Anti-Terrorism Unit. You see, the link, Mr. Victor? It's the weapons mafia. They are behind all of this. All of the people targeted were working with me to stop illegal weapons smuggling. Those guns with super silencers Zach was using were one of those weapons. Someone went to a lot of trouble in order to make sure you and those working with you were dead. They were probably waiting to get all of you together in one place. You should thank God they weren't successful in your case. I suddenly remembered Sarah. She had been taken to the hospital in the ambulance. The police wanted to speak to me, so I stayed here. All this time I had considered her my enemy, yet she saved my life. A part of me wanted to convince myself that it was no coincidence that she worked in the same hotel where all of this happened to me, that she was somehow complicit in the crime. She was probably trying to win my trust so I would stop linking her family with my sister's murder. But somehow, that theory seemed too far-fetched. Truth is, I didn't want to admit I was unfair to her. I already had too much guilt pressing on my conscience. "Aiden! Oh my God, your arm's bleeding like anything!" It was Amanda, her platinum blonde hair now a disheveled mess, her eyes makeup ruined. It looked like someone had given her a black eye on both of her eyes. The bullet just grazed my arm. "Amanda, it's nothing serious. Still, we should get that checked at the hospital." As we left, I looked at the sky. It was a blood moon tonight, and I wondered whether the red halo around the moon came from the blood of the people that had been spilled tonight. And you will have a very loving, not to mention filthy rich husband who would take you to exotic places around the world and gift entire islands to you as a birthday present. Elisha, the neighborhood's self-proclaimed clairvoyant, was examining tea leaves in a cup. The pattern of the leaves apparently held the answer to my future. The wound I had sustained on my head wasn't anything serious, and I was back at home trying to relax and not think about the traumatic events of that night. Elisha. "I don't see any billionaire falling for me anytime soon." I gave a laugh. Life is so unpredictable. You can never know what happens next, like you saved the country's most eligible bachelor from being murdered. Who would have seen that coming? Not that I think the country's most eligible bachelor. She added that last statement, seeing my expression darken on Aiden being mentioned. Mom said I should have just let him die. It would have served him right for all that he put us through and would have saved us all from this unneeded publicity. I said, gesturing towards the magazine lying at the table. In it was an article especially dedicated to my rescue of the country's so-called prince. It even included details about our past. How my brother had married Aiden's sister and the accusations against my family for her murder. And how nearly a year later, I had saved the very man who would tell the media with utter certainty that my brother was probably involved in his sister's demise. Luckily, the writer didn't seem to know about my trip to jail, for it was the only thing not mentioned. Actually, honey, your mother's quite proud of you. What you did there was really brave. Elisha had been my mother's best friend since forever. She was practically like an aunt to me. What really disgusts me is that some people are linking me romantically with that creep. You should see the comments on the internet. There are so many people saying that I put myself in danger because I'm in love with him. Like I could love that monster who's put my family through hell all this time, I said. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who is it now? I groaned, getting up to check. I can sense it. It's your future billionaire husband on the other side of the door, Elisha said, trying to make her voice sound spooky. I couldn't help but give a laugh at that. But the person standing at the door would never in hell be my husband. It was the devil himself, Aiden Victor. Another strange day. He stood outside my door. He was dressed to impress, or should I say dressed to intimidate, as usual, in a black trench coat which emphasized his broad shoulders and expensive-looking black leather gloves. The expression on his face was unreadable. It wasn't smug like it usually was, nor was it one of open hostility. "What are you doing here?" I said, trying to make my voice sound intimidating. "Can we talk?" Aiden asked. He was walking towards his black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, but I didn't feel comfortable with the idea of going alone somewhere with him. So I settled down on one of the benches in the small park right outside of our building. He reluctantly had to come settle down beside me. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" I said, trying to sound bored and impatient, though I was feeling quite unnerved. I had ingrained it into my brain that Aiden and danger are two synonymous words. It was a pretty lucky coincidence that you were there that night, or God knows what would have happened. I noticed him peering into my face as he said this, as if trying to gauge my reaction. I just sat there silent, trying to keep my face blank. "Why did you do it?" he finally asked. "It was the right thing to do," I said. "So you just risked your life like that for someone who you weren't even on remotely good terms with? So you would just let a man die because you didn't like him?" My response clearly irked him, and that amused me. "What were you doing there anyway?" "That's a funny question. I thought it was quite obvious that I am a waitress there." "Are you sure it isn't just the hotel you are working for?" I felt my temper flare at this. I can't believe I saved this ungrateful son of a gun. "Wow, I really should have just let you die. This conversation is over," I said, getting up from my place on the bench. "No, it isn't," he said, standing up to block my path. The nerve of him. Do you even realize how crazy you sound? If I was working for your enemies, why would I risk my life trying to save you? I was so angry that it made me want to cry. I rapidly blinked my eyes the way I did when I was on the verge of angry tears, which I was embarrassed to say happened quite often. I don't have just one enemy. The weapons mafia is broken into many factions. Some think killing me off is the answer. Some think that manipulating me into a sort of negotiation with them would serve their interests better. They might try to kill me, but only when they feel the time is right. What time would they be waiting for? The time when they can replace me with a successor who's willing to work with them or turn a blind eye to their activities. They killed Ariana thinking my family would be too scared to continue her mission afterwards. That move clearly backfired for them. They are not going to repeat that same mistake again. So what do you think I am? Some spy trying to get close to you? Seriously? If I wasn't so angry, I may have rolled my eyes. Was this guy off his trolley or what? Anything is possible. They can be looking for something to blackmail me with, or worse, I can't trust anyone around me. Aiden said, sounding so sure of all the crazy crap he was spouting. Fine, maybe you should find some other pretext to lock me up in jail like last time. I was now genuinely feeling sorry for Zach. He had been on a truly noble mission. Wait, Sarah. Aiden once again blocked my path. I know you are going through some tough times. I know your family's financial troubles. People like you become pawns in the hands of these organizations who know you desperately need the money. They don't care about your future or that of your family. They will use you and then discard you away like tissue paper. You really need to shut up. It was hard to keep myself from slapping his face. I am not here to insult you, Sarah. In fact, I want to help you. Just come clean about everything and back out of this war while you can. Whatever these guys are paying you, I will pay you double. If you are worried they will try to hurt you, then I will settle you and your family abroad. I don't need your help. How else can I make that clear? I felt exasperated. How about getting your family justice against the doctor whose medical negligence caused your father's death? Also the hospital which supported him instead of taking action against him? His words caused me to stop in my tracks. That was the one thing I wanted most. And I hated that Aiden was using it to bribe me into confessing to something I never did. You know what? You are nothing but a hypocrite. You claim to care so much for the lives of others, trying to stop the weapons mafia, engaging in philanthropy. But it's got nothing to do with compassion. You only want to crush the mafia because you think they killed your sister. If other people's lives mattered to you so much, you would have done something about my father's murderers a long time ago, without any incentive in return. You try so hard to be like Ariana, but you are not half the person she was. Aiden stood there stunned into silence by my words. It gave me satisfaction seeing him like this. My words had clearly made their mark. I walked away from him holding my head high. 4 days later, Sarah, you won't believe this. Have a look. Sasha called out to me excitedly. I groaned. Why did she have to wake me up at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning of all days? I stumbled into the living room. I could hear the newscaster's voice blare from the TV. And the police and Ministry of Health have come together to investigate what has come to be known as the Doctor Mafia. The doctors arrested include Dr. Sheridan, who has reportedly been accused of medical malpractices several times, yet no action had been taken against him. That was the doctor who ruined Dad's case. I gasped. Yes, and it seems we may finally get justice. Mom said, and we all got a little teary-eyed. Then my mind drifted to my conversation with Aiden. Was it a coincidence that only a few days later, the authorities were finally taking action against these people? Something they had never done before despite so many people pleading with them to do so? Ouch! I squeaked as I accidentally spilled the tea on my hand. It was my 3rd day working at the Black Rose restaurant, and so far I had been acting like a total klutz. My mind kept going to the incident at the hotel and the investigation against Dr. Sheridan. As I served one of the customers, I heard a familiar voice shout, "Waiter!" And to my utter horror, it was Aiden's mother. Her ash-blonde hair was cut in a chic bob, and she was wearing a black fur jacket with a string of pearls around her neck. What really surprised me was the appearance of the person sitting opposite her. His greasy, shoulder-length black hair looked like they needed some serious washing, and his denim jacket and pants looked old and worn out. When her eyes fell on me, they too widened in shock, but she managed to compose herself quickly enough. I too plastered a fake smile on my face and took her order, trying to seem as professional as I could. The hours passed, and from time to time I would hear the man and Anna Victor whisper in angry, hushed tones, scowling at each other with such ferocity as if they wanted to rip each other's faces. The man finally got up from the table, kicking back his chair hard enough to knock it down to the floor. Everyone in the cafe was now looking at them as he stormed off without bothering to put the chair back in its place. Anna just sat at the table, ashen-faced. She called me to the table and asked for the Grey Goose vodka. She sat there for hours, downing one glass of the drink after the other until the restaurant started to close. I kept waiting for her to get the hint and leave, but now she just sat with her head on her arms, looking like she had fallen asleep. "Sorry, ma'am, but we are closing now," I finally said to her. She mumbled incoherently and got up from her seat, only to trip and nearly fall to the floor. I managed to grab her arm and steady her just in time. She mumbled thanks, and I noticed that her speech was slurred. I can't believe this was the invincible Anna Victor looking so vulnerable in front of me. She was obviously very drunk and couldn't even walk properly. She tripped again and this time fell to the floor on her face. When I got to her, I saw that there were tears streaming down her face. "It's over. It's all over. He's going to take everything away from me." She sobbed uncontrollably. Not knowing what to do, I just stood there. She raised her head and her eyes, so much like Aiden's, met mine. You must have prayed so much for this day, right, Sarah? The day when you would finally get to see me fall." "I have no idea what you were talking about," I said coldly, turning to walk away. "Don't walk out on me," she growled, getting up only to fall back down to the ground. I was going to leave her to herself, but it had gotten quite dark outside and the streets were eerily quiet. All the other staff members had left, and it was only me and this woman who stood on the deserted street. I hated this woman and her son. But then I thought of the investigation against Dr. Sheridan. I was 100% sure that Aiden had something to do with it. Though I am sure he had his own ulterior motives behind this, it meant that somehow I owed him. And if he did all of this just to make me feel indebted to him, then he wasn't going to win. I will make him feel like he owed me instead. "Call your son. You are not fit to drive on your own," I said to her, trying to make my voice sound commanding. She just mumbled, clearly too out of it to comprehend my words. I gave an exasperated huff, then took the woman's purse from her, fumbling through its contents to find her phone. What are you doing?" Anna stammered, startled. "I need your phone. I am going to ask Aiden to come pick you up," I said, pulling out her phone. I clicked through the contacts and finally found one named Baby Boy with Aiden's picture on it. The sight would have made me laugh had I not been so anxious. "Hello? Mom?" I heard Aiden's voice say. "It's me, Sarah Summers. I am at the Black Rose restaurant. Your mom isn't well. I think you should come and pick her up." "What? What's happened to her? And why are you using her phone? What have you done to her?" "Why don't you come see for yourself?" I said, seething myself. The jackass probably thought I had done something to his mother. Within a couple minutes, a black Jaguar speeded into view. Just how many cars did this guy own? And out stepped Aiden. "Mom!" He gave a cry and rushed to his mother's side. "Sweetie, I am so sorry. I guess I had a lot to drink." Her voice was trembling. "But you never drink, Mom, not even at parties," Aiden said, looking clearly baffled. "But today I felt like doing so. I just want to go home," she said, her eyelids drooping. Aiden had to carry her to the car. Then he came back to me. He took out a black wallet with the Emporio Armani logo embossed on it and pulled out several $100 notes. He thrust them into my hand. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. "This is for keeping quiet about this. I don't want this incident leaking into some gossip column." I literally threw the money in his face. I felt so angry I couldn't even speak. I turned and ran away, catching a glimpse of Aiden watching as his dollar notes floated down to the pavement. "The next day, Sarah, someone mailed you something," I heard Mom call out. A mail from me? Who could it be from, I thought. I tore the envelope, and out came what looked like newspaper clippings. There were 2 articles which were marked with a pink highlighter. A tiny one with the heading, "Nathaniel Victor to be CEO of Victor Enterprises." Nathaniel Victor? Who was this guy? I had never heard of him before. If he had become CEO of Victor Enterprises, then Aiden's father must have inherited the position from this guy. The article was dated 1992. This was too recent for the Nathaniel guy to be Aiden's grandfather. This may have been an older brother or cousin of Aiden's father, but if so, what became of him? Was he dead? I turned to the next article. It looked like something out of a gossip column. Who is the father of Paulina Anderson's love child? I scanned the article further. Apparently, Paulina Anderson was a B-grade actress who had claimed that her daughter Petunia was fathered by none other than Nathaniel Victor. He, on the other hand, had admitted to dating her but would only accept the child after a proper DNA test. He claimed that the actress had cheated on him with 2 other men while they were dating, this being the reason why he broke up with her in the first place. I put down both the articles, feeling frustrated. Who sent me these articles and why? Why was this Nathaniel guy so important, and what did this all have to do with me? A deadly encounter. A few days later. "Guys, you have got to come to Sabrina's wedding, no buts," Stacy said as we sat in her spacious living room. Sabrina was Stacy's sister, and her forthcoming nuptials were all she could talk about. "Why don't you tell Sarah about the part where your mom invited Aiden to the wedding as well?" Candace interjected. "What?" I couldn't help but gasp in shock. Stacy turned to me sheepishly. "I told her not to invite him, but she said we were already short of guests on the bride's side, and he's the biggest contributor to her charity." "Then there's really no point in my coming. You already have a lot of guests to deal with as it is," I said, feeling bummed. "No, please, Sarah. Sabrina only has 1 friend coming to the party. Mom had a quarrel with her sisters, so they and my cousins won't be coming either. It's going to be so embarrassing because the only people we are inviting are Mom's colleagues or acquaintances like Aiden. We are not sure they are even going to come." Stacy looked pleasingly at Candace for some support. "Look, how about this? You act at the wedding just like you do at college. Pretend that Aiden just doesn't exist. We'll just stay away from him and focus on spending quality time together." Candace said. Stacy gave me the puppy dog eyes, and I gave in. "Did I tell you that you are an awesome friend?" Stacy gave me a tight hug. "How did your sister's interview go?" Candace asked. "Great," I said. Sasha had been invited on TV, where she shared how Dr. Sheridan mishandled our father's case, and the hospital took no action against him, as conveniently for him, the hospital's CO was his wife. "So you think Aiden had something to do with it?" Candace asked. "Yeah, it's too much of a coincidence." I leaned my head against the sofa backrest. In these past couple of days, I saw Aiden in class, but I didn't speak to him. I don't know what he was thinking. Did he think I would go up to him and confess to crimes I did not commit? Elisa Sheridan is a highly influential woman. She's not going to let her husband go to jail all that easily. Only a guy as powerful as Aiden could stand up to her. Stacy remarked. "But why is he doing all of this?" Candace asked. "I am praying it's because he has finally grown a conscience," I replied, knowing how ridiculous I sounded. 2 weeks later, the day was finally here. Sabrina looked stunning in a pretty short-sleeve lace vintage-style wedding dress. When she walked down the aisle with her father, I couldn't help the ache in my chest. My father wouldn't be present at my wedding if I ended up getting married. My wedding day would probably be a torture. Most of it would be spent mourning the things I had lost forever. All of the bridesmaids were dressed in identical lilac-colored dresses, the groomsmen in matching black tuxedos. After the bride and the groom's dance, it would be our job to take to the dance floor. Even though I was a clumsy dancer, I had nevertheless promised Stacy I would dance at the wedding reception. I was paired with Lucas, one of the groom's friends. He was friendly, and I had felt comfortable around him during the wedding rehearsal. But as I looked for him, I found that he was nowhere to be seen. Stacy, I just got a call from Lucas. His brother's in the hospital. He won't be able to make it today. Chris the bestman explained sheepishly to a fuming Stacy. I gave an inward sigh of relief. Now I could just sit down and munch on some of the delicacies. But Sarah doesn't have a partner. Stacy was busy giving Chris an earful. I will dance with her. Someone spoke from behind me in a silky, smooth voice. Stacy's mouth opened as if to say something, then closed, her eyes round as a fish. So after days of avoiding him, I finally had to face him after all. I contemplated refusing or just running off, but then I thought how embarrassing it would look for Stacy and everyone. Plus, I didn't want to give him the impression that I was too afraid to face him. I turned to him, plastering a fake smile on my face. He took my hands in his warm, strong ones and led me to the dance floor. Up close, he looked even more intimidating. He was so tall, he literally towered over me. My eyes were on the same level as his lips. Up close, I could smell his perfume, and I was shocked and a little disturbed to find that it smelled just like the one my father used to wear, Dunhill's Desire Blue. It reminded me of the good times when life was simpler. It only made everything feel more surreal. Aiden placed one hand on my waist and took my other one in his. I tried not to notice how dashing he looked in the black tux. Our close proximity was already overwhelming enough for me. I tried not to look at him, but just then my clumsiness kicked in and I stepped on his expensive-looking black loafers. Sorry, I muttered. He gave a huff of indignation and rolled his eyes. All the other couples around us were busy making small talk. We were the only ones looking awkward and stiff as we tried to look at anything but each other. Finally, Aiden broke the silence. What happened with my mom that night? Duh, she got drunk, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Something must have happened before that to make her behave this way. You were working there that night, weren't you? You must have seen something. I knew you wouldn't dance with me without a good reason, especially since you consider me a walking, talking biohazard. Tell me, do you have that bottle of hand sanitizer with you? You will need loads of it now. Sarah, will you please answer my question? I sensed that he was deep down more anxious than he showed. So I told him everything that happened that night. His expression seemed to darken, especially at the mention of the man who had been with Anna that night. Thank you, he said after I had finished. He didn't seem like his usual self, which was either cold or aggressive. In fact, he seemed rather subdued. The dance ended right then. As Aiden started to walk away, I suddenly remembered the articles. Aiden, I called out to him. Huh? He turned towards me. Those articles about Nathaniel Victor, you sent me those rights? I asked. What are you talking about? He asked, looking utterly confused. I told him everything about the strange mail. Nathaniel was my father's older brother. He had died in a car accident. I have no idea who is sending you these articles and why. We stood in silence. I was feeling a little freaked out. What was the sender of those articles trying to achieve? Sarah, could you please show me those articles? I don't have them with me right now. It's okay. How about we meet up tomorrow at the Cafe Fiona? Could you please bring me those articles there? He was actually using please and trying to be polite with me. He must be really desperate. I contemplated it but could see no harm in his request. All right then, I said. It was Sunday morning, so there was almost no traffic. It would only get crowded on the streets in the evening after everyone had slept to their heart's content. There were only a few pedestrians besides me. Cafe Fiona was at a walking distance from my home, so I didn't take our old Prius. As I enjoyed the cool morning breeze, a woman shrieked behind me. I saw a black four-wheeler coming towards me. Its driver was leaning out of the window, a gun in his hand. I managed to register that he was aiming for me just in time to duck, but not before the bullet managed to get embedded in my arm. I fell to the floor, clutching my arm to my chest as my eyes filled with tears due to the pain. Another shot rang through the air. It collided with a street lamp. The glass shards rained down on me. The four-wheeler was coming closer to me. I could even make out the light stubble on the driver's face. It was over. Just then, a black sports car appeared from a side alley and crashed into the side of the four-wheeler, sending both the cars sliding across the road until the four-wheeler crashed into the side of a building. Everyone stood in shock as smoke rose in the air from the cars. The door of the sports car opened and out stepped Aiden. There was blood pouring down his forehead and he was clutching his arm to his side, but he otherwise seemed unharmed. The four-wheeler had literally dug itself into the wall of the building it had crashed into, and we couldn't make out its gun-wielding driver. People were on their phones calling the police, an ambulance, and I heard someone, probably a reporter, calling his news station. Me and everyone else rushed to Aiden's side. "Are you all right?" I asked as I neared him. "I'm all right, I guess, though. I think I will need a visit to the hospital." Aiden sounded breathless. Then his eyes widened as they fell on me. "Your arm," he said, horrified. Up till now, I was so distracted by what was happening, I had forgotten about the bullet wound on my arm. Just then, I heard sirens wailing. Police vehicles followed by ambulances approached us. We were told to go to the hospital where, after we were patched up a bit, we will be questioned by the police. The bullet had been embedded in my arm, and the bloody metal thing being extracted from my arm was a sight I would never like to experience again. Aiden's arm had been fractured and was in a cast. He had also received stitches on his forehead, but otherwise he seemed unscathed. One of the first questions we were asked was whether we knew the driver of the four-wheeler. The guy was unconscious, so it was impossible to question him. When I was asked if I had any enemies who would want to hurt me, the two people who came to mind were Dr. Sheridan and Aiden himself. Perhaps he had sensed this as he ducked his head and seemed very preoccupied with looking at the floor. But considering how he risked his life to save mine, I couldn't suspect that it was him. Just then the mysterious articles came to my mind. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I received these strange articles recently. Oh? And so I told them everything. But as I rummaged through my bag, I found that the articles weren't there. This is strange, they were in here. I frowned. The police officers just promised to investigate it further and left. Until the creep who tried to kill me woke up, we couldn't know for sure who ordered the shooting. I thought to give my mother a call when I saw Aiden leaving the room. I could have been just as ungrateful as he had been when I put my life on the line to save him, but I wanted to be better. "Hey, I don't know why you did it, especially considering how much you hate me. But thanks for saving my life. You saved my life too, so I was just paying you back. And to be honest, I am not sure if I should hate you anymore." His last words surprised me. "Does this mean you are willing to consider the possibility that I may not be working for your enemies?" Maybe, he said before walking away. The puzzle Aiden's POV. Every time you run into that woman, something terrible happens to you. Mom sat at the foot of my bed. There were bags underneath her eyes, and the lines in her face somehow seemed more prominent. Since the last couple of days, she had not been herself. This haggard-looking woman who always seemed on edge was the opposite of the calm and poised person my mother usually was. Sarah is also a victim, Mom. Don't tell me you are blaming this on her too. As far as I remember, son, you are the one who is always suspecting her, and I am the one who tells you to give her and her family the benefit of doubt. What I meant to say is that the girl definitely brings bad luck with her. Remember what happened at the hotel? Yeah, I can see what you mean. And the thing that happened at the Black Rose, that also happened when she was present. At this, my mother suddenly got up. I think I am going to lie down for a bit. She started making her way to the door. Mom, wait. She turned around, a wary expression on her face. Why wouldn't you tell me what really happened that night? Who was that man? I think I have already told you that. He and I have a past. It's too embarrassing, so please don't ask. It seemed odd asking my mom such a question, but I was too curious to care. Yes, you can say that. I guess... Mom's voice sounded a little shaky. She clearly wanted to change the topic, but I still had to ask that one question. The question whose answer I dreaded and wanted at the same time. Did it? Did it happen while Dad was alive? Please let her say no, I silently prayed. Heavens, no! How could you even think that? She looked scandalized. I just sat there silently, not knowing what to say. Please, Aiden. I just don't want to talk about this anymore, okay? Mom hurried away before I could say anything else. I gave an inward sigh of relief. At least it wasn't what I was fearing. It must be awkward and embarrassing for her to talk about her love life with me. Or was it something else? No, I have always been more than a little paranoid. It's probably nothing to worry about, I told myself. Sarah's POV. It had been a couple of days since my near collision with death. My incident probably would have been forgotten by the media after a few days if Aiden wasn't involved. But now, people just wouldn't stop talking about it. The incident was being linked with the one that happened at the hotel. All sorts of conspiracy theories were being discussed. And as for the gossip columns, they were more interested in investigating whether me and Aiden were a couple. So you and Aiden were meeting up the day you got shot? Blair Keene, who always thought herself too superior to mingle with me and the others, was now suddenly among the countless people who were calling me. Of course, the purpose was more to dig up fresh pieces of gossip than to actually know whether I was doing okay. He wanted some notes. I said the only excuse which I could come up with at that moment. Oh, so you guys are like dating, right? Blair asked in an extra sweet voice. I almost laughed at how ridiculous her words sounded. Aiden was more likely to kill me than ever have any of those feelings for me. My dating one of those stray cats I fed seemed more probable. No, Blair. Of course not. That's great. Oh no, oh really? The relief in her voice was evident. So apparently she's also part of Aiden's fan club. Yeah, Blair, gotta go. Bye. I turned the phone off, feeling more exhausted than ever. I was sick of people showering me with all of this unwanted attention. I wanted to be famous. But because of something awesome I did, not because of near-death experiences, and being romantically linked with a man who hated my guts. Or maybe not. He may not really hate my guts. He did say he was starting to think I wasn't one of the people who were after him, right? Just then, Sasha came in with a bowl of steaming bone broth. Ever since the shooting incident, Sasha and Mom were trying out all sorts of new recipes they had looked up on the internet, which would help my body heal. Besides this, they would also not let me do anything besides lazing around on the bed. I was starting to enjoy this. Having nothing to do, I turned on my laptop and started to browse through the internet. There were many questions I needed answers to, like finding out why I received those articles. But first, I needed to know more about this Nathaniel guy and Paulina Anderson. They must have something to do with me. At the end of the day, I found nothing that could link them to me. The only phony thing was how both of them were suspected to be murdered, though it was never proven in both of their cases. Nathaniel had passed away in a car accident only a day after Paulina's daughter was born. There were rumors that the daughter was proven to be his, but after his death, no mention was ever made of the girl or her mother. Until around nearly 3 years ago, when Paulina was found dead in her bathtub. The daughter had been given up for adoption years ago and had not been in contact with her mother. The police in Nathaniel's case found that the car brakes were tampered with, but the person responsible for doing this was never found. On the list of prime suspects I was shocked to find was Anthony Victor, Aiden's father and Nathaniel's younger brother. He was apparently disowned by the family for reasons unknown. The police suspected that he had his brother murdered so he could inherit the company, but this could never be proven in court. He also had a terrible reputation. A couple years back, when his family hadn't severed ties with him, he was caught in a major scandal. Apparently, Anthony was suspected of supplying weapons to terrorist organizations. However, this, unlike the other charge against him, was dropped due to lack of evidence. When researching Paulina's death, I found she was said to have died of drug overdose, but her family believed she was murdered. Her daughter said that Paulina never took any drugs and had even sworn off alcohol ages ago. However, no evidence was found about her being murdered. I fell asleep feeling baffled and nowhere nearer to finding the answer I had been searching for. The next day, I was at college sitting at one of the benches outside when I saw Aiden approach me. "How's your arm?" he asked. "It's okay. How about you?" It felt weird talking to him. I had never forgiven him for what he put me and my family through. But right now, I felt we had a common enemy, and maybe he could help me find the answers that I needed. "The guy who shot you is dead," he said, looking grim. "What?" I felt shaken to the core. That person was the only one through whom we could know who was behind all of this. The police are suspecting that he was murdered. He was showing signs of waking up. Maybe whoever ordered him to shoot you didn't want to risk that man talking to the police. Have they checked the CCTV footage? As a matter of fact, there was an unknown man injecting him with something, but his face couldn't be captured on camera. I felt helpless and horrified. I could be the next target. As if reading my thoughts, Aiden spoke again. "I have asked the police to double the security around your house, but it might be better if you were to stay elsewhere. If they could murder someone in a hospital like that, then they are capable of doing anything." I knew he was right, but we didn't have such a good social circle. None of my close relatives were here, and no friends who would be kind enough to let our whole family stay at their place for an unlimited amount of time. "I don't get why I was being targeted or why those articles were sent to me," I mumbled. "Maybe they had some clue. Maybe there's some sort of evidence only you can find." "Like what?" "I know I don't have any proof, but I have got a feeling this has something to do with the people behind my sister and your brother's deaths." I was shocked at his last words. He had always said he suspected of my brother murdering Ariana and running off with the fortune he was paid to do the job. But now was he admitting that my brother may have been just a victim? Killed by the same people who killed his wife? I believe that by working together, we can maybe find out why they were killed. Are you sure your brother didn't leave you a clue? So this was what he was trying to do, gaining my trust so he could wheedle information out of me. But I realized that maybe cooperating with him might be the only way to find the real criminal. He didn't leave me with one eye no off, but still, I will try to find as much information as I can," I replied. Aiden's POV. It had been 3 months since me and Sarah had decided to work together, but we still hadn't found anything. Luckily, in these 3 months, there had been no attack on Sarah. Mom, too, was in a good mood back to helping me look after the company and doing social work. Everything was going well, except for one thing: my hunt against the weapons mafia. So far, every person that we had tried to arrest had slipped out of our fingers. It was almost as if they knew what was going to happen. There was obviously a mole, but finding out who was more trickier than I thought. I was looking at a picture of Ethan Crawford, the gang leader of one of the biggest weapons smuggling ring. So far, we had been searching for him to no avail. "Is that guy a suspect?" I heard Sarah's voice behind me. "Maybe. He is one of the people that Ariana was trying to help the police arrest." I angled the phone towards her so she could see his picture. "I have seen that person before, but I don't know where." Sarah narrowed her eyes at that picture. I couldn't help but feel excited. "As soon as you remember, do let me know." Sarah nodded and left. She obviously still hated me very much, but so far, we had tried to put our differences aside and act neutral. We were definitely not friends, but weren't enemies either. I spent the rest of the day at the library, my favorite room in the mansion. As I was skimming through a book, my cell phone rang. It was the police, and they had found Ethan. "What's wrong, honey?" Mom asked me as I rushed out the door. "We have found that guy I was telling you about." I hopped into the car and sped off. Ethan sat in the chair looking nonchalant. So far, he had been answering none of the questions, saying he would only respond once his lawyer came. "Don't worry, sir. We'll get him to talk even if we have to torture him." The police officer standing beside me said, "I knew that Ethan was a man responsible for the deaths of numerous people, yet deep down inside, torture always bothered me." I left for home after several futile attempts by the police to get him to talk. Just then, the cell phone started ringing. I picked up and heard Sarah's trembling voice on the other end of the line. "Those people came into my house. They trashed everything, Aiden. My entire house was a mess. Thank God they came while I was away." She was babbling non-stop, which was something I had observed her do when she was extremely agitated. "I am on my way," I said. But as I drove to her house, I couldn't help but wonder what a weird coincidence it was. After 3 months, they had decided to show up. Exactly the day that Ethan was arrested. Enemies to allies. Sarah's POV. The past 3 months had gone smoothly. Sasha had finally confirmed what I had suspected for some time. She had fallen in love and found the guy she had wanted to be with. We initially had our doubts, as the two had met on the internet. But once we all met him in person, we all grew to love Ashton. They were married. Since he was in the Air Force not long after he was posted to another city, I missed Sasha like hell, but I was happy knowing that she had found her soulmate. Mom was away at her place these days, and due to my exams, I had to unfortunately stay back. Even 3 months later, Aiden kept pressuring the police to keep an eye around my house, even though no strange thing had taken place so far. I hadn't even received any weird mails. Another hectic day had ended, and all I wanted was to roll around in my bed like the sloth I was. But as I parked the car in our garage, I felt this weird chill go up my spine. Something felt wrong. It was then that I noticed the front door was unlocked. I looked towards the police car parked near our house. The 2 officers inside were busy munching on donuts and chatting with each other. I strode up to them, terrified that someone may have broken into my house, and irritated at how nonchalant the officers looked. "The front door's unlocked. I think someone may have broken into my house." At my words, the officers immediately hurried out. Inside, the real nightmare awaited me. An officer told me to stay back while the other took his gun out and apparently started checking the house for the intruder. When no one was found and the house deemed safe, I was let in. I literally shrieked at the sight before me. Someone had vandalized the entire house. Sofas overturned, drawers hanging open, their contents spilled out over the floor. I could vaguely register an officer saying that the intruder seemed to be looking for something. I just sat on the floor in shock. Just when I thought my life had started to turn normal, it was thrown upside down again. I felt helpless. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have the heart to face my mother and sister. All of a sudden, I felt myself dialing Aiden's number. He was the last person you would expect me to seek comfort from. He wasn't even my friend. But he always kept his cool and knew what to do. And right now, that's exactly what I needed. I don't know what I exactly said to him. He did say he was going to come here, though. I don't know how long I sat there staring into space, not knowing what to do. Then I finally heard his voice. He was apparently scolding the police officers for not being careful enough. Then I heard him asking for me. I stood at my knees, still wobbling. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I just came home and then I saw this." I motioned towards my wrecked living room. "Was anything stolen?" "I don't know, I didn't check." I ran my hands through my hair, frustrated. Aiden brought me a glass of water and I downed it in one go. "I know you are still in shock, but we need to see if anything is missing. If we want to find the culprit, we need to know his motive. Whether this was a simple robbery or something more than that." His tone was gentle instead of bossy, and it managed to get me to my feet. As expected, the person was clearly after something other than money. Nothing was missing from the house, nothing of value at least. The money we kept at home, my laptop, and other valuables were all there. This was definitely not just some robbery. I think this is the work of the same people who tried to get you killed. Aiden spoke, his voice grim. "It's not safe for you to stay here." "I don't have anywhere else to go." "Then come with me," he said, leading me out the door. I was beyond the point where I could think, so I just did as I was told. Aiden was a fast driver, and I found myself flinching every now and then. He apparently noticed and had the decency to slow down a bit. When the car stopped, I noticed we were outside Victor Tower. Aiden got out, and I followed him inside. He spoke to the woman at the reception. The next thing I knew, we were in an elevator, and then we stepped into what looked like a luxurious penthouse suite. "Stay over here for the time being. Now that the culprit knows where you live, there's no telling what he will do," Aiden said. He made a few calls while I just paced absent-mindedly around the room. The lift opened, and two men in black suits came out. "Sarah, these are Tony and Stephen. They will be protecting you for now." Both the men were heavily built. Tony was black-haired and his skin a little tanned, while Stephen had a tuft of blonde hair on his head and a slightly ruddy complexion. I was also introduced to Mrs. Zhao, who was sort of like my housekeeper. After everyone had left, I laid down on the black velvet sofa in the living room. I was too tired even to sleep. Then I suddenly heard Aiden's voice. Apparently he hadn't left. "You didn't take any of your things with you. You probably have nothing to wear." I just nodded my head in response. "I will have someone bring in your clothes tomorrow morning. For now, you can use one of Ariana's. They are hanging in the wardrobe." After he left, I just stayed awake staring at the walls until sleep finally came. In the morning, I woke up, my entire body cramped. I tried to put last night's events out of my mind and focus on the present. I decided to explore my surroundings. Due to my mental condition, I probably hadn't noticed just how luxurious the hotel suite was. It was unlike anything I had gotten to experience. The huge bay windows opened up to a balcony, giving an exquisite view of the city skyline and of the artificial lake below that formed part of the hotel premises. Inside was a bedroom, a kitchen with all of the state-of-the-art appliances as well, a living room. Not to mention the bathroom was double the size of my bedroom at home. After showering, I realized that I had nothing to wear. Then I remembered Aiden's words from last night. It felt weird going through Ariana's wardrobe. It also struck me as odd that Aiden would let me use a place which, obviously, Ariana used to live in, not to mention use her things. Was it a sign that he completely trusted me now? Was all the bitterness he had for me gone? But remembering how he accused my brother of being a murderer made my blood boil. As I sat munching on the continental breakfast I had been provided with, I couldn't help but feel ashamed that I was indebted to him. Aiden's POV. I felt like kicking myself. How could I give her permission to use Ariana's things? But it was already done. I couldn't help but pity her last night. Her brown hair a tousled mess on her head, and her brown eyes exuded this air of despondency that anyone would feel sorry for her. Not to mention, she had this innocent, almost childlike face. As time passed, I felt more like I had been wrong about her brother. What if he had been murdered and buried somewhere? Probably as a ploy to distract me from finding the real culprit. And if this was the case, then what did that make me? An idiot. A cruel one, too, considering what I had put Sarah through. She always seemed so gentle, so pure, and she had saved my life and also helped my mother. But I never even thanked her. No. I insulted her even more by trying to bribe her. The elevator doors finally opened and I stepped into the suite. Sarah was pacing to and fro across the room, something I realized she did when she was nervous. She stopped when she saw me. "Any news on who did it?" Sarah asked me as we sat on the sofas in the living room. "None," I admitted sheepishly. "How long am I supposed to stay here?" "That I can't say. I can't trust anyone anymore, not even the police. The people who are protecting you are the ones I am closest to, and I feel that the hotel is safer than your house right now. I don't want to be a burden on you." "You are not. I feel you might be the key to finding the answers I am looking for, so I am really doing this for myself. You don't owe me anything." I tried so hard to think of any possible clue that Ariana and Sean may have left me, but I still haven't gotten anything. Maybe the person who's targeting me merely overestimated me. I am M-Aim. Maybe, maybe not. You still have to keep trying. I know I will. Sarah shot me a tiny smile, but it did not reach her eyes. For now, it's better for you to stay here and not go anywhere by yourself. My men will drop you wherever you need to go. Oh, that reminds me, I have college today. Sarah slapped her forehead, looking panicked. It's okay, I have too, so I will drop you off. The drive to the university was quiet. I noticed that she exuded calmness. With her, it was easy to feel at peace for some reason, even though, considering our past, she was the last person I should feel comfortable around. As soon as we got out of the car, I caught people staring at us. Some had smug, I knew it kind of expressions. Probably the ones who had read our dating rumors. Then I spotted the two girls who were always with Sarah. Stacy, whose sister's wedding I had attended, looked worriedly in Sarah's direction, as if she thought I had done something to her. While the brunette, I think her name was Candace, eyed me with utter ferocity. Both of them, I realized, probably knew all about what had happened between me and Sarah. No wonder they suspected me. Aw, Aiden, if you risking your life to save her wasn't enough, now you are also dropping Sarah off to college. That's so sweet of you. Blair, the ultimate disseminator of gossip, sashayed towards us. Sarah's brother was brother-in-law? So she's technically family? I should watch out for her, right? I shot a tiny smile at Sarah, and she returned it, playing along. I caught Candace rolling her eyes while Stacy's looked like they will pop out of their sockets. The day went by quickly enough. The real trouble awaited me at home. Mom was sitting on the floor, leaning against one of the sofas in the living room. At her feet lay an empty bottle of wine. Mom, you have been drinking again. I helped her up and seated her on the sofa. "It's all because of you," she said in an accusing tone of voice. "Me?" "Yes, you. I told you not to get involved in this. Ariana also got involved in this business, and look what happened to her. You think Ethan would go down so easily like this? He will probably destroy you with him. If these people have anything to do with Ariana's death, then that makes me more determined to bring them down. And what about me? You will put me through all of this torture just so you can satisfy your thirst for revenge." "Mom, nothing is going to happen to me. I am not on a suicide mission either, and you know I have always been cautious." "Then let Ethan go. You can hunt any criminal you want, but not him. He's too dangerous. He used to work with your father. This man knows our secrets." "I love Dad, but I will never understand why he kept links with such people. He was just carrying on our family legacy. This way of doing business was established by your ancestors, you must know. Our family history is not something that I am proud of. Nevertheless, if you really consider me your mother, Aiden Victor, you will listen to me and let that man go." With that, she stormed off. Sarah's POV. Today had been nothing short of surreal, me being taken care of by Aiden Victor, who had once upon a time been my enemy number one. Me eating gourmet meals that I would never be able to afford on my own. And not to mention the luxurious suite I was staying in, at a place that exclusively catered to billionaires and top-notch politicians. Not commoners like me. As soon as I stepped into the university parking lot, I saw Steven standing near a black Mercedes-Benz. Aiden had told me that I needed to keep the bodyguards with me whenever I was traveling, as I was most likely to be attacked then. How was I ever going to repay him? I had saved his life. But then again, he had saved mine as well. But then, I had also helped his drunk mom. That counted, right? All of a sudden, it hit me. The man who was with his mother that day, I had definitely seen him twice. The second time was in a picture Aiden showed me on his phone. The picture of the mafia lord Ethan Crawford. His mother was meeting Ethan Crawford that day. But why? And how would Aiden take this news? These thoughts spun in my head as I dialed his number. The mole Aiden's POV. My argument with Mom had left me feeling more exhausted and stressed out than ever. I sat in the library browsing through a book on ancient warfare, but my mind couldn't absorb anything. Just then my cell phone rang. It was Sarah. I suddenly felt frightened. Had she run into trouble again? "Hi, Aiden. It's me." She sounded breathless, but before she could say anything else, Louis, our butler, burst in. "Madam has had a car accident. She's in the hospital." I felt my blood run cold. Mom was the only family that I had left. Nothing should happen to her. I just rushed out without even saying bye to Sarah. In the car, I thought of our argument. Maybe I really was being selfish. I couldn't bear anything to happen to her. How could I not understand that for her it was the same? We only had each other. It must have been so hard for her to see me continuously put my life in danger. Sarah's POV. Aiden hung up on me without saying anything. I felt scared. Had something happened to him? I dialed his number a couple of times, but he didn't pick up. Maybe the people who wanted to hurt me got to him too? No, I mustn't think like that, I told myself. But nevertheless, the thought came into my head. What am I supposed to do if anything happens to him? I felt very insecure and lost. As ridiculous as it sounded, but in the past couple months I had learned to depend on him. The times when we discussed possible culprits behind the deaths of our siblings gave me a sense of satisfaction. It made me feel like I was actually doing something to average my brother. After the shooting incident, he was one of the reasons I could sleep peacefully at night, because I knew he would keep me safe. And during the previous incident, he was there for me too. I knew it wasn't because he cared about me. He felt I was being targeted because I knew something important, and he wanted to know what it was. But nevertheless, I had become used to relying on him. 3 hours later, he called me back. "Hi, Sarah. I am sorry I hung up on you like that. My mom ran into an accident. I am at the hospital right now."
"Oh, God. I am so sorry. Is she okay?"
"Yeah, it's nothing serious. Hopefully they will let us take her home soon. Is everything all right with you?" "Yeah, it's okay here. Hope your mom gets well soon." It was only when I hung up that I remembered what I had to tell him. Was it right for me to mention it at this time when he was already going through so much? Back at Sabrina's wedding, he seemed really desperate to know the identity of the man who met his mother that night. I remembered Anna's weird behavior. It almost seemed as if he was blackmailing Anna. Why wasn't Anna telling Aiden about it? Aiden's POV mom was clearly too drunk to drive yesterday. That was probably the cause of the accident. She basically just hurt her arm and neck a bit, so we were taking her back home today. She was quiet throughout the drive home. I couldn't explain her weird behavior. Driving while drunk? What was she thinking? Where had my wise, calm, and composed mom gone to? Was it really because of me? She had refused to receive any professional help after Ariana's death, saying she could cope with the trauma on her own. Were the effects of it showing up now? But all of this had started after her meeting with that strange man that night. I realized that I should have investigated it more thoroughly. Mom never liked me prying into her private affairs, but now I realized I needed to keep an eye on her for her own sake. As soon as we reached home, I came to know that another crisis awaited me. I got a phone call from the prison telling me that Ethan Crawford had vanished from prison yesterday somewhere during the night. The fact that this man had managed to break out of such a heavily guarded prison shocked me. Just how powerful was this man? On reaching the prison, I came to know that one of the guards on duty was found murdered, while 2 other police officers who were supposed to guard his cell had just vanished. There were traitors even in the police. To say that today was a bad day for me would be an understatement. I just speeded my car along the roads with no clear destination in mind, something I usually did when I was upset. An hour later, and I still wasn't ready to go home. Mom wasn't in the mood to talk to me, and whenever I would sit near her, she would start to look uncomfortable. Whenever I felt this way, I would talk about it with Ariana. After she left, I would sit in the hotel suite where she used to hide whenever she didn't want to see anyone. I knew it was stupid, but I felt her soul still came and visited this world. Or perhaps it was just another way of coping with my grief of losing her. For some reason, I felt her presence more in that hotel suite than I did in her bedroom back home. At times, it felt like even her spirit was still mad at us and was staying at the hotel suite instead, something which she did a lot in her last days. This was one of my biggest regrets. At times, I felt bitter towards Mom. She should have just accepted Ariana's feelings for Sean. We could have avoided those bitter fights. And maybe we would have been able to protect Ariana better if we weren't busy quarreling amongst each other. Suddenly, an idea came into Med's head. I called Tony and asked if Sarah was away. Luckily, it turned out she was. I drove to the hotel. I felt a little nervous entering the hotel suite. Perhaps now that Sarah was staying here, I wouldn't feel my sister's presence anymore. God knows what Sarah may have done to it. But as I entered it, I found things were relatively unchanged. I opened Ariana's wardrobe and all her things were there undisturbed. Sarah's own clothes were in a suitcase on the floor. I felt grateful towards her. She seemed like a considerate person. I picked up an old pink sweater of Ariana's. To my dismay, the smell of her perfume seemed to have faded considerably from it. Just then, I felt someone enter the room. I looked up and saw Sarah staring at me. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to barge in on you. Please take your time." She went out the room. I felt awkward, so I followed her out. "No, I should be sorry. I heard you were out and I just came here. Actually," I felt at a loss for words. But then I decided to just be honest with her. I was having a bad day and I decided to come here. This place used to be Ariana's secret hideout. When I am here, it's like she's with me. It calms me down. "Yeah." "Ariana told me you two were so close, but at times she felt more like your mom than your sister." Sarah smiled. "Yeah." I smiled back. "How's your mom?" she asked. "She's back at home now. Just a few cuts and bruises. Nothing serious." "Oh, that's a relief," Sarah said. But for some reason, she looked nervous. "I gave you a couple of calls last night. You didn't pick up, so I figured you were busy with your mom." "Oh yes, I am so sorry. I was about to call you back, but I was so distracted by the incident last night that it escaped my mind. What did you want to say?" "Aiden, could I have a look at that Meja guy's picture? The one you showed me?" "Ethan Crawford?" "Yep, that guy." I showed her the picture on my phone. Her expression looked grim. "Aiden, I am sure this is the guy who met your mother that night at the Black Rose." I didn't want to believe her, but I knew it was true. My mother's strange attitude suddenly started making sense. Is this the reason why she wanted me to let Ethan go? I knew I had no choice but to confront her about this. As I saw her lying in her bed looking so frail, I felt ashamed. Right now she needed comfort and rest, not an argument with her son. "Ethan Crawford, you two knew each other, right?" Mom closed her eyes shut, then opened them to look at me in an expression of both defiance and fear. "So I do know him. What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing, Mom. But if you know anything about where he might be right now, please tell it to me." She quickly turned away from me like she was hiding something. "Were you the one who ordered his escape from prison?" "Aiden, you must have completely lost your mind. That man is the king of the criminal underworld. He could very easily break out of prison on his own." "But the men who betrayed us were the ones who had been loyal to our family for years. How come they switched sides so quickly?" "Get out, Aiden," she shouted at me. I left the room. In my heart, I knew that it was my mother who had broken Ethan out. I suddenly remembered all those times when Ethan and his cronies managed to get away right when my men were about to close in on them. There was obviously a mole leaking out important information, but I could never guess who it was. I always used to share details of the police investigations with my mom. Was she the mole all this time? A voice at the back of my head said yes. Sarah's POV. I still hadn't told my mom of what had happened to our house. I had told her I was staying at home instead of where I really was. If I would have told her the truth, she would have come back. And until the person targeting me was caught, I did not want her to come home in case, God forbid, she also became a target. Sasha felt that we should shift to the city she was staying in, but I did not want to leave my home. I was born and raised here, and my dad was buried here. I couldn't bear to leave this city. This was also one of the reasons I hadn't told anything to my family in case they dragged me away from here. As I was walking down the hotel lobby, I felt someone staring at me. I looked, and there was Anna Victor. She stared at me with a predatory look in her eyes. I quickly turned away and walked in the opposite direction. The next day as I left for college, I was shocked to find a bunch of reporters standing in the hotel parking lot, They swarmed around me, poking their mics in my face, cameras snapping away. "Is it true you and Aiden Victor are dating? He is paying for your hotel expenses, right?" They kept firing questions at me. Tony barely managed to get them out of the way and get me into the car. My phone started ringing and it was Stacy. "What the hell is going on here? Do you know about the stuff they are writing about you? Blair is practically losing her mind over it. She's going around telling everyone that you are a gold digger after Aiden's money. We barely managed to shut her up. You weren't at college yesterday or you would have known." I felt too terrified to go to college. Instead, I told Tony to drive me to the graveyard. There, at my father's grave, the tears that I had been holding back finally broke loose. I had been crying for an hour when I felt footsteps behind me. I looked up and saw Aiden. I quickly wiped my tears, trying not to look too vulnerable in front of him. "I am sorry to disturb you. I asked Tony where you were and he said you were here." "Yeah. I am so sorry. I shouldn't have taken so long. He must be getting tired waiting for me." "Aiden, did you hear about those articles?" "Yes, Sarah. I wanted to apologize for that too. I wanted to keep you safe, but I only caused more trouble for you." "What will we do now?" "Mom was suggesting that you move back to your house, but after what happened last time, I want to keep you somewhere I can watch over you." "But Aiden, the closer we stay to each other, the more rumors will be created about us." "Maybe we should just tell everyone the truth, that I was trying to protect you as your life was in danger. Your brother was my sister's husband, so you are like family. Isn't there any other way? I am sorry I am being so demanding. Actually, my mom wants me to leave this city, but I want to stay here. If she comes to know my life is in danger, she will whisk me away from here for good." "Then there's only one option," Aiden said, sounding a little nervous. "We just say that we really are dating." From archenemy to boyfriend. What do you mean you are dating? Do you honestly expect me to believe this nonsense? My mom was shouting so loudly on the phone that I had to hold my phone at a distance in case my hearing would be damaged. "Mom, you remembered how Aiden rescued me from that guy who tried to kill me? That's when I realized I had feelings for him." I felt dirty lying to her like that. But if I told her the real reason I was hanging around Aiden, she would whisk me away from home forever. I wanted to come back home as soon as I can, but Sasha wants me to stay. Sarah, she's pregnant. What? Mom put Sasha on the phone and we had one long chat, both of us crying tears of joy. I was now living in an apartment that belonged to Aiden apparently. It made me feel safe as the door could only be unlocked with a password. Also, there were cameras everywhere and tight security as only the wealthy lived here. The day after I shifted here, I finally mustered up the courage to go back to college. It felt like it was my first day there. Aiden came to pick me up as we felt it would seem odd if we came separately. We traveled down the same streets, past the same buildings, yet everything felt so different. As I looked at Aiden sitting beside me, impeccably dressed, the light reflecting off his silver Tag Heuer watch, I couldn't help but feel more than a little self-conscious. Our pairing was so odd, I bet even a child could see through our act. The college parking lot was empty, thank God. But as we entered the building, the whispers and the stares started. "Lighten up and smile. It's going to be okay." Aiden whispered to me as he grabbed my hand and led me through the college building. It felt weird holding his hand like this. His strong and firm hand on mine made me feel secure, and I suddenly started feeling confident. I actually smiled at the students who stared at me instead of feeling intimidated. Finally, Blair sashayed towards us, flipping her long mane of blonde hair behind her back. "I remember you used to say you only took care of Sarah because she was like family. Tell me, Aiden, did you ever actually think of her as a sister, or was there something going on between you even then?" I blushed while Aiden replied confidently, I always used to care about her very deeply, but it was only recently that I realized it was because I had feelings for her. The crowd of students which had gathered around us to listen in on our conversation started whooping. I probably looked as red as a tomato. In class, girls kept coming to me, congratulating me, and telling me how lucky I was, etc. To them, I must look like nothing short of a modern-day Cinderella. I thought back to what Aiden had said about him having feelings for me. I knew it was all part of the drama, but I couldn't help but wonder how it would feel to have someone who would love me like that. I had always feared getting into relationships mainly because I was afraid of getting hurt. Sasha would say it was because I had never met someone who I liked enough to risk getting hurt for. But now a tiny part of me wondered how I would react if things were different between me and Aiden. If he actually did ask me out, what would I say? And there was the fact that I didn't want to admit even to myself that a part of me was disappointed that those words that Aiden had uttered were a lie. The ringing of my phone woke me up from my slumber. It was Sunday morning, a time that I like to spend lazing around in bed. The caller ID showed it was Mom. I immediately picked it up. "Sarah, I had a nightmare about you last night. I know I sound superstitious, but I have this feeling of foreboding ever since. You are not keeping anything from me, are you?" Her words sent a chill down my spine. She had a very good intuition. Often the dreams she dreamt came true. She had seen nightmares, both before Dad and Sean's deaths. "What did you see, Mom?" "I saw you falling off a cliff. I am screaming and no one is coming to help. I am just there watching helplessly. Sarah." "I want to come back. Sasha has Ethan. He will take care of her. I don't like the idea of you being there on your own." "Mom, I am okay. Sasha is the one who really needs you. She's pregnant for the first time and Ethan is mostly away for work. He doesn't even have a mother or a sister who can help him." "Sarah, please don't mind, but I can't buy this whole thing about you and Aiden being in love with each other. He used to hate our family. How do I know he's not blackmailing you or holding you captive or something?" "Mom, you have one wild imagination. Don't you remember how he crashed his car into that guy to save me? Isn't that proof enough that he doesn't hate me? His not hating you is something I can accept, but his falling in love with you, considering the past you share, is hard to believe. These things are only possible in dramas and films. You know, yesterday Sasha pointed out that whenever he gets photographed, he's always alone. Why doesn't he take you with him to all those fancy events and dinners he attends?" "Mom, I think you are worrying too much," I said hurriedly, saying goodbye to her and hanging up. It was hard lying to her. But if I told her the truth, she might come back, and right now it wasn't safe for her to do so. Either that or she will whisk me away to Sasha and Ethan, and I know she will be too afraid to let me come back to this city again. "How's your family?" Aiden asked the next day. "Mom has gotten suspicious. She's not buying this whole thing about you and me dating. She wants to come back. Right now, it's better that she stays there. But is there any particular reason why she's wanting to come back all of a sudden?" "Mom saw this nightmare about me, and she's been agitated ever since. She thinks my life is in danger. Plus, she said that whenever you are photographed hanging out, you are alone, so she suspects that our relationship is fake." I immediately felt a little embarrassed. The last sentence might have made him feel like I was indirectly begging him to take me out with him. "How about tomorrow evening? My friend invited me to her movie premiere. Why don't you come along? There will be lots of photographers. It will give your mother all the assurance she needs. But what about you? If we are photographed like that together, it wouldn't cause any trouble for you, right? People already think we are together. Plus, I don't have any girl I am interested in whose reaction I would be afraid of." The next day, I felt terrified and excited all at the same time. I was going to make a total fool out of myself in front of all the celebrities and the town's elite that would be present there. Plus, Aiden's friend who had invited him there was none other than Amanda. The same girl I had seen with Aiden the night of the hotel incident. She had acted all snobbishly, now I knew why. She was an actress and was quite a thing these days. Tonight was her movie premiere, and from the flirtatious way she was acting around Aiden, she was not going to be very welcoming towards his so-called girlfriend, me. Did Aiden want me to get into trouble? Just then, I got a text message from Aiden to think of the devil. We need to go somewhere before the premiere. I will pick you up in 10 minutes. Soon, we were in his car and heading to God knows where. Just then, we stopped in a street lined with posh-looking boutiques. I thought we should get you something to wear, Aiden said. Thank you, but you really don't have to do this. I was feeling embarrassed. It's only so that we wouldn't look suspicious. People will be observing you very closely over there. Anything less than designer, and people would think either I am a miserly boyfriend or there is something fishy going on. You really don't have to thank me. He smiled. What was I thinking? It's not like he was taking me on a real date. We were just putting on a show, and he wanted to do it properly. Nevertheless, I had fun. We moved from shop to shop, checking out dresses, shoes, etc. It reminded me of the good old times when my life used to be normal and I didn't always have to feel like a tragic heroine. I thought it would be weird going shopping with a man other than my father or brother, but it wasn't that way with Aiden. I was very indecisive when it came to buying things. I would choose a bunch of options and leave my family to vote on which one to choose. As none of them were present, the task fell to Aiden. I was quite shocked by how similar our choices were. Together, we laughed at some of the more flashy and gaudy-looking stuff that we saw. Aiden told me how he used to help Ariana with her shopping, and how coming with me today was reminding him of those times. My female friends were amazed at how much I knew about women's fashion trends, and my male friends used to think there's something wrong with me. He laughed. There was something so genuine about it. It made him look younger, closer to his age than the mature, formidable-looking man he always appeared to be. We were getting along so well, and I realized it was because we both were experiencing the same thing. It was like we were getting to re-experience all those fond memories that we thought were lost to us forever. I chose a blue satin gown embellished with little beads, fitted at the waist where it flowed down in a pleated ball gown silhouette. With it, I got a pair of silver stilettos along with 2 silver teardrop earrings. Aiden hadn't told me that we were going to shop, and I realized that my wallet was almost empty. Before I could die of embarrassment, he had already pulled out his black platinum credit card. It was me who dragged you into this, so it's only fair that I pay. No, you don't have to. I will pay you back, I promise. I muttered sheepishly. He then dragged me to an expensive-looking beauty salon where I recognized a couple of famous celebrities who were there to get ready. By the time I came out, I looked like one of them. My tousled brown hair, which always looked messy, was now in the shape of an elegant bun with a few hair strands dangling from it, framing my face. I no longer looked like a panda, as my dark circles were no longer visible. But besides that, nothing much had been changed, and I thankfully still looked like me. Only a version of me which looked healthier and neater. Aiden had told me he didn't want us to make too many changes to your face, so we only tried to accentuate your strong points. You have that innocence, this aura of purity about you, so we tried highlighting that. My makeup artist told me. I was finally good to go. Wow, you look amazing, Aiden said with so much sincerity that it made me blush. He was probably trying to make me feel more confident, but silly me couldn't help her heart racing at that. Get over yourself. He's only being friendly because he thinks you can lead him to some important clue. I silently chastised myself, but so far I had been nothing but useless. The people who were after me must be mistaken. I wasn't a threat to them or anyone else for that matter because I really knew nothing. Had I been in Aiden's place, I would have just given up on me. But he still thought I possessed the key to some vital clue. I noticed that during the time I was having my makeover, he had gotten into a black tuxedo that fitted him well, highlighting his muscular shoulders. Outside, a black limousine awaited us, and we settled inside. As we neared the theater, I felt my palms sweating, and I was literally hyperventilating with nerves. I look nervous, don't I? No, you don't. Just focus on smiling, and I will get you through it, okay? Somehow I knew he would take care of me. And as he led me out of the car, his firm hand holding mine, I felt my nervousness evaporate. I was almost blinded by the flashing cameras. I heard a couple of people complimenting us on how good we looked together, and I couldn't help but giggle like an excited 16-year-old. It reminded me of the night of the hotel incident when I had stood welcoming the guests who had paraded down the red carpet. Aiden had looked so distant as he had stood there getting photographed. The thought of standing there amid all that attention had looked so daunting to me. That night, I had felt more than ever the difference between our worlds. Now it felt so surreal standing here with him. Was my world really all that separate from his? The truth. After the photographs were taken, we were led inside the theater brimming with celebrities and the town's elite. I saw Amanda waving at us, and I felt more than a little anxious as we headed towards her. Luckily, she was in a good mood. She seemed to love attention, and being the female lead in this movie, she was getting a lot of it. Our conversation was continuously interrupted by people congratulating her. I thought we would be off the hook now, but quite a lot of people knew Aiden and were more than a little curious about us. How did we meet? For how long we have been together? These questions were constantly fired at us. But all of a sudden, one question popped up that neither of us wanted to answer. Mr. Harold. A balding, middle-aged man who apparently knew Aiden's parents was the one who brought it up. He seemingly knew quite a lot about Aiden's family, including the fact that his family was never really on good terms with mine. I was honestly quite astonished when I heard that the two of you were together. Anna said your families weren't on very good terms, especially after Ariana died. There were some strange rumors. I am sure you know what I mean. He looked into my eyes as if trying to gauge my thoughts. I tried to remain cool and confident. There were some misunderstandings, I admit, but at the end of the day, getting to know Sarah was the best thing that ever happened to me. Aiden looked at me with such genuine affection that had I not known better, I would have thought he was really in love with me. Why doesn't this guy become a movie star instead? Both me and Sarah had gone through the same circumstances. The knowledge of how to lose a loved one brought us both together. Aiden continued to lie coolly. I hope he doesn't bore you with his history lectures. For him, it's always that, or discussions regarding literature. I always used to tell him he needs to have interests people his age are expected to have. Such serious conversations scare young women away. Harold said with a laugh. But I could sense this wasn't just an innocent question. He was trying to know how close we were. In short, he was still suspicious about us and couldn't mind his own business. Actually, as a matter of fact, I share similar interests. Aiden shot me a warning look out of the corner of his eye. That's wonderful. What era do you like to read the most about? Harold started quizzing me. The classical civilizations of Greece and Rome interest me in particular. I responded. Oh, even my 14-year-old knows about that era, what with Hollywood glamorizing it all the time. Harold snorted. After which he launched into a deep discussion which started with Homer and ended on Hadrian. I felt like I was on a quiz show where I had to prove how knowledgeable I was. Luckily, I ended up replying to every question he threw at me. All the while, I saw Aiden watching me. When I looked at him, I felt there was an expression of awe on his face. At the end, I could see that Harold looked confused and frustrated all at the same time, even though he had plastered a smile on his face. "I can see why you fell for her, Aiden. She's just as much of an old soul as you are." With this, he stomped away. "That man wanted us to slip and give something away. He is one of my mom's friends, and I am sure he's spying for her on us." Aiden spoke. "What have you told your mom about us?" "Same thing that I have told everyone." He said, his tone implying he didn't want to say anything more on it. That meant he hadn't told his mother. I suddenly remembered the Ethan Crawford incident. Why was his mom secretly meeting with that guy? Thanks to Harold, I can see we both have quite a lot in common. Aiden smiled at me. "Yeah, I guess." I smiled back. The movie, to be quite honest, was a bit of a bore. Me and Aiden spent most of it discussing our interests, which were quite similar. But nevertheless, I felt he knew more about some things than I did. For one thing, the historical sites that I had always dreamed of seeing, he had already visited them. I listened in fascination as he told me of the historic sites of the Alhambra in Spain. He apparently loved to travel, and there was hardly any place that he had not been to. I always wanted to travel abroad and explore different cultures, but never had the resources to do so. I thought I would feel awkward in the presence of a person who had lived a lifestyle that was so much more privileged than mine, but somehow Aiden never let me feel that way. It felt surreal feeling so comfortable around a man, the sight of whom was enough to give me chills down my spine. As the movie ended, Aiden's phone suddenly started to ring. I saw him speak on the phone, his expression suddenly darken and a frown creeping upon his face. Someone was trying to break into your house. Luckily, the police guarding the place caught him. I felt terrified, and more than that, I started feeling exhausted and hopeless. Mainly because I was tired of some incident or the other happening in my life. Hopeless, because I was starting to think I could never have one great day without something happening at the end to ruin it completely. Don't worry, this was just what we were waiting for the people behind all of this to make a move and be arrested. "What should we do?" I asked. "I will drive you home, and then I will try to find out what the police are doing about this." I couldn't sleep the entire night. The next day, I saw Aiden standing at my door. He didn't meet my eyes. It was like he wanted to tell me something but didn't know how to. "The man who we caught last night, he worked for a gang that used to smuggle weapons. His gang was one of the ones who were once associated with our family. Ariana had handed all the information we had on them to the police." He took a deep breath. I noticed the dark circles underneath his eyes. He confessed that he and a bunch of his cronies were the ones behind Ariana and Sean's murder. It had been a month since that day. The man had admitted that they had killed my brother, burying his body near the lake house where they were staying. They had then drugged Ariana, tampered with the brakes of her car, and left her in it to be driven away to her death. They wanted it to look like a car accident, and for my brother to disappear, making it look like he was the one behind all of it. We had found the place where Sean's body was buried. A DNA test proved it was his. It was long beyond the point where it could be recognized. We had it buried beside my father's grave. The worst part of it all was the fact that in all this time, a part of me had hoped he was still alive. That hope was now gone forever. I was sitting in our lawn, having finally moved back in our home. My family now knew about everything, how our house had been vandalized and how Aiden had been helping me by letting me stay in his protection all this time. Throughout all of this, he had been by our side. He would come and visit almost every day, and there was hardly any day when we wouldn't talk on the phone. Even though Stacy and Candace kept trying to console me, it was Aiden's presence which truly gave me comfort. Perhaps it was because we had both been through the same ordeal. I heard Mom's footsteps approach me. "Sarah, There's something I have been wanting to ask you about." She looked a little sheepish. "You said when the men broke into our house that time, a lot of our furniture was damaged. But not only don't we have a single scratch anywhere, but a lot of it looks brand new. As if someone replaced it." She looked at me meaningfully. I knew she thought it was Aiden's doing, and honestly, I thought the same. It had occurred to me that our house looked slightly different. The tables and chairs, the same model but their texture, more shiny and smooth. Had I not been in the mental state that I was, I might have asked Aiden about it. "Sarah," Mom called me back from my thoughts. "That boy has done a lot for our family, even more than some of our closest family members and relatives have done. What I want to know is why." "Mom, it's because he knows what we're going through, and also because he's a righteous person. I used to hate his guts, but now I realize that everything he did was to avenge his sister. And I feel that somewhere down he's ashamed of his behavior towards us and wants to make amends," I said. "And do you forgive him?" Mom asked. "Do you?" I threw the question back at her, wondering if she would judge me if I told her the answer to that. "It's because of him that we came to know about Sean." Part of me wished I could stay forever in that state where I could believe that my son was alive somewhere out there. But it would have been unfair to Sean buried that way without a proper funeral where his loved ones could never come and visit his grave. Always having people doubt him and wonder if he had murdered his wife. At least now he's buried by his father's side and everyone knows he's innocent. For some reason, I feel that his soul is at peace. Not to mention one of his killers is behind bars. All of this that Aiden has done, including protecting you, has made me want to forgive him." Mom said, her eyes tearing up a little. It gave me peace knowing that we were on the same page. "I forgave Aiden a long time ago, Mom. And as for all that he's doing for us, I am going to thank him for it and politely tell him to stop. He doesn't need to take care of us or feel that he's responsible to us for anything, that we don't hold any bitterness regarding him." My bed had clothes strewn all over it. I kept telling myself it was stupid of me to panic so much about my looks. It wasn't like we were going on a date or something, but I still felt panicked nevertheless. By the time I was ready, I felt like I had gone a little too overboard with the makeup, but realized I just had to make do with it. Today, I was going to meet Aiden at the Victor Tower. I wanted to treat him as a way of showing how grateful I was to him for everything he had done. I had also wanted to tell him that he had done enough for us and we didn't want to become a burden on him. The latter part would be tricky to do, and I hoped not to offend him. There were still Christmas trees and decorations everywhere. There was some light frost covering the buildings and sidewalks here and there. I was glad, usual with stylish men in tuxedos and women with expensive cocktail dresses peeking out of their fur-lined coats, milled about the hotel lobby. Just then, a banner advertising New Year's Eve dinner caught my eye. Oh God, I had completely lost track of time. It was New Year's Eve already. I suddenly felt terrible for calling out Aiden today. He must have had plans with family and friends, yet he still agreed to come, probably because he felt sorry for me. As I entered the stylish little restaurant, I spotted him dressed up impeccably in a black suit. I stumbled sheepishly into my chair. "I am sorry. I forgot it was New Year's Eve." "You must have had plans, right?" "No, as a matter of fact, I didn't." He smiled at me. I cleared my throat and started on the speech I had rehearsed for so long. "Aiden." I want you to know how grateful my family is that you have been there for us. Whatever bad blood there was between our families is part of the past. You don't owe us anything, and you shouldn't feel like you are responsible for taking care of us." I hoped he didn't take this in the wrong way. "Sarah, as a matter of fact, I think it is my responsibility. Ariana was a part of your family, and she loved you guys. And maybe you are so generous as to forgive me, but I can't. I feel disgusted with myself when I think of how I suspected you and what I put you all through." "Well, you shouldn't be, and that's exactly what I am here to tell you. We forgive you, and it's time you do that too." We sat awkwardly in silence. I knew it was time to leave. Somehow inside me hurt as I got off from the table. I knew it was because I no longer had any excuse to be around him. As I reached the hotel lobby, I noticed a couple of people look in my direction and whisper. They probably knew me from the tabloids when I was pretending to be Aiden's girlfriend. I felt the pain in my chest deepen, and I knew that somewhere down in my heart I wishes that all those rumors about us were true. "Sarah!" I heard him call my name, and I turned to see Aiden standing behind me looking like he was struggling to tell me something. Fairy tales don't end. Well, I needed to say this now before I lose my nerve. God, this is so stupid. Aiden nervously brushed his hand through his hair. I was stunned to see him this nervous. It was so unlike his cool and poised self. "Sarah." At first I was trying to make amends for what I did by being there for you, but the truth is, after a while, that wasn't the only reason why. He looked into my eyes. "Talking to you about Ariana, about everything made me realize how lonely I was until I finally got to know you. Being with you made me feel alive for the first time in a long time. When people called me your boyfriend, even though it was a lie, I felt happy, honored even. I could feel blood pound behind my ears, and somehow I was afraid to breathe in case this moment would end. It feels so wrong asking this of the girl who I brought so much pain to. Indeed, if you never want to see me again, it's fine. But in the time I have known you, you have become so precious to me that the thought of not seeing you again is so painful, it's unbearable. Let me be so shameless as to ask you to go out with me. Before you decide to leave me forever, at least give me the chance to show you what I can be other than the guy who's always making you miserable." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was simply too good to be true. Yes, was the only thing that managed to come out of my mouth. First, we both just stood there awkwardly. Then, as I saw the happiness and wonder on Aiden's face, I actually started giggling. We both then broke into laughter. Aiden pulled my hands in both of his, and the next thing I knew, he had pulled me into a hug. He was so tall that even with heels I could only reach the level of his shoulder. It's like a grizzly bear trying to hug a cat. Aiden laughed. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. We stood there for God knows how long, the cold having no effect on us. I can't remember the last time I had seen a fireworks display on New. "Why not?" Aiden asked. "Dad's health had deteriorated, and he used to feel worried about us alone so late in the night, especially when the law and order situation worsened in the city." "Would your mom be worried about you now?" Aiden asked. "She shouldn't be, since I am with one of the most dangerous people in town," I nudged him. When I returned home at 2 o'clock in the night, Mom was waiting for me with one of her deadly, disapproving glares. But as soon as she saw my face, Her expression softened, and she broke into a sly smile as if she knew what had happened. In the bathroom mirror, I could see my face was absolutely flushed and my eyes gleamed like never before. The girl in the mirror seemed so different from the person who was always brooding, lifeless, who had misery written all over her face. This girl looked vibrant and energetic, even beautiful. I guess it was just happiness and the feeling of hope love gives you. It was a cold January morning, the first day of class in the new year. Most of the class consisted of yawning students, the chill in the air making everyone wish they were curled up in their warm blankets. But I was bursting with energy. Today I smiled at everything and everyone, even said hi to people I never dared talk to. I cracked jokes and said witty things I never thought I would say. I saw Blair eyeing me curiously. I bet everyone was wondering the same thing. Had Sarah become possessed? Love is in the air, isn't it, Sarah? Stacy winked at me knowingly. I blushed but was too happy to feel too mortified. After class, I was at the bookshop near the college going through some magazines. I didn't know whether to feel annoyed or amused that literally every tabloid was filled with stuff about us. Cinderella and Prince Charming celebrate New Year's Eve. A photographer had managed to get a photo of us both as we watched the fireworks at Victor Tower. My arm was in Aiden's, and we both looked at awe towards the sky, oblivious of everything else. I decided at once that I should buy it. Throughout the day, I remained in a sort of trance. As I was setting up my wardrobe, Elle accidentally dropped something. To my utter shock, it was an ornate jewelry box that Sean had given me only a month before his death. Its base had come off, and as I picked it up, something tiny fell out of it. It was a golden key. I felt shocked and excited all at the same time. It was hidden so perfectly inside the jewelry box that I had never been able to find it until now. But what was it for? Since no one was at home, I decided to do a little investigating myself. It didn't fit in the locks of any of the cupboards or drawers at our home. I remembered there was one drawer in Sean's room that we could never get to open. I tried it, and the drawer clocked open. Inside there was a treasure of articles and documents along with a tiny silver USB. The first thing that caught my eye were a bunch of articles. They were the same ones that I had been sent about Paulina Anderson and Nathaniel Victor. My heart drummed in my chest as I tried to make sense of what all of this was. My fingers collided with a tiny piece of paper. On it, written were the words, "All the answers are on the USB." I inserted it into my laptop. In it were all sorts of documents and audio files, but I clicked on the video file titled, "For Sarah." Ariana's face came into view. "Hello, Sarah." She managed a weak smile at the camera. "I didn't want to involve you in this, but if something happens to me and Sean, I think you would want to know the truth. You and the others would want to avenge Sean. I honestly don't know how Aiden would react to this, and I hate to think that he would have to choose between his mother and me." "The story is a little complicated," she continued. "But it starts like this. There were two brothers, Nathaniel and Anthony Victor. The latter was a power-hungry psychopath who didn't care who he had to hurt in order to get what he wanted. I was shocked hearing her say such words about her own father. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with supplying weapons to criminals and terrorists. After all, the Victor family fortune was built on such illegal activities. Let morality be damned. But their father wanted that to change, wanted the Victor family to be known for something more than just profiting off other people's misery. His eldest son Nathaniel wanted the same. So when Anthony was caught supplying weapons to terrorists, though he managed to bribe his way out of being convicted, his family disowned him. Soon after the father's death, Nathaniel took over the company. Anthony couldn't accept that he would have to live without all the power and luxury that his older brother had, so he made a plot to kill him. Yes. Nathaniel's death was no accident. I have all the evidence in the documents on this USB, as well as other documents whose hard copies are in my drawer. This man had him killed. But there was one complication that was Paulina Anderson, who was expecting Nathaniel's child. She was failing in her acting career and was buried under debt due to her drug problem. Anthony and his wife made her believe her daughter would have a better future with them. They forced her to sign an agreement whereby she could never reveal what happened to the girl that she gave birth to. That child was conveniently adopted by Anthony and his wife. Yes, that child is me. I am Nathaniel's daughter, the man who was murdered by his own brother. My birth mother, Paulina Anderson, tried to contact me. The day I was supposed to meet her, she conveniently died of a drug overdose. That's when I started digging deeper and came to the conclusion that my so-called parents didn't adopt me out of a sense of duty, but just so. Anthony could inherit everything without me being in the way. When I confronted Anna about this, she told me it was all Anthony's idea and that it would crush Aiden's soul if anything about it came out. I decided that my brother's happiness mattered too much for me to sacrifice it all for the sake of taking revenge on my dead uncle. But I decided to carry on my real father's mission to cut off all ties we had with the mafia and the illegal weapons industry. But when I started helping the police with their investigations, Anna started opposing me vehemently. I realized it was because she still had links with the mafia. Later on, I came to know it was because she was being blackmailed by a major mafia lord named Ethan Crawford. Back in the day, he was just one of my psycho uncle's goons. He was the one who had sabotaged my father's car. Now he was blackmailing Anna by threatening to expose her and her husband's involvement in my father's death. The attacks on my life started to increase. I started to wonder how they would always knew where I was. That's when I realized it was because I would tell Anna. This cruel bitch is just like her husband. And now, to protect herself, she wants me out of the way, or Crawford would expose her to the world. I just want you to know, Sarah, that if anything happens to me, know that this woman must probably be behind it. In the drawer, and on this USB, you would find various documents and evidence that I have collected, which can incriminate this woman of being involved in my father's murder. If she, God forbid, does something to hurt you, this could be your weapon. The video ended, leaving me shell-shocked. My thoughts raced and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. Right now, there was no one at home. Alone in this house, I felt like I was drowning. I just got in the car and drove to God knows where. When the car stopped, I realized I had driven myself to the Victor mansion. It was the comfort of Aiden's arms that I craved. But how was I supposed to tell him all of this? Just then, a car stopped nearby, and out of it came the woman I despised more than anything in the world, Anna Victor. She looked at me, and something in my expression made her stop and stare at me. I noticed she was all by herself. Perfect. She was old, and the adrenaline that I felt rushing through my veins made me feel powerful. Before I knew it, my fist was connecting with the side of her face. I know what you did, you king bitch. I grabbed her shoulder, pulling my arm back to swing in another punch. She was screaming stuff, but I couldn't hear her. But then she said the one thing that she knew would make me stop. I heard her say, Aiden and I froze. As if someone had pressed the unmute button, I could suddenly hear what Anna was saying. Are you seriously going to kill the mother of the man you love? Anna smirked at me, wiping blood off her mouth. I am going to tell Aiden he has the right to know, and when he does, he will never forgive you. I snarled. And will he trust you more than me? Anna scoffed. Ariana left me proof. I can prove everything. How you killed her father and possibly her mom. Also how you and Ethan were in cahoots with each other. As I said these words, I suddenly knew what I had to do. Why turn myself into a murderer? I will fight her in court instead. Anna's eyes were filled with fear, and I knew she had become aware of what I was going to do. I am going to take everything away from you without having to lose anything in the process. I dipped my hand into my pocket. I could feel the USB inside it. As if on cue, Aiden's Lamborghini stopped right beside me.
Sarah didn't know you were coming?
He smiled at me. My heart broke thinking about what he will have to suffer. But I had to do what needed to be done. Aiden, I have to show you something, I said. It's on a USB, so I am going to need your computer. I shot Anna a fake smile. Excuse us for a second, Mrs. Pira second. Mrs. Victor. Anna stood routed to the spot, her face white as if she had seen a ghost. Me and Aiden were in the study. My hands were literally shaking as I inserted the USB into his computer. Sarah, is everything okay? Aiden eyed me worriedly. Yes, I am fine. My voice came out raspy. This was it. Everyone would finally know the truth. And as much as I wanted it, a part of me was terrified of the consequences. All of a sudden, there was a huge crash followed by screaming. Both me and Aiden rushed to the balcony. On the ground was one of the maids screaming her lungs out, her hands covering her eyes. Beside her lay a woman splayed on the ground, a pool of blood forming around her. It was Anna Victor. Aiden's world shatters. I never had thought much about how my wedding would be like. Whenever the thought did come into my mind, I would worry about how my overprotective and quite possessive father would react. He may try to put on a brave face, but deep down, he would be filled with misgivings about the choice I was making. Some fathers just think their daughters are too good for any man to be worthy of them. After he died, however, I worried about how miserable I would feel walking down the aisle without him. But today, my mind was only filled with happy thoughts as Sasha added some finishing touches to my makeup, and Mom helped fix my veil. She looks beautiful, doesn't she? Mom looked at me fondly. Yes, she does. A voice I thought I would never hear again in my life said from behind me. To my shock, Sean stood behind me wearing the tuxedo he wore on his wedding day, the last set of clothes I had seen him in before he had gone on his honeymoon to never return again. I ran to him and threw my arms around him, tears of joy rushing to my eyes. But he didn't hug me back. Why didn't you tell him? He asked in a stern voice, pulling my arms away from him, an accusing look on his face. Why didn't you tell him, Sarah? He shouted at me, shoving me away from him. I fell to the floor, and the impact was so hard that I could feel my bones breaking and see a pool of blood forming around me. Somehow I knew I looked just like Anna Victor that day. I woke up with a start. Today was Anna's funeral. Today I had to pretend I was mourning the death of the woman whose demise I had wished for. Or I could choose to tell everyone the truth about her. I guess I was in the same position that Ariana once was when she had learned the truth but had to hide it to protect Aiden. As for Aiden, he still appeared to be in shock. He would just stare into space, not saying anything. Or he would stay locked up in his room. I knew he hated looking weak in front of others, but I wished he would at least let me in, if not anyone else. As much as I wanted Anna Victor's secret to be exposed, I couldn't bring myself to do it, as I didn't think Aiden could take it. And what was the point anyway? Anna was gone. Probably the fear of facing the world after her crimes were revealed caused her to take her own life. In a way, I had already taken my revenge. Honey, are we ready to go? I heard Mom's voice. She stood on top of the stairs dressed in a black jacket and skirt. You are going too? I asked. Of course, dear. Aiden has done so much for us since the past couple of months, not to mention he may one day become part of our family. I should definitely be there. I felt my heart sink. We had only started dating, and God knows what will happen to our relationship if Aiden came to know the truth, yet Mom had already assumed me and Aiden were going to end up married. And would she want to attend the funeral of the woman who murdered her son? I had to, because I loved Aiden too. Much to abandon him just because of something his mother did. But would my family do the same if they knew the truth? Was it wrong of me to hide the truth from them? Mom, there is something I need to tell both you and Sasha. I decided it was now or never. I sat in the front row with Aiden. Anna was in a casket in front of us. They kept the casket closed considering the condition of Anna's body. Aiden's eyes kept on closing, and I feared he might fall off his chair. "You took those sleeping pills, didn't you? How many?" I whispered to him, concerned. "Just enough to numb my brain. Don't worry, I am not going to die. All I want is to sleep." He rubbed his eyes. But his words weren't enough to put me at ease. I still feared he might contemplate suicide. I knew he was brave and resilient, but Anna was all that he had left, and now he had lost his entire family. Mom sat in the front row beside me along with Sasha. I always knew how compassionate Sasha and Mom were, but I never imagined they would come after knowing the truth. I knew that if I was put in Mom and Sasha's place, I may never have. I haven't forgiven that woman, and I never will. But she's gone, and whether we attend the funeral or not wouldn't make much of a difference to her. But it would hurt Aiden, and that boy has suffered enough. Ariana would have wanted us to be there for him, Mom had said. Honestly, I am too happy that woman killed herself to even feel sorry for Aiden, but we owe him, and I don't like owing anyone anything, Sasha had said. Besides Sarah, you have already avenged Sean and Ariana by scaring that woman into killing herself. Her last words had sent a chill down my spine. I didn't regret what I did, but I wondered if Aiden would hold me responsible for taking away the last member of his family. After the guests had all gone, Aiden just sat staring into space. I settled in beside him, and he leaned his head against my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around him, drawing him closer. A few minutes later, I realized he had fallen asleep. I wanted to lean my head against his and fall asleep too, but all of a sudden, a strange feeling of guilt came over me. I felt I had no right to be this close to him, not when I was, keeping such a huge secret from him. I knew I was just afraid to lose him, but was I so certain he would end things after knowing the truth? If I was, did it mean our relationship was already over? Seriously, you are suggesting I work for Victor Enterprises? Yes, I am. 'Cause you are obviously not happy with your job here. That would be technically working for you. And that means I would be getting hired not on the basis of my potential, but because my boyfriend happens to be CO. It had been a month since the funeral, and I was currently busy trying to get through my boring internship in the Human Resources Department. But nevertheless, I had gotten in without anyone else's assistance, and I was definitely not going to work for Aiden. But this way, I will get to see you more often. Aiden would be sure to say something like this whenever I whined to him about how monotonous it got between preparing cups of coffee and printing out documents all day long. You get to see me every day, Aiden, and whenever you don't, it's because you are too busy at work. That reminds me, I have got some bad news. I have to leave for a business meeting this week. Would you be back before the 27th? I will try to, but I can't say for certain. Oh, okay. I couldn't hide the disappointment in my voice. 27th May was my birthday. I wanted him to be back before then. I will try my best to make it back in time, okay? I promise. Aiden assured me, fear of disappointing me etched into his voice. It's okay, really. You can't ignore work because of me, okay? Even if you don't manage to make it back on time, it's fine. The next day, we stood outside Siren's private jet. It didn't matter how often he had to travel. I made sure to always see him off. I guess this is it. Aiden said, pulling me in for a hug. I wrapped my arms around him, feeling the warmth and feeling of security he radiated. For some reason, I would always feel a feeling of foreboding then, as if this new life I was living won't last. No matter how hard I tried to push it away, it was always there. Aiden cupped my face in both of his hands and dropped a kiss on my forehead. And then he was off. By the time I was home, Mom and Sasha had already eaten and were apparently in some deep conversation. I heard their voices from the lounge, and even though I usually don't eavesdrop, I couldn't help it as soon as I heard them mention my name. "Leave this discussion till after her birthday ends, Mom. Please," I heard Sasha say. "How much more time does she need, Sasha? Every day I see her get more attached to him. When this relationship will end, it will devastate them both. I just want her to tell Aiden the truth before she invests any more of her feelings into this relationship." She told me she wants to give him time to recover from his grief. It's only been a month since that old hag killed herself, and Sarah is the only one Aiden has. "Fine." I heard the exasperation in Mom's voice. She came out of the lounge while I pretended I was too busy looking at my phone. Even though I could have invited Stacy and the others' birthday for me was a very private affair, something I could only celebrate with my two best friends in the world, Mom and Sasha. I was planning to include an outing with Aiden on my birthday schedule, but since he wasn't here, that wasn't an option. This birthday could have gone extremely well, but after hearing Mom and Sasha's conversation, I couldn't help but feeling awkward. Mom looked like she could barely stop herself from giving me a lecture on being honest, while Sasha looked like she was constantly on edge in case the lecture did start, and she would have to step in to stop it from turning into a full-blown argument between me and Mom. I returned home waiting to see a message from Aiden, but there was none. Strangely, he hadn't even called the entire day. It was 11 p.m., my birthday almost over. I could feel my blood run cold as my mind started conjuring every worst-case scenario possible. The most likely of this seemed to be that Aiden had somehow learned the truth. I knew he was not the type to just back off and let the mystery of his mother's death remain unsolved. What if this wasn't even a business trip, but something more? Was he actually doing some digging on his own? I started pacing my balcony anxiously. Just then I heard my phone buzz. It was a text from Aiden. "Thank God you haven't changed out of your birthday clothes yet. By the way, pink is really your color." Shocked, I looked around to see Aiden standing by his black Mercedes. He waved at me. He was dressed in a black suit and tie. It looked like he had come straight from the airport. I rushed downstairs and threw my arms around him. I didn't even change. As soon as we got done with the meeting, I left for the airport. I wanted to be in time for your birthday. There's still 1 hour left, isn't it? "Yes, it is, but you must be so tired. Have you eaten?" "We have got some food left." "No, it's okay. You will disturb the others. I just wanted to give you your birthday present." He then placed a set of car keys in my hand. I looked behind him and gasped. There stood a beautiful, shiny red Ferrari. My dream car. "You didn't have to do this." "It's too much. You know I can't accept it." You know it's considered impolite to refuse a gift. A thank you would be most appreciated." He smiled his crooked smile. "How am I supposed to thank you for all of this? There's no way I will ever be able to get a gift like that for you. Actually, there's a way for you to pay me back," he said, staring at my lips. The next second, I was in his arms, and his lips were crushing mine. He kissed me passionately, hungrily, as if he couldn't get enough of me. His arm around my waist crushed me to his chest almost, painfully, and his lips were bruising mine. Yet I didn't care. It was like I was lost in a blissful world of my own, where only the two of us existed. Aiden's POV. The last couple of days had been amazing. After Mom died, I thought I could never be happy, but thanks to Sarah, I was being proven wrong. I was obsessing over the kiss we shared last night, like a lovesick 16-year-old girl when my cell phone rang. "We found him, sir. Ethan Crawford is in our custody right now." It was one of my contacts at the police station. My pulse raced. This way my chance to get some answers. This guy may have ordered the hit on Ariana and Sean, and maybe, just maybe, be the reason why my mother killed herself. Ethan sat at the police station calmly with a smirk plastered on his face. It was all I could do not to lunge at him with a murderous vengeance. Yes, I ordered the hit on Ariana, but I was actually doing it on the orders of someone who knew Ariana, someone whose name you wouldn't want me to expose. Ethan's words confused me. Was he trying to say I wouldn't want to expose my sister's killer? Who was it? Tell me, or what I will do to you would make you beg for death. I said, my voice trembling with rage. I never expected what his next couple of words would do to me. That it was I who would be made to wish that he had died. Anna Victor. It was your own mother who wanted your sister dead. Ariana knew things about your late father and Anna herself that she wanted buried. Now? Aiden, you are going to let me out of here before I let the world know what scumbags your parents actually were. A saga of heartbreak. Aiden's POV. I could feel my hands trembling, my mind spinning out of control. "You are lying," was all I could say as I stepped outside the room Ethan was being kept in. I had to see Sarah. She was the one person who could calm me down, and right now I felt I was falling apart. She was standing in front of her place. Brown hair tousled as usual, her dark brown eyes widening on seeing me. "Aiden, what's wrong? You look like you have seen a ghost." "Ethan, that shameless bastard has gone crazy. He just said the most ridiculous thing. He is saying my mom ordered the hit on Ariana and Sean." I saw Sarah's face fall. There was no surprise or shock on her face, just resignation. "Sarah, do you know anything about this?" I could hear my voice tremble. Sarah didn't have to say anything. Her expression was enough to give me the answer I dreaded. No, this just couldn't happen to me. Not only did a criminal just accuse my moms of being a cold-blooded murderer, but the woman I love actually knows something about it and is keeping something from me. Sarah's POV. So the moment I had dreaded had finally come. Aiden's face had gone ashen. He said nothing, just dashed away to his car. I ran after him, calling out his name. I tried grabbing his arm, but he pulled away, not even looking at me. The entire afternoon, I paced around the living room. I didn't want him to go through all of this alone, but would he let me comfort him? Right now, I was sure he didn't even want to look at me. "What else were you expecting, Sarah? You hid something so huge from him, of course he is hurt." Mom wasn't willing to go easy on me either. "This is why I told you to tell him everything." I wanted to give him time to recover from what happened with his mom. "Maybe, but you were also afraid that you would lose him if you did so, that he would blame you for his mother's suicide." "I didn't kill his mother. I was doing the right thing. I was trying to bring a criminal to justice. I didn't expect Anna to be such a coward that she would kill herself." "Of course you were doing the right thing, sweetheart, but that woman was his mother. People often think irrationality and are not as understanding when it comes to the ones they love. And I think on a subconscious level you knew that and dreaded it." "Thank you so, Mom. You have made me feel so much better. Is it too much to ask for you to cut me some slack just this once?" "I am sorry, sweetie, but you have to realize that this relationship was not going to last. It's a good thing that the truth came out now. The longer you would have stayed with him, the more attached you would have become." Right now, you have to focus on walking away from him and moving on." Tears sprang to my eyes. Mom didn't realize it, but her words stabbed me harder than a knife. But everything she said was true no matter how hard I wanted to deny it. I got in my car. The black USB containing all the information Ariana had gathered lay in my purse. It was time to let Aiden know everything. I knew that Aiden was probably in the suite at Victor Tower. He had let me stay there when my house was ransacked. I remembered him telling me once that Ariana used to stay there, and whenever he felt upset, he would do too, as it made him feel closer to her. It was only fitting that he should watch the video Ariana had recorded on the USB, that he should hear the entire truth from her. I knocked on the door to the suite, and a few seconds later the door opened to reveal Aiden. Seeing him broke my heart. He still hadn't changed from the suit he was wearing this morning. His blue tie hung loose from his neck. His black hair were disheveled and his blue-gray eyes held a mixture of pain and exhaustion. It took every ounce of strength in me not to hold him in my arms. Instead, I pulled out the USB and handed it to him. "This has all the answers you are searching for." Aiden fumbled with the USB, and then he suddenly looked up at me. There was a pleading look in his eyes. "She didn't do it right? Please tell me that she didn't do it." My heart broke further, if that was even possible. I wanted to tell him what he wanted to hear, but this cycle of secrets and lies had to end. "Aiden, I am so sorry," I whispered as my eyes pooled with tears. He went silent for a while, looking at the floor instead of my face. Then he spoke. "For how long have you known?" "For a while," I whispered. "I wanted to tell you. The day your mother died, I came to see you because that's what I wanted you to know. But then that incident happened, and I decided to wait because you were already in so much pain." "Did my mom know that you knew?" "1. Yes." "My mother's suicide. Did it have anything to do with this?" I couldn't speak in that moment. I felt like I couldn't even breathe. He finally looked up at me, his piercing gray eyes looking into mine. "She knew that I was about to tell you the truth that day." All right. That's enough." Aiden held his hand up to stop me. I saw that there were tears in his eyes. He was literally shaking. "Aiden, please, No, Sarah, please just stop. Please just leave." He backed away into the room, shutting the door to the suite before I could do anything. I kept telling myself not to cry as I drove back home. If I allowed myself to, God knows when I would stop. Crying meant accepting what was happening. It meant accepting that I had lost Aiden forever. Sasha had called me several times on my phone. But I didn't feel like talking to anyone. I didn't want to hear their lectures on moving on and forgetting the first man I ever loved. 3 days passed. When I wasn't working, I was sleeping. Every time my phone buzzed, I would jump, hoping it was a message or call from Aiden. But none of them came. The 4th day, I was busy printing out documents when one of my coworkers told me someone wanted to meet me. To my disappointment, it wasn't Aiden, but a tall woman in a black suit with chin-length black hair. "Hi, Sarah. My name is Gina Crawford. Can I speak to you for a few minutes?" I was confused at first, but understood where I had heard the name. I remembered Aiden telling me that Ethan had a daughter named Gina and that her calls were being monitored in case she was in contact with Ethan. We sat in the company cafeteria. Gina looked calm, but I was on edge. She wanted something, and I had a feeling it was far from something good. "Your boyfriend Aiden hasn't been returning any of my calls. He has literally fallen off the face of the earth, so I came to you." "What do you want?" I asked. "My father, is currently in police custody. His being convicted depends largely on your boyfriend testifying in court against him. My father was associated with the weapons division of Aiden's company before it was shut down. He has been accused of illegally smuggling weapons to terrorist organizations. If that charge is proven, he will be found guilty of treason and would probably get the death penalty. Gina, you still haven't told me what this has to do with me. My father and Anna Victor were quite close to each other, actually. Not only was he her lover once upon a time, but also the man she would use to get her dirty work done. Some of it was pretty bad, actually. I knew what she meant by pretty bad. To cut things short, Sarah, if Aiden testifies in court, I wouldn't just sit back and let him get away with it. If my father doesn't reveal the truth about Anna Victor to the world, I will. Also, considering how the police worships him, I would really appreciate if Aiden uses his connections to get my father out of police custody as soon as he can. Aiden isn't the sort of person you can easily threaten to do what you want. I was seething at Gina's words. Only time will tell what sort of person he is, but please do pass my message on to him, would you? And with that, Gina sauntered away. Aiden had really gone MIA. I couldn't track him down anywhere, not at the hotel or his office. I drove all the way to his family mansion, but the butler told me he was out for the day. When will he be back? That I can't say, ma'am. The guy looked nervous, clearly wanting me to leave. I was sure Aiden had told him to shoo away any visitors. Then I will just wait for him. I smiled coyly and settled myself on one of the leather sofas in the drawing room. After an hour or so, I heard the roar of engines and knew Aiden was here. I dashed off to the main entrance, wanting to catch Aiden before he hid himself elsewhere. I saw him entering the house. The sight of him felt bittersweet. He was dressed in a black leather jacket and pants, not his usual formal attire of suit and tie. There were hollows underneath his blue-gray eyes, but he still looked as dignified and graceful as ever, the archetype of a Byronic hero. I really need to speak to you, it's important. Aiden seemed completely caught off guard at my sudden appearance. He only stared at me silently as I spoke. After I had finished, he just gave a laugh devoid of humor. As if things weren't already going so well, this woman also had to show up. My life is so predictably fucked up, it's kind of hilarious, isn't it? I just want you to know that regardless of whatever decision you make, I won't judge you, whether you comply to Gina's demands or not. Aiden just stared at the floor, not resounding to my words. Seeing as there was nothing more to say, I left. Aiden's POV. The entire day after Sarah left, I kept thinking about the choice I had to make: bring a criminal to justice or watch as my mother's and my family's reputation went down in flames. The company's stock price would also take a major hit if the truth came out. We had already taken a major risk when we decided to close our weapons division, not to mention reveal the names of all the illegal contractors who had somehow managed to get their hands on our products. The next day, Gina came. She was clearly getting desperate. I could avoid her like I had done these past few days, but I knew that I couldn't run away from my problems forever. She smugly stood admiring one of our antique collections. On seeing me arrive, she confidently smirked. "I assume you have finally made your decision, Mr. Victor?" "Yes, I have." A few hours later, I sat in one of the interrogation rooms. A couple of minutes later, 2 police officers dragged a handcuffed Ethan Crawford inside. "Oh, so you finally want to talk, Aiden?" He settled himself on the chair opposite me. "Your daughter came by my house this morning." "Yeah? Patience isn't Gina's thing. Frankly, I am not feeling very patient either." "So, when are you getting me out?" He placed his legs on the table, leaning back on his chair. He was enjoying this. "Never?" My answer shocked him. He pulled his legs off from the table and sat upright. "What did you say, boy?" The same thing I told your daughter this morning. You are my sister's killer and her husband's. You have destroyed 2 families, mine and that of the person I care about most. You are going to get what you deserve. I won't go down without a fight. I will spill all of your family's dirty little secrets. Go ahead, by all means. It's not going to save you from what's in store for you. I got up, buttoning up my coat. Oh, and if you or your daughter try hurting anyone I care about, I won't wait for the death penalty. I will end you myself, and don't think my men aren't watching your daughter. He flinched at my last words but didn't say anything. I walked away, fully aware of the consequences my actions would entail. But I somehow felt light and free, like a huge weight had lifted off my shoulders. The beginning of the end, Sarah's POV. In the wake of the Ethan Crawford case, some very shocking revelations about the Victor family have emerged. We will go over to our reporter, who is currently at the Victor mansion. So Chris, what have you got? The screen shifted to a guy with a crew cut wearing a blue jacket with the words STN News written in bold white. I could recognize the gates to the Victor mansion behind him. He wasn't the only reporter there. I could spot an entire crowd of them behind him. Yes, Amanda, we have been out here since morning, but so far there has been no sign of Mr. Victor. As you know, so far, none of the family members have reacted to the allegations regarding Anna Victor and her involvement in Ariana Victor's death. Poor Aiden. These reporters won't leave him be till they get a response from him. I picked up my cell phone wanting to call him, but just then the doorbell rang. I opened it and had only a second to register the small crowd of reporters present before they all thrust their mics into my face. I didn't wait to hear any of their questions but quickly backed away, closing the door in their faces. I called Aiden's cell phone, but there was no response. Eventually, I gave up. Maybe he needed more time. Alone, I reasoned. But I couldn't deny how hurt I felt nevertheless. I had almost forgotten about the court's investigation regarding Dr. Sheridan, the doctor whose negligence had caused my father's death. The investigation happening was Aiden's doing. I felt especially grateful, considering how the court hearing went. Sasha had to come here to testify in court, and things seemed to be going in our favor. It almost seemed inevitable that in the next hearing, Dr. Sheridan would finally be convicted and lose his medical license as well as do some jail time. Though this week's hearing seemed to have tilted the odds on our side, I couldn't be as cheerful as Sasha and Mom were. We had gone out to celebrate, but even my favorite plate of chicken arrabbiata couldn't cheer me up. At least today, I had expected Aiden to call me. But there was still no sign of him. Sasha, ever the perceptive one, tried to get me to talk about how I felt. But all I wanted to do was brood alone in silence. I tried telling myself he probably is going through a lot and needs to be given more time. But I couldn't. The fact that his ignoring me broke my heart. And there was a bitter voice inside of me that couldn't excuse Aiden's actions. To top it off, the reporters weren't ones to just give up. Getting out of the house was an effort in itself, as they were literally camping outside my home. If this wasn't enough, I suddenly started feeling as if I was being watched. For 3 days in a row, I saw a black car parked near my house. The warning bell started ringing in my mind when I noticed that the same car was parked near my office as well. This morning, the car was there again, and I knew something had to be done. There were still a bunch of reporters lurking nearby, and it was daytime, so I felt brave. I walked up to the guy in the car and tapped on his window. The guy in the car was well-built, with a scar running across his cheek. He was intimidating, to say the least. Still, I decided not to back down and tried to make my voice sound more confident than I felt. "I know you are following me. Who sent you? Or would you only answer to the police?" It worked. The guy started talking immediately. "It was Mr. Victor. He hired us for your protection." "Us? You mean there's more of you?" Yeah, I stay here during the day. At night, there are others. Seeing my exasperated expressed, he started again. We are only here to keep you safe. If you want, you can call the boss and ask him yourself. Maybe I should have been flattered he was trying to protect me, but all I could feel was frustration and anger. I decided it was about time I spoke to him in person. Mr. Victor is in a meeting right now. You will have to wait, I am afraid. I was standing in Aiden's office. Apparently he was in a meeting, and Louisa, his assistant, won't let me see him. I was about to walk away, but enough was enough. I was sick of him trying to avoid me. God knows if he was really in a meeting or this was another excuse. It wasn't like me to be cantankerous, but I didn't feel I had a choice. I burst inside Aiden's room despite Louisa's protests. To my utter embarrassment, Aiden really was in a meeting. Aiden and two other people who were sitting opposite him on the desk stared wide-eyed at me. I tried to stop her first, but she just won't listen, Louisa mumbled. Could you give me 5 minutes, please? Aiden excused himself from the two men. Call those bodyguards off. I spoke before Aiden could say anything. Sarah, I hired them because I was afraid Gina might try to hurt you. The Crawfords are an extremely vengeful family. What do you care, Aiden? You have been pretending like I don't exist since the last couple of weeks. I do care, Sarah. I am sorry I hid the truth from you, but I was trying to protect you. I wanted the entire world to know what your mother did, but I didn't because I loved you. And most of all, I always forgave you for what you did. For accusing my family for Ariana's death? For everything that you put me through, including that night you made me spend in prison. Why can't you do the same for me? I am not angry at you. Sarah. Aiden rubbed his temples. He looked very tired all of a sudden. Then why won't you speak to me? If you don't have any feelings for me, then please just leave me be. I don't need any of your favors. I took out the keys to the car he had given me and placed them on his desk. Aiden just stared at the desk, not saying anything. I started to walk away. Then he suddenly spoke. How will you get home? After everything I had said, that was all he was going to say. I wanted to roll my eyes. I will just take a cab home. Too bad I couldn't find a cab until I had already walked half the way home. To top it off, it started to rain, and I was soaked through. I wonder if I was being punished for what I said to Aiden. In the evening, I sat flipping through channels aimlessly until one caught my eye. It was a talk show, and they were discussing the Victor family. The talk show hosts asked one of the guests, a haughty-looking woman in a gray tweed jacket. I doubt it. This family has too many scandals associated with it. I think the company's best bet is to distance itself from the Victor family. I am already hearing that many of the stakeholders have decided to replace Aiden Victor as CEO in the next shareholders meeting. But Ms. Portman, a couple of months back, it was you who said that Aiden was quite a capable CEO and especially popular among the employees. The host said, I am not saying he isn't capable, but as far as his popularity is concerned, he's lost it after the details revealed about his mother. Many people find it hard to believe that he was completely unaware of his mother's actions. And honestly, the right course of action was for him to do a press conference denouncing the vile crimes his parents had committed, but so far he's nowhere to be seen. Her words made my blood boil. She knew nothing about Aiden, and all those people who wanted to replace him as CEO deserved to burn in hell. If Aiden wasn't willing to comment on it, it wasn't because he had something to hide. I remembered how he used to look up to his mom. It must have been so hard for him to come to terms with the fact that she was his sister's killer. Not to mention that even his dad wasn't innocent, having been the one to start all of this in the first place when he killed his brother. All of a sudden, I felt extremely guilty for the way I had acted towards Aiden today. I was only thinking about my own feelings and didn't consider what he had been going through. I developed a splitting headache after that, and I literally couldn't sleep the entire night. The next day, I encountered the same bunch of reporters outside my door as I left for work. But I wasn't going to run away this time, not when the entire media was bitching about Aiden. You people wanted me to give a statement regarding this, so I will. The day that Ethan was arrested was the first time Aiden came to know the truth about his parents. Ethan wanted Aiden not to testify against him in court. He, including his daughter Gina, tried to blackmail Aiden, threatening to expose the truth to the world. Aiden had two options: save his family's image or do the right thing by putting away a criminal behind bars. He chose the latter option. The crowd of reporters had gone silent. I took a deep breath and continued. This is why I admire him so much. Despite the sort of people he was surrounded with, he never lost his integrity. He knew all the pain, the embarrassment he will have to suffer through if the truth came out. But he still decided to do the right thing. I am just disappointed that no one is giving him any credit for it. I didn't know how Aiden would feel about my little speech. All I knew was that I couldn't stand by and watch people badmouth him for something he hadn't even done. Sasha was leaving tomorrow morning. Tonight, she planned on calling some of her friends to go clubbing with her. She even forced me into agreeing to coming with her. So tonight, we found ourselves looking all dolled up, surrounded by loud, pounding music and flaring disco lights. After making a few forced steps at dancing, I left Sasha and her friends on the dance floor to grab some food. Just then, my cell phone started to ring. It was Aiden. He had probably seen me on TVO. Heart pounding. I hesitated only for a second before picking up. Sarah? His voice sounded muffled in the loud music. Hold on a second, it's too loud here. Let me get somewhere quieter. I retreated into the nearest corner. It was quieter here, cement and cardboard boxes littered everywhere. There was a sign near the staircase that led down to a basement below. Apparently it was broken because there was a sign over it saying, "Under repair." I thought I was alone, but then I heard someone move. It was a man. From the way he stumbled, it was obvious he was drunk. When the light hit his blotchy face, I recognized him easily. It was Dr. Sheridan. He seemed to recognize me too as he leered at. Well, well, look who's here. I bet you are celebrating what you did to me, aren't you, you little bitch? How dare you? Before I could continue, he lunged at me. I quickly moved out of the way. Too many beers and the personality of an asshole sure is a deadly combination. I won't let you get away with ruining my life. Sluts like you use rich men like Victor to destroy other people's lives. He slurred. Once again, he tried to grab me before I could call for help or run for that matter. Bastard! I screamed as I decided to use one of the kicks I had learned in Taekwondo class. I gave him a roundhouse kick and he was thrown backwards. He crashed into the repair sign in front of the under-construction staircase. I heard a woman scream behind me as Dr. Sheridan toppled backwards. There was the sound of something heavy colliding with the floor. Hard. I was frozen, rooted to the spot. I saw a woman running towards the staircase, probably trying to see what became of Sheridan. Will! Oh my God! What have you done? She turned towards me, tears streaming down her face. It was then that I recognized her. She was Alyssa Sheridan, the man's wife. I finally willed my legs to move. There was a gaping hole in the stairs where a few steps were missing, probably why it was being repaired. Sheridan had fallen through the gap. Fallen a long, long way below. He lay there, limbs splayed, staring fixedly into space, making no sound, just still. A pool of blood had started gathering around his head, painting the floor beneath him red. I didn't need to closely examine him to know the truth. He was dead. I had just killed a man. Darkest hour. People had started to gather around us. Sasha and her friends managed to push through the crowd and find me. I was still in shock, unable to move. "She killed him! She killed my husband!" I heard Alyssa shout. A couple of people were actually patting her shoulder and trying to comfort her. The sight made my blood boil. I knew I just couldn't stay silent and not defend myself. He attacked me first. Everything I did was in self-defense. "Everyone calm down, please. Let the police investigate what happened here." The mention of the police sent chills up my spine. Sasha pulled me into a corner and asked me what had happened. I tried to narrate everything to her as I remembered it. "If only there were security cameras here that could have captured the footage of that man attacking you. Either way, what you did was in self-defense. You are gonna be okay." Sasha pulled me in a hug, trying to comfort me. An ambulance pulled up, taking away the man. The police had already arrived on the scene. Me and Alyssa were both taken to the police station. Sasha came with me. We were both questioned separately. I told the officers everything, hoping they would believe me. Was anxious thinking about what Alyssa must have said during her questioning. I was sure that she must have tried to make it look like I had killed her husband in cold blood. For some reason, I kept feeling that the officers were somehow more sympathetic to her. The officers kept calling her ma'am and offered her tea. With me and Sasha, they were pretty rude. Had she bribed them? She was pretty rich, and in our country, bribes could get you anywhere. Or maybe it was because she was crying without any restraint. I was utterly scared, and maybe sobbing like Alyssa could have made me feel better, but I didn't like appearing weak in front of strangers. Perhaps I should feel sorry for her. After all, she did lose her husband. Right now, I just wanted to be home in my bed, cuddling up with my mom and sister. But my trials had just begun. To my utter shock, I was told I would be kept here in prison till the hearing happened. Sasha and I just couldn't believe it. "It's the laws of this country, ma'am. People claim they did everything in self-defense, and then they run off and disappear. So we hold them here." A balding officer with a potbelly told us. "What kind of fucked up law is that? My sister was attacked by that man. You would rather believe that lying bitch instead of my sister." Sasha's face was red with rage. I placed a hand on her arm to calm her down. Fighting with a police officer here was dangerous. "There was another man at the scene, ma'am. He saw your sister kick Mr. Sheridan, after which he saw him fall." "That was after he lunged at me. Didn't the witness see that too?" I thought I was going to go insane. "No, he didn't, ma'am. Look, why don't you wait till the hearing?" I felt I couldn't breathe. It was like the walls were closing in on me. Mom and Sasha stood outside the bars to the cell. Mom was sobbing. Sarah was trying to utter words of comfort. It felt like déjà vu to me. It was my second time behind bars. I talked to Aiden. "He's out of town, but he's going to get here as soon as possible. He was very worried about you." Sasha said to me, "They have recently passed a law introducing capital punishment for murder. What are we going to do?" My mind was coming up with all sorts of horrible ways this could end. "It's never going to come to that, sweetheart, I promise. We are here for you. We are going to talk to our lawyer, and I know Aiden is going to do whatever he can to help." They couldn't stay here forever. Eventually, they both had to leave. I curled up in a corner of the cell, but I couldn't sleep. In the morning, I was drowsy from sleep deprivation. Halfway between the state of sleeping and being awake when an officer suddenly appeared. "Someone wants to see you," he said. He led me to a room bare except for the table and 2 chairs present. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the man occupying the other chair. There were hollows underneath his gray-blue eyes which held concern and so much tenderness. He was impeccably dressed in a navy blue suit and a gold Rolex watch on his wrist. It was so quintessentially him. Even in a crisis, he would maintain his dignity. It's what I loved about him. "Are you all right?" He grabbed my handcuffed hands in his. The officer stood away in a corner, not daring to intrude on us. "I don't know, Aiden," I whispered quietly. The tears I had been keeping down now filled my eyes. "I was out of the city. When I heard what had happened, I came here as soon as I could. I am going to get you out of this. I won't let anything happen to you, okay?" "I didn't do anything wrong, Aiden. So what am I being punished for? Now there's this witness who is on her side. How convenient for her that he only saw Sheridan fall when I kicked at him, not the part where he started attacking me. He may be in cahoots with her. Sarah, who knows? I am going to look into this. You did nothing wrong, and I won't let you be punished for something you are not guilty for." There was a steely determination in his eyes. I suddenly remembered the fight I had had with him, and I felt ashamed. "You don't have to help me, you know, especially considering what a bitch I was the last time we talked face to face." "Yes, I do. You have always been there for me, and yesterday you stood up to defend me in front of all of those reporters. That was a brave thing to do." "It was the right thing to do, Aiden. It's what I should have done. You don't owe me anything." "Why do you believe it's always your duty to do things for others, and they shouldn't be there for you in return? Besides, I am not doing this because I owe you anything. I am doing this because I love you." For a second, all I could do was stare at him, hearing my heartbeat pound through my chest. This was the first time he had told me that he loved me. "I know you must be surprised seeing as how I had been ignoring you the past couple of days. When you came to my office, you had asked me why I was finding it so hard to forgive you when you forgave me for everything I'd put you through. But the truth is, I was never mad at you in the first place. It's all in the past, Aiden. You don't have to apologize. In fact, I should have been more understanding." "No, Sarah. I have to at least explain. I was avoiding you because I felt too ashamed to face you. I felt that I didn't deserve you." He took a deep breath and continued. "You don't know how hard it was when I first told you I had feelings for you. I was burdened with guilt. I never forgot how I first came into your life to seek revenge on you and your family, how I accused Sean of murdering Ariana." "It was all a misunderstanding, Aiden. A misunderstanding which happened because I trusted my mother. She was the one who would keep poisoning me against you people. She murdered my sister and your brother. She made me hurt the woman I love. And yet there's a part of me that still misses her and loves her despite all of it." I could see there were tears in his grayish-blue eyes. "Every time I look at you, I feel so guilty. I am that same woman's son. Maybe when you look at me, I remind you of her. I feel so disgusted with myself for being her child, for loving her. I feel it's too much for me to ask you to love me." "But I love you already. You can't do anything about that." There, I said it, and I meant it. I had known of it a long time ago, but never had the courage to say it. He just sat there, a look of awe and wonder in his eyes as he looked at me. We sat there just staring at each other until it was time for me to go. As the officers started leading me away, Aiden stopped us. "Wait." He pulled me by my handcuffed wrists and crushed his lips against mine. I was a bit taken aback. Aiden hated public displays of affection. But a second later, I let myself forget about everything else and kissed him back. It was only a few seconds, but in that kiss, we managed to say more than we could in words. We didn't know what the future held. Maybe I might not make it out of this. Maybe I would die or rot in this prison. Maybe he would live out the rest of his life alone, haunted by what couldn't be. But we took solace in the fact that was certain. He was mine and I was his forever. Aiden's POV. After seeing Sarah, I headed back to the office. My secretary Louisa had more bad news for me. "It's all over the news, sir," she said, turning on the TV. A woman in a red blazer was reading out the headlines, and I was in them. I was becoming a pro at it. After the scandal regarding his mother, Aiden Victor seems to now be at the center of another controversy. Last night, girlfriend Sarah Summers was arrested. I turned off the television, not wanting to hear anymore. Just then, our CFO, Mr. Queen, burst in. He was one of the few people who were on my side and who I expected to vote for me to retain my position in the upcoming board meeting. The serious look on his face told me he had heard about what had happened to Sarah. He told Louisa he wanted to speak to me alone and settled on the chair opposite me. "Things have taken a turn for the worse, Aiden. Everybody's talking. You have become surrounded by scandals, and the other board members worry it's going to affect the company's image. Your enemies are going to use this against you, especially in the upcoming shareholders meeting. You think I will have to step down? You might, unless you do something about it. What do you suggest? You might not like what I have to say, son." He wiped a hand across his face and continued. "I always felt from the way you talked about her that she is important to you. But now your relationship with this girl may be used as a weapon against you. If you don't want people to vote for your resignation, it's best that you distance yourself from her. Hold a press conference or release a statement condemning what she did." Even though I had a lot of respect for him, I couldn't hold down my anger. "The hearing hasn't happened. She acted in self-defense, and pretty soon she's going to be proven innocent. Why should I stab her in the back like this?" Alyssa Sheridan is one of our major shareholders, and she knows a lot of important people who own shares in our company as well. The wealthy always side with each other. Whose side do you think they are on? I don't care whose side they are on. All I know is I am not going to betray Sarah, and that's it. Nothing else matters. Not even the company? Your family's legacy? The image of Sarah's face flashed in my mind in that second. "No," I said firmly. After Mr. Queen had left, I decided to do some digging of my own. I called up my contacts and was able to find out the details of this so-called witness. I tried to find if he had any links with Alyssa, but so far, everything was turning out to be a dead end. He was a middle-class man and worked for a construction company. It seemed that he and Alyssa both came from two different worlds. My best bet was that justice would be served and the court would decide Sarah was innocent. Or I could live up to my family's name and find some not-so-legal ways to get Sarah out of prison. Something involving a bit of blackmail. I called Aniston, my private investigator. "What can I do for you, sir?" "I need you to find out what you can about Alyssa Sheridan." The end is near. Why don't you think about what you are going to do once you get out of this hellhole? Aiden said to me. I knew it was another one of his attempts at trying to make me feel better, but there was something forced about his optimism, and I knew he was more afraid than he let on. Nevertheless, I smiled and tried to put on a brave face. "Not sure about that, Aiden. I think the first thing I am going to do is take a bath in my own bathroom and maybe spend the next couple of days lazing around in my own bed. God, I miss that so much." I was thinking of some grand way to celebrate. "What? You always said you wanted to see the Alhambra. You want to take me to Spain?" "Yes, and any place else you want to go." "There are lots of places I want to go. I haven't seen the pyramids, the Forbidden City, and I loved Dragon Ball, so maybe a trip to Tokyo won't be so bad either." "Don't indulge me so much, it will empty your bank account." "That's fine by me as long as you leave some of the destinations for our honeymoon." Aiden winked, and we both burst into laughter. Somehow, all of this felt bittersweet. We were just building castles in the air, with the fear and uncertainty of the future hanging over our heads. A glass partition wall separated us. As he left, I was back to doing nothing but anxiously anticipating what was about to happen. When the next day, the officer told me someone had come to visit, I naturally assumed it was my mom or Sasha. I was shocked when I saw Alyssa smugly smirking at me from her chair. "What do you want?" The sight of her made me feel both angry and exhausted at the same time. "Just wanted to talk about your boyfriend. I have heard he's trying his own way to make sure you win the next hearing. I know for sure he's snooping around trying to get at anything in my private life that he can use to blackmail me into keeping my mouth shut." He didn't say anything about this to me. "Well, I am just here to tell you to ask your boyfriend to mind his own business. In fact, he's been openly supporting you in the media. You will tell him to stop that too if you truly care for him." "I doubt there's anything you can do to hurt him." "Actually, I can. I own 30% of the shares in Victor Enterprises. At the upcoming shareholders meeting, we are going to decide if we still want to associate ourselves with the scandal-ridden Victor family, or we want to craft a new image for the company. Of course, there are many who are in favor of the latter, which means Aiden might have to relinquish his position in the company, and if I decide to vote against him, it will be more than likely." I felt so angry that I couldn't speak. If only we didn't have the glass partition between us, I would have loved to smack her on the face. She sauntered away with a satisfied smile on her face. Aiden's POV. I never really enjoyed visiting our under-construction projects. There was mud and cement everywhere here, and the hotel that we intended to build here was nothing more than a skeleton of concrete and steel. But I wasn't really here to just get updated on what was happening here. I was here to see someone. He finally appeared, a middle-aged man with brown hair turning gray at the temples. He was the person supervising the work here, our so-called witness, Peter Hudson. From the way his eyes widened when he saw me, he knew who I was, and apparently he had already guessed why I was here to see him. "If you are here because you want to blackmail or bribe me, then let me tell you it's going to work. I am going to tell the judges what I saw, not lie, just to protect your girlfriend." "And what did you see, Mr. Hudson? How convenient that you only saw what Sarah did and missed the part where Sheridan tried to attack her. Are you sure you don't owe Alyssa Sheridan a favor you were trying to pay back?" "I don't owe anyone anything, and before that night, I didn't know either of the people involved. All I know is that I heard two people shouting, and I dashed in to see your girlfriend kicking Sheridan, causing him to fall to his death." You weren't there in the beginning, so how can you be sure that Sheridan didn't attack Sarah first and she didn't just act in self-defense? I am not claiming that I know whether your girlfriend is innocent or not. She might have been the one attacked first. What do I know? All that I am sure of is that it is my duty to tell the court what I saw. And you, with all your money and influence, can't convince me of backing out of it. He turned his back on me and walked away. Considering that my family members started off as mafia leaders before turning to business, maybe I should have had him kidnapped or I should have threatened to hurt his loved ones. But then again, it went against my own principles, and I knew Sarah would have never wanted me to do something like this. Part of me admired the guy for his honesty and guts. Part of me felt defeated and hopeless. I had hired the best lawyer in the country, Clara Stewart, to represent Sarah. Sasha and Sarah's mom had argued that they wanted to deal with the expenses, but I knew that they had already been under a financial strain. I paid Clara and told her not to breathe a word about to Sarah's family. When they met Clara, told them she was really inspired by their struggle to find justice against a powerful figure like Sheridan and had decided to represent Sarah pro bono. Every day I discussed the case with her, trying to find ways. We could strengthen her case. If we had been in any other country, Sarah's face might have fared better. Self-defense cases are very hard to prove in the defendant's favor here. What about the fact that Sheridan was drunk and the history that exists between Sarah and him? He was always known to have had a bad temper. Yes, that's true, but so far no incidents where he became physical with anyone. I am not saying that the case is hopeless, it's just that there are two people claiming to have seen Sarah attack Sheridan. And there's no concrete evidence we have to prove Sheridan attacked her first. What I am saying is that, considering what's at stake, it might be better if you and Alyssa Sheridan can reach some sort of agreement outside the court. I felt my frustration grow with every second until I felt I would explode like a volcano. Then Sarah's mom called me, seeming very upset. I came to see Sarah today, and the guy at the desk said that only one visit was allowed in a day, and someone had already come to see her today. I can't figure out who. Sarah had a very small social circle. Stacy and Candace were just the people she hung out with at college, and I had a hard time believing they would make the effort to visit her in prison. When I saw her the next day, she seemed dejected and on the verge of falling apart. In the past couple of days, and basically every time she was in a crisis, Sarah would always act brave, not letting her distress show. This was so unlike her, which meant something had happened. Why didn't you tell me about the shareholders meeting and Alyssa having a stake in your company? Did Alyssa come to see you yesterday? Yes, she did. Alyssa knows you are trying to find information on her. Aiden let the lawyers and investigators handle my case. I want you to stay out of it. If she came her to threaten you like this, it means she's scared. I might be closer to finding something I can use against her. Why can't you trust the law for once? When I am innocent, why are you guys so afraid I won't get justice? Because our judicial system is corrupt, and judges here love shortcuts instead of thoroughly looking into things. The entire media is following this case now. Everyone might feel pressurized to end this as soon as possible. What if they feel it's convenient to just put you behind bars and let the more influential party win? If that's my destiny, so be it. I can't see you suffer like this, Aiden. You have already lost too much. If you care about me, then help me find something on Alyssa. Something to manipulate her with. She's willing to lie in court just to make you suffer for exposing her husband's true face. We will also have to play dirty if we are going to get anywhere. Sarah stared into space for some time, lost in thought. Then she looked at me. I think I remember something. I don't know if it's going to be of any use. Alyssa always appeared so poised and composed, the perfect wife and doctor. She used to work in psychiatry at the same hospital her husband did. Sasha used to go to her back when she suffered from depression. Go on, Sarah. Sasha told me one day a nurse barged in and told Alyssa that her husband had been shot. She just left Sasha without saying anything, not finishing their counseling session. She never said anything about it afterwards. This could actually mean something, Sarah. I will look into it. I left feeling like I finally had a lead. I was even more sure of it when I learned that the police officers that had been in charge of the case had resigned from their jobs and shifted abroad. That's what their colleagues say. One of them says the two officers had both moved to some city in Europe. The two officers, Smith and Jonas, didn't bother telling anyone exactly where it was they shifted to. I will try to have them located, but I am afraid it's going to take some time. Mr. Berter, Victor. Be sure to make it fast, Aniston. Shifting abroad requires money. Considering how little police officers are paid here, it's obvious it was the Sheridans who gave them the means to do so. That means the officers know something that they want to hide. What about the household staff that used to work at their home? They may know something. Sir, They only had one housekeeper back then and she died last year. If there are people other than the Sheridans themselves who know what happened, it's the two officers. Aniston, the man I had placed in charge of investigating this, left. We were running out of time. Europe was an entire continent. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sarah's POV. It was 2 days before the hearing, in the last couple of days. The only part of my day when I felt better was when Aiden or Sasha and Mom came to visit me. Today, it was Aiden. He was smiling at me, but I knew him well enough to realize that it was one of those fake smiles he had on his face when he was upset and didn't want anyone to know. "You couldn't find anything on Alyssa, right?" I said quietly. His face fell, and I knew I was right. "It's okay, Aiden, you tried your best. I tried to look brave, but I knew he could see right through me." Nevertheless, he decided to play along, trying to look as falsely optimistic as I was. "I was just being extra careful, Sarah." "You?" "I am a bit overprotective of the people I care about." "Not just a bit, a lot." "I am going to be fine, Aiden. Let's just leave it to God and just hope for the best." He tried to smile that fake smile again, but he failed. Pain was etched into his face. "We were so close to finding something, Sarah. We tried to find anyone who could tell us about the shooting, but everyone has conveniently disappeared or is dead. I don't get why they tried so hard to cover it all up. Just what was it that they were hiding? If someone had hurt a member of my family, I would have wanted them found and brought to justice. Sheridan was shot, yet they didn't seem interested in an investigation. Maybe the person who did it was even more powerful." I pondered over Aiden's words. Then another possibility came to my mind. What if it was someone close to them, a family member or someone they cared about, someone they were willing to forgive? Maybe I got an idea. Aiden got up from his chair. "I will tell you about it later." The 2 days passed rather quickly. Before I knew it, the day of my hearing had come. The public gallery of the courtroom was flooded with people. It reminded me of the Salem witch hunts. All these people gathered here to watch me suffer for a crime that I hadn't committed. It made me realize how those women had felt hundreds of years ago. This was it. The end. As the metal of the handcuffs bit into my wrists, it became even more real. My life was over. Just when I had found true happiness, known what it was like to love and be loved, even if it was by the man who I had sworn to hate, I closed my eyes and tried to remember where it all had started. The end. Sarah's POV. The prosecutor, a man in his 40s, his hair glued to his scalp with too much gel, started making his case. His whole focus was on making it look like I had killed Sheridan to avenge my father. He even stooped so low as to imply that the grief of losing my dad and Sean one after the other might have made me deranged and capable of violence. I wanted to punch him in the face, but was forced to suppress my anger. The effort of it made me want to cry. I am sure my hot-tempered sister Sasha was barely holding it together. I knew she, Mom, and Aiden were already here, but I didn't dare look at them. I didn't want them to see the fear in my eyes. Then it was my lawyer's turn. Clara Stewart looked graceful in her sharp black suit and her blonde hair cut in a bob. She gave a pretty good speech, and for a while I felt relieved. But then Alyssa was called to testify, and I felt I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. I took slow breaths, trying to calm my nerves, hoping Alyssa didn't notice how hard I was trying to keep it together. My dignity was all I had for now. She took the oath, promising to tell only the truth. The judge made it clear to her that she couldn't change her statement after this, or she will be liable to perjury. I held my breath, bracing myself for all the lies Alyssa was going to spew against me. 2 days before, Aiden's POV. What if it was someone close to them, a family member or someone they cared about, someone they were willing to forgive? I was at the prison feeling like my entire world was falling apart. I was supposed to comfort Sarah, but I felt she was the one trying to console me. I hadn't been able to find anything on Sheridan. Who shot him, and why, and whether there was something in it I could use to manipulate Alyssa was all a mystery. But now Sarah's words made sense, and I felt a slight ray of hope. I dashed out of the godforsaken place with renewed spirits. It was Sunday evening the next day. Tomorrow morning was the hearing, and I had only today to make my move. I sat in my car outside Alyssa Sheridan's clinic. In a while, she came out, red pencil heels clicking on the floor. There was a bounce in her step, and she didn't seem to mourn her husband as much as she took pleasure in her petty act of revenge against Sarah. "Alyssa," I shouted as I pulled my car beside her. "Get in. I need to speak with you." "Not interested. If you want to beg for votes in the shareholders' meeting, find someone else," she said hotly and turned away. "Think again." I pulled out my gun. Seeing it, pointed in her direction, all the blood drained from her face along with her arrogance. "What the hell do you want?" She settled into the seat beside me. "You have a son, Tony, right? Heard he's majoring in finance, which kind of puzzles me really. You can't get a good job in the finance sector with a criminal record." My son had no criminal record. Alyssa's face had gone even paler, if that was possible. Well, he's about to have one. For all the marijuana abuse he's been doing for years. Oh, and think of the headlines he's going to make when people know he shot his own father. How does it sound? Guy shot his own dad just because Daddy Dearest had confiscated his stash of weed. "I don't know what you are talking about," Alyssa mumbled weakly. "Maybe these photos would jog your memory. Turns out old habits die hard. Your son was seen purchasing weed from a pretty renowned drug dealer, and I managed to catch him on camera yesterday. Oh, and I recorded some pretty interesting things his old shrink and some of his high school buddies had to say about him. Money talks, literally. You would be surprised to know the number of people who would betray you for a few bucks." "Just tell me what you want me to do." Alyssa's strong facade had crumbled. "I want you to act like a decent person for once in your life and tell the truth when you are asked to testify in court. Decide what's more important, your son's future or avenging your criminal of a husband." Alyssa sat still as a statue and utterly speechless. I noticed that her hands were shaking. "See you in court tomorrow. You are free to go." I placed my gun back in the glove compartment and opened the car door for her. She stumbled out, tripping over her steps like a drunk. Present day, Sarah's POV. My husband was very upset that day. He kept losing that medical negligence case, and though we had appealed to the court to hear our case again, it was likely that we would lose. His medical license was about to be canceled, and he may have to do some jail time. So I took him out to cheer him up a bit. Alyssa had started crying at this point. Her eyes were red, and she kept sniffing her nose. Perhaps she thought she could win the judge's sympathy through her sniveling. Pathetic. He got really drunk despite me trying to stop him. He told me he was going to the bathroom, but then I saw him move in the opposite direction. I thought he's so drunk he can't find his way, so I followed him. He and this girl were having an argument, and before I knew it, he lunged at her. I was in shock, so I couldn't react on time. When he tried to grab her again, she threw a kick at him. He collided with the sign barricading that broken staircase, and he fell. We called the ambulance, but it was too late. Were my ears functioning correctly? Or did I hear something in her testimony that would turn the tables in my favor? Apparently, I wasn't the only one who noticed this. The prosecutor looked like he was having a seizure. The judge looked somewhere between confused and amused. "So, ma'am, according to what you have said just now, it seems your husband attacked the lady first?" Alyssa didn't say anything. She gave a sly jerk of her head to say yes, keeping her eyes fixed on the floor. I turned and looked towards the crowd and quickly found Aiden sitting in the front. He gave me a confident smile which said he got this. Mom and Sasha were sitting beside him, and they had their expressions told me everything was going to be okay. Your Honor, this just proves that my client was acting in self-defense. Clara spoke, her eyes gleaming with triumph. There's another witness, isn't there? The prosecutor butted in. Why don't we hear from him what happened? I heard 2 people shouting when I came. I just saw the lady throw a kick at the man, Peter said. And you didn't see what happened before it? No, Your Honor. When the time came for the judge to give his verdict, I just held my breath, praying that God would shew me his mercy. Those days in that rotten prison cell made me realize how much I had taken for granted. I kept complaining about how terrible my life is and refused to see the many ways in which it wasn't. A few hours later, I stood outside, breathing in the fresh air underneath the open sky after so many days of missing how it felt like. Every mundane thing now seemed so beautiful now that I was free. You scared the shit out of us, Sarah. Sasha wrapped me in a tight bear hug. Easy, Sasha, or you will break my ribs. I prayed day and night. These days were so hard, so hard. Mom was sobbing so hard it made something inside me break. I am sorry, Mom. I promise to stay out of trouble, and I am never going to put you through something like this again. What are you apologizing for, sweetheart? That son of a bitch deserved it. May he rot in hell for all I care. Me, Sasha, and Aiden couldn't help but laugh at my usually sweet mom's ferocity. Aiden drove us home. Sasha and Mom got out of the car, but I stayed back. How will I ever thank you for this? I whispered. Don't worry, I have got an entire list of things I will have you do in return for my services. But for now, I want you to rest. You must be exhausted. He gave me a kiss. When I entered my room, the sight of my bed, my bookshelf, and even the flowery curtains brought tears to my eyes. All my life I have really been ungrateful. I should have been more thankful for all of this. The moment I lay my head on the pillow, I fell asleep. It had been 2 days since the trial, and today we were here to celebrate Aiden's victory at the board meeting. Against all the odds, Aiden had managed to keep his position as CEO. It wasn't just that his performance as CEO had been impressive, but also that Alyssa Sheridan was more than happy to switch sides and vote for him. It was a supermoon today, and I watched as it shimmered magnificently, the sea glittering beneath its light. Me and Aiden sat at the new resort his company had built. From the terrace where we sat, we could view the sea below and take in the fresh sea breeze and watch the seagulls. I pointed to a bunch of rocks lying below covered with I thought you weren't into crabs, Aiden chuckled. I think they are adorable. I am just not into eating them, though. Aiden, there are still a couple of things I don't have the answers to. Like who sent me those newspaper clippings about Nathaniel Victor, or the people who ransacked my house. The person sending you those articles was Ethan Crawford. He had been blackmailing Mom, wanting her to stop me from helping the police against him. His biggest threat was that he would leak the truth about Sean and Ariana to your family. Sending those articles to you every now and then was his way of reminding my mom to keep her end of the bargain. And the men who trashed my place? They were sent by Mom. She wanted to know exactly what info Ethan had sent you. whether you knew anything that could be openly used against her. And what about the guy who tried to shoot me in the street? I would have known the answer from the sadness on Aiden's face, even if he didn't say anything. That was Mom too. She knew I was meeting you that day, and she suspected that you knew something about what she did to Ariana and Sean. In order to keep from knowing the truth, she sent that guy to get rid of you. And the incident at the hotel? That was a joint action by Ethan and the other groups of mafia lords and terrorist organizations who were pissed at me and some of the people who were meeting that day. The ball was being held by the Anti-Weapons Proliferation Convention, so almost everyone there, including me, was a target. This is enough to give me an information overload, I said, sipping on my pina colada. That reminds me, I have something for you. Aiden placed a velvet-covered case on the table. Inside it was a necklace with huge turquoise gemstones encircled with tiny diamonds. I felt tiny tears prick my eyes. This was your mother's right? Back when I was being an asshole and had you arrested, your mom sold it to bail you out. I know it doesn't change what I did, but this is your family heirloom, and I felt as if I had stolen it from you. It's only fair that I give it back to your family. My dad had given it to my mom as a wedding present. Mom said she wanted to see me wear it on my own wedding day whenever it happened. Aiden, she is going to be so happy seeing it. But seriously, how did you even find it? It took some digging, but luckily I managed to get it. I just want to leave the past behind and start afresh. You didn't have to get me this, though. Aiden, I have forgotten everything that has happened in the past already. Can't you see? Why don't you put it on? So we would know how it will look on you when you're walking down the aisle. I pulled my hair to the side, and Aiden placed the necklace around my neck. The future would always remain to be uncertain. Some other crises, I am sure, would be just around the corner. But if there's anything I have learned, it's that it's best to live in the present. So I leaned my head on Aiden's shoulder, and he kissed the top of my head, and I just lost myself in the joy of being with him. Epilogue. Have you talked to Aiden about it? Sasha tried to balance my 1-year-old niece Sandra in her arms. No, I didn't. He will probably try to offer his help, and I want to do this completely on my own. I brushed some highlighter above my cheekbones and frowned. 2 years later, and I still had a baby face, and no amount of makeup was going to change that, apparently. But I think your business idea could work. You only need the capital to get it going. Maybe Aiden would like your idea and decide to invest in it. Once you start making profits and giving him good returns, you won't really owe him anything. Sasha placed Sandra in her crib. Sasha, Aiden might invest in this project even if he's not sure it's a good idea just for my sake. If God forbid this business fails, I don't want to drag him down with me. If this business idea really has potential, then I might be able to find other investors beside Aiden. I straightened my blue suede jacket and gave Sandra a kiss on her tiny head as I left for work. I knew it was stupid. In the initial stages of a business venture, people often turn to friends and family to act as angel investors as strangers. Rarely invest in new ventures because of the uncertainty associated with them. It's just that I wanted to prove to everyone, and most of all to myself, that I can make it on my own in the world. Ever since I have started dating Aiden, I have constantly been labeled as the Cinderella type. Girl with no fortune or any influential relations or any extraordinary talent whatsoever to snag the most eligible bachelor in the country. I didn't want what other people said to get to me, but sometimes it did. And I literally felt like I had no identity of my own besides being Aiden Victor's girlfriend. After work, me and my 3 business partners sat in our office. Tiny room, which despite our efforts at renovation, still looked a little shabby. They were all girls I knew from college. My two friends Stacy and Candace, and the third girl was none other than the social butterfly I once upon a time couldn't stand talking to, Jessica. The Funding Angels would be airing live this Friday. We seriously need to finalize our presentation. Sarah, you know it will be you who is going to do all the talking, Candace said as she quickly typed away on her computer. The Funding Angels was a show on which people with new business ventures would present their ideas to the judges, which were some of the biggest venture capitalists in the country. It would be up to the judges to decide which venture would be chosen as the winner. The winner would then receive the funding from the judges he or she needed. We had been preparing for it since weeks, seeing how desperately we needed funding. What if I start to stammer or, I don't know, forget what I am supposed to say? I will be on live television and the whole country is going to watch. I rubbed at my temples and the area around my eyes, which were sore from all the reading they had done in the past couple of days. You had no problem defending your boyfriend on live television when the scandal about his mom happened. Stacy gave the others a wink and they started snickering. But those were really desperate times. I gave the girls a mock frown. Well, these are also really desperate times, and if we don't win this thing, then you have got to talk to Aiden about the investment. Jessica had been harping on about getting financial assistance from Aiden. I felt annoyed at her, but part of me knew she wasn't exactly wrong. I needed to put my feelings aside for the sake of this business. If only I wasn't head over heels in love, I wouldn't have hesitated to ask Aiden for an investment. It was a relief when I made it past the reporters and the photographers flashing their cameras nonstop at the guests arriving here. It was the opening ceremony of the new cultural center Victor Enterprises had launched, and the place was buzzing with celebrities and people from the media. The building had a neoclassical architecture, and the front entrance was a great portico lined with huge Greek-style pillars. I adjusted my bun one last time and tried to get the tendrils of my hair to frame my face properly before I stepped in. Luckily, I didn't look too out of place in my white chiffon dress and black high heels, though the latter made me a little wobbly. It wasn't that hard to track him down. There in the center of the room, surrounded by a crowd of guests, stood Aiden in a black tuxedo. He had a smile on his face, and they all raised their glasses in a toast. I turned away, deciding to wait for the group of guests to disperse so I could have him alone. I went to the section I was most interested in, which was the table laden with food. I was stuffing myself up with the fried prawns when someone had the audacity to kiss me on the cheek. I could have sworn the eyes in the entire room had turned to us. I turned around, a fake expression of sternness on my face, to look at the handsome man smirking at me. Not in public, Aiden. Relax or you will sound like a prudish grandma. I am seriously going to box your ears off. Now that is something you shouldn't do in public. He took my hand and led me away from the room, and I could feel the eyes of everyone following us as we left. We went past the gallery of Renaissance-style oil paintings out into a beautiful garden smelling of magnolia and roses. A statue of a woman holding a bucket sprouted water in the stone fountain. Is it just me, or have you gotten even more beautiful? Aiden looked me over appreciatively. Maybe it's just because it's the first time you have properly looked at me in days. I gave a petulant pout. You know I have been so busy with the launching of the cultural center. Please don't be mad. Come here then. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my lips to his. He wrapped his arm around me, one hand fisting gently in my hair as he returned the kiss. How's your business going these days? Aiden asked as we sat at the edge of the stone fountain. I was trying to rearrange my now disheveled hair and hoping my lips didn't look too swollen or dress too crumpled up. The statue of the lady seemed to sneer at my attempts. It's going well. We are just wanting to expand it more. I was careful with my words. I knew it was Aiden's way of trying to find out if I needed any help. I think he knew I wanted to do things on my own, so he didn't press any further.
The initial stages are the hardest, but I know you are going to get through.
Aiden tried in vain to tuck my hair in place. Leave it. Leave it. You have ruined my hairstyle past saving. I playfully batted his hand away. I tried to avoid talking about anything related to work as we spent the time looking at the various paintings and sculptures put on display. My favorite section was the library, and I made a mental note to pay another visit when it wasn't so crowded with people. It used to feel claustrophobic being surrounded by people all the time and being in the spotlight, but I had somehow gotten used to it. It felt like a small price to pay for being with the charming man who I knew would do anything for me. Today was the day. I took deep, slow breaths, trying to calm my nerves, waiting for my cue. My girl gang or business partners stood around me, Candace quizzing me about my presentation. You plan to launch an online food delivery service, but what makes your service unique? What is your competitive edge? The food is tailor-made according to the needs of our customers. Restaurants have fixed menus with limited options for customers. We plan to change that by letting our clients customize their meals as well as the timings and location of they want the meals delivered to on the contract. Candace, I think that's enough. Give Sarah time to relax. I shot Stacy a grateful look. A few minutes later, with trembling legs, I walked onto the stage. The lights were too bright, and there were too many people seated in the audience for my comfort. But the real horror dawned on me when I saw the judges. Out of the 3 judges, 2 men and 1 woman. The female was someone I had seen before. 2 years ago, when the dark secrets of the Victor family had been revealed, I had watched her interview. She had bluntly said it would be in Victor Enterprises' best interest for Aiden to resign amidst all the scandals associated with his family. Now she sat before me looking as haughty as ever in a houndstooth-patterned wool jacket. One of the judges, a pudgy man with square-framed glasses, started with the question I dreaded the most. I must confess, I am surprised to see you here, since you have Mr. Victor, who I believe can help you even more with your business than we might be able to. Actually, I want people to invest in my idea because they are sure it will work, not because they know me personally. Who's your target market, Miss Summers? She asked. Our target market is the 9-to-5 white-collar working class who are short on time. Our service will provide them with the meals they need at an affordable price so they can take time out for other activities like spending time with their families. When I was done, I felt like I had run a 100-meter race. Even though my girlfriends told me I had done great, I somehow had a bad feeling about this. I had once heard the judges were confused between the contestants and selected the winner on the basis of who needed funding more. Since they knew I was with Aiden, what if they thought I didn't really need the prize money and chose someone else? Turns out I was right. The winner was a young man of around my age who had developed some online application. I knew that now I had no other option but to ask for Aiden's help. We prepared to leave feeling dejected and not saying anything to each other so we could hide our disappointment. Just then I heard someone call out my name. I turned and saw it was Ms. Portman. "Can I talk to you, Miss Summers?" We were seated at a nearby cafe, mugs of steaming coffee in front of both of us. I am not going to take much of your time. I just wanted to say that I liked your idea and would very much like to fund it. Of course, we will have to work on the details with the rest of your business partners. I was hoping we could have a proper meeting on Friday, perhaps? I couldn't believe my ears. It felt too good to be true. You really liked my business plan? I have been a single working mom for most of my life, and I wish a service such as yours could have existed so I could worry less about what my children ate. She stirred some sugar into her cup. You have to understand the sexism that exists here. The 2 other judges felt wary about your business since you are all girls. I think it's time to break that stereotype." Then she smiled at me, and I knew it was genuine as I smiled back. I smoothed out my black silk dress covered in sequins and patches of gossamer here and there as I stood on the rooftop, the chilly autumn air ruffling my hair. Aiden stepped out a few minutes later dressed in a charcoal gray suit that accented his blue eyes. "Sorry the meeting took longer than I thought." "Wow, you look gorgeous." He took both my hands in his as he kissed me tenderly on the lips. "I needed to give you something." I pulled out a tiny black velvet-covered box inside. It was a vintage Cartier watch. "It's amazing, but it must have been so bloody expensive." Aiden looked at it in awe. "Our company finally made a profit, so I wanted to get everyone a gift. But this watch is something more than that." I took a deep breath. "Maybe a ring would have been more appropriate, but you always said you hated men wearing jewelry, so I thought I should get you a watch instead. But you should wear it always like a wedding ring." "Wait a second, Sarah, are you like proposing to me?" Aiden looked at me with wide eyes. "You are not already married to someone, right?" I tried to joke my silly attempt at trying to ease the awkwardness I felt. "No, come to think of it, I am not." Aiden was laughing now. "Good, then you are marrying me now." I hastily tried to put the watch on him, then paused. "Oh no, I should have asked your consent. I am not forcing this on you, am I?" Aiden fastened the watch on his wrist. "As long as you promise to buy me nice presents, I am all yours." I noticed that his eyes were slightly moist. "Oh my God, Aiden Victor, you are not crying, are you?" I peeked into his eyes as he tried to look away. Just then, the fireworks started lighting up the sky in shades of red, gold, and silver. "Did you arrange this?" Aiden seemed both delighted and impressed. "Yeah, I did it for you." I blushed a bit. Aiden wrapped his arms around my waist. "Sarah Summers, I promise to love you and protect you no matter what. And I will protect you." Now I was tearing up too. "But you have got to let me buy you an engagement ring, and we should have a proper engagement ceremony as well, or everyone will think I am either a miser or I am broke." "Got it, mister." I leaned against his chest as we stood beneath the starry sky, flashing with bright colors from the fireworks. In that moment, I couldn't wish for anything more except for things to stay like this forever. Extended Epilogue, The Engagement. The sea always used to scare me, which is why I never learned how to swim. Don't get me wrong, I love going to the beach and watching the sun set over the horizon. It's just swimming and being on a boat that scares the crap out of me. This is why I am currently throwing anxious looks at the dark waves surrounding our boats. It's actually a super yacht, one of the largest in the world, with 18 luxury suites. If it wasn't so huge and gave me the feeling of being in a seaside hotel, I might have never gotten on board it. Another reason was the yacht's handsome and infuriatingly stubborn owner, who was also the man I was in love with. Aiden dropped a kiss on my shoulder before wrapping his arms around me from behind. "A penny for your thoughts," he whispered into my ear. "I am wondering if there are sharks roaming around here, and if this yacht sinks, what would happen to me?" I shuddered. "The sharks will have quite a feast," he chuckled. I was about to roll my eyes and laugh it off when an unpleasant thought crossed my mind. Was he implying that I am overweight? "What's wrong?" Aiden frowned. "My butt has gotten bigger, right?" "Probably because I sit in the office all day." I was babbling nervously. "You have a perfect butt, sweetheart. I will love it even if it gets bigger than the Titanic. But what has gotten into you these days? You were never conscious of your body before." I didn't know how to answer that, at least not without sounding insecure. After Aiden had accepted my proposal, I was constantly overthinking all the ways that our wedding could go wrong. I don't have a lot of friends. What if no one shows up to the wedding bedsides? Aiden's acquaintances. What about the press constantly writing about us? Someone spread the rumor that I was only getting married to Aiden so he could fund my business. Others wrote about my average looks. According to them, Aiden was only marrying me because he had promised his sister to take care of me. Let's just say that all my past insecurities had resurfaced with the appearance of body issues that I was never plagued with. There was also the question of our wedding night. I had decided to be a good girl and listen to my traditional mom regarding waiting till marriage. Now I was scared that Aiden might get a fright from seeing me without my clothes. It's nothing, by the way, I am hungry, I pouted, trying to distract Aiden. Just an hour, sweetheart. The chef is preparing something special for us. Why don't you rest for a bit? He pushed me in the direction of my room. I gasped as I saw what was waiting for me on the bed. There was a gorgeous navy blue mermaid silhouette dress embellished with sequins. Lying above, it was a set of earrings and a necklace studded with what appeared to be sapphires surrounded by tiny diamonds. I step outside to find the deck decorated with little fairy lights, and there's a table decorated with the biggest red roses and lit with candles. Sitting at the table is none other than Aiden in a stylish black tux, his eyes gleaming with adoration and a hint of possessiveness as he looks at me. Aiden, what is all this? My voice sounds breathless. He takes me in his arms and kisses my forehead. I know you have already proposed to me and we are already engaged, but it hurt my masculine pride that I never got to propose to you. So now I want to do this the old-fashioned way. He got down on one knee.
Sarah Summers, will you marry me?
He opens the velvet-lined box, and shining beneath its tiny lead light is a ring shaped like a rose in bloom. It's a delicate thing, nothing too ostentatious, and was a testament to how well Aiden knows me. I always had a fascination with roses. This one was a delicate thing made of rose gold and its perfectly shaped petals embedded with diamonds. Once upon a time, I could never have imagined I could ever feel this loved. I am barely holding back tears of joy and can't get anything out. I just nod my head, and Aiden slips the ring on my finger. He kisses my eyes, his lips brushing away my tears with so much tenderness that fresh tears spring to my eyes. We spend the night dancing away on the deck. I always felt awkward dancing because of how clumsy I was, but it felt effortless when his arms were around me, his forehead pressed to mine. A week later. My heels are killing me, and I keep trying to close the slit along the side of my dress. My face hurts from all the fake smiles I have been shooting at the guests. Our engagement party was supposed to be a happy occasion, but I had stopped enjoying it after half an hour or so. It didn't help that I felt like an imposter. I had gone for a complete makeover and looked nothing like my usual self. When Aiden noticed my new hairstyle, which now consisted of blonde pixie cut with bangs instead of my usual brown waves, he looked taken aback. In fact, it was like I had hurt him somehow, and he was trying to hide it. He was now standing beside me, his arm wrapped around my waist, as if he could sense how tired I was standing on my feet with these god-awful pumps. I kept leaning on him throughout the event. The engagement party also served as a marketing campaign for the Seaside resort that Victor Enterprises had just launched. We were standing in its spacious ballroom, and the glass walls showed a spectacular view of the beach. The guests consisted of many high-level investors, socialites, and celebrities, all of them seemingly in a competition to flaunt their wealth. Most of them were trying to kiss up to Aiden, which meant they were polite to me as well. Nevertheless, I did have some probing questions thrown my way. One of the guests, an old friend of Aiden's father who was probably hitting 80, bluntly said it was weird that Aiden was not investing in his wife's business, as the husband is supposed to be the main breadwinner of the family. I got some other helpful suggestions regarding my business that seriously left me confused and questioning what the hell I was doing in the first place. However, it was nothing compared to the dread I felt at knowing I would have to interact with them again at our wedding. I felt robbed off my special day. I was still fuming about it when the guests left. Aiden appeared with painkillers and a glass of water. I didn't even have to tell him, but he knew I was having my usual attack of migraine. "Thanks," I smiled weakly. "I am sorry, Sarah," he said quietly.
Sorry for what?
I stared at him dumbfounded. Ever since we got engaged, our whole lives have turned into one huge publicity campaign. When we should have been spending time with our loved ones, going on vacations together, and working on our wedding preparations without 100 people getting involved in them. I know that's what you would have liked, and all that this media attention has done is make you more anxious and unsure of yourself. Aiden's eyes were filled with regret, but every word he said was true. "Aiden, you don't have to apologize for anything. What with your family's past being revealed, your mother's passing away, and my going to prison, we have all been in the headlines for all the wrong reasons." Creating a good public image is so important in the corporate world that we needed to interact more with the press and the public. I grabbed his hands in both of my own. I purposely used the phrase "passing aways" for his mother instead of suicide. She was, frankly speaking, a monster who took her own life when she thought she would have to pay for her crimes. Our marriage, however, is supposed to be all about us, not a publicity stunt. That's why I am thinking screw the media and what the world thinks. We will get married in a private ceremony with only those closest to us around. I was loving what he was saying, and it was what I was wishing for. Yet I didn't want him to make any sacrifices because of me. "Aiden, please don't do this just to please me. I want to be someone who can support you, not hold you back." Sarah, I wouldn't go bankrupt just because I didn't invite potential business partners to my wedding. Besides, this is what I want too. And I need my old Sarah back, he said, unconsciously tugging on my fake blonde hair strands. Is my hairstyle so awful? No, it just isn't you. I would always prefer your natural looks, but if you genuinely looked happy and comfortable in your new makeover, I wouldn't have been bothered. But it seemed that you were trying to change yourself just because you needed to prove something, and I don't want that. I want you to be perfectly comfortable being who you are, and I felt guilty that I had taken your inner self-confidence away from you somehow. Well, now it's back. I slid into his lap, throwing my arms around his neck. His lips found mine, and we kissed for a really, really long time. Aiden loved me for what I was, and I felt stupid for letting other people's words get into my head. Now I would only think of our wedding and the life that awaited us.